Good morning. Today is Thursday, April 24th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak, we ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and transcribed by a court reporter. So Madam Secretary, if we could, please proceed with the first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and grab them from you. Also, old school style, I will be using my cell phone to time the 3 minutes, in case anybody's wondering. So before we go to public comments in Carson, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the passing of Elaine Wynn. She was a pioneering force in the gaming industry, a passionate advocate for education and the arts. As a co-founder of Mirage Resorts and Wynn Resorts, she helped shape the modern Las Vegas landscape, broke barriers in a field long dominated by men. Beyond her business acumen, she was a tireless philanthropist whose commitment to my community, our community, especially through education, reform in the arts, touched countless lives. Her legacy in both gaming and philanthropy will endure. It is no exaggeration to call her a trailblazer for women. The path she forged made my journey and those of my fellow female commissioners much easier. It's quite likely we wouldn't be the three of us sitting here, or I wouldn't be the first woman chair of the commission if it weren't for her. So we extend our heartfelt condolences to her family and friends. At this time, I would ask if there's any public comment in Carson City. There appearing to be none here in Las Vegas.
Good morning. Ira Mae Duanen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. The U.S. agency and Federal Labor Law Enforcement obtained Texas internal communications by station casino executives during discovery and one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. Messages from the launch on May 5th during the COVID pandemic. The HR director according to an internal company page about which employees have been laid off. She texted states with members that were laid off. So the colleague texted back, done 15 minutes, cold-blooded. Within a minute, the GVR director, Las Vegas and the gaming industry were trying to survive. Website containing information about mass firing of casinos and employees described as resources at a property of gaming license holders. She said, "I love it." The Southern District reported 200 deaths and 270 hospitalizations with 516 ICUs in the Clark County due to COVID-19 since March 20. We urge you to ask station casinos whether its human resources directors would love the apparent cold-blooded treatment of gaming industry employees. We state that in the 3 years prior to the pandemic, over 300 200 gaming industry workers unionized at station casinos properties, winning elections by combined average of 65%. Then came the pandemic, the May 20 firings, applications, and the May 5th I love it text. Thanks.
Do you have a copy of those comments that you would like to leave?
Via email, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Hold on one second, I'm so sorry. It takes me a minute to get to the timer. I mean, not a full minute, obviously, but one moment. Okay,
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Mercedes Cabrera. He trabajado en Green Valley Ranch hace 18 años como kitchen worker. Estoy luchando para que mis beneficios estén asegurados por un contrato y para que mis compañeros y yo tengamos seguridad laboral. Tenemos más de 11 años luchando. Hace 7 años atrás ganamos nuestra elección sindical y Station Casinos dijo que respetaría nuestra decisión de los trabajadores. Todavía no hemos visto ese respeto. Gracias.
I'll be translating from Mercedes Cabrera. My name is Mercedes Cabrera, Cabrera. I have worked at Green Valley Ranch for 18 years as a kitchen worker. I'm fighting for my benefits to be guaranteed by contract and for my colleagues and I to have security in our jobs. We have been fighting for more than 11 years. 7 years ago, we won our union election and Station Casino said that it would respect the workers' decision, and we still have not seen that respect. Thank you.
thank you. Are you going to email those too, or? Okay. So the record will reflect, we have a copy of those, of that statement, excuse me. Does anyone else wish to make public comment? There being no further comment, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, before we get into our agenda, I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Mark Antonis will be participating remotely for the proposed stipulated settlement matter on our agenda today, and only for that item. He will be joining when that item is called and will not be present for any other portion of this meeting. His participation will count toward the quorum for the proposed settlement item, and he will take part in the discussion and vote on that item only. Now, at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could read in our agenda item approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition from March 2025.
Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I think it is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there were none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 6 and 7. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, is there any discussion or comment on items, non-restricted consent agenda items 6 and 7? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the restricted consent items?
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3, 6, 7, and 9. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Are there any questions or comments on the restricted consent agenda items 3, 6, 7, and 9? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, we now move to non-restricted items held out for discussion. Please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Travis Lunn for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. To my left is the applicant, Travis Lunn. Also in attendance for this matter is Chandler Pohl, Vice President and Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. If it's acceptable to you, I thought we could proceed as we did with the board and let Mr. Lund provide a short biography of him and then open up for questions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair and members. Travis Lund. Quick bio, Kasha, my wife, and I are proud parents of 2 adult children, Tyler and Tanner, who were born and raised here in Las Vegas. I'm a proud UNLV alum of the hotel school here and really just grew my career here, starting about 96 at a variety of properties. Worked regional as well, but have been with MGM Resorts for the last 12 years through hotel operations, through casino roles, and am presently the president and COO of Mandalay Bay, Luxor, the W, and Four Seasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, and maybe I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't have any questions. Your application was very clean. Your background is impressive and you're obviously well qualified for this position. So I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. It's a pleasure being with you today. I thought it was said exceedingly well during the Gaming Control Board meeting, which we all watched, but I think your quote is, pay it forward and, been in this community. You're exquisitely qualified for what it is that you're doing, and I'm exceedingly comfortable approving it today.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you again for being here. I too am a UNLV alum, and I'm proud to say that I now have 2 UNLV cheerleaders as daughters, so good for you. I just had one question real quick, and I know we had a follow-up memorandum, but I just thought it was interesting. You had a real estate license, so it was interesting that you had to file a lawsuit in New Jersey regarding negligent home inspections.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they said it was pending, but was there any even progress? Or I know settlements were back and forth with counter offers. Is that settled yet?
It's not. It's still pending. I'm going to have every interest of settling hopefully here pretty quickly, but it's really a nominal amount. It was a little bit more on principle, quite frankly, but we hope to settle within the next couple of months.
All right. Well, that was my only question. I mean, obviously your resume is impeccable and you're obviously qualified for this position. It's a pleasure to have you here and support you in your application.
Thank you.
I guess it's UNLV Day. I also graduated from UNLV, but apparently I was walking around campus just a short time before you. So the matter of the principle of the thing in your litigation, my guess is you look back and you're thinking the principle of the thing is very expensive.
Yeah. Fair.
That's what we tell people in mediation.
Yeah.
I echo the comments of my colleagues. You're exceptionally qualified, and you've been in gaming all over the country. And so I obviously support your application. And at this time, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Shaun Lanny for finding of suitability as an officer and for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
That was fast. I looked up and you were there.
Good morning again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. To my left is the applicant, Shaun Lanny. Also in attendance for this matter is Chandler Pohl, Vice President and Legal Counsel. And again, thought we could proceed like we did with the board and let Mr. Lanny provide a short biography and then open up for questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Shaun Lanny. I am married to Lindsay Lanny and I have 2 children, Mason Lanny, who is 6 years old, and Hunter, who is 4. I've been with MGM coming up on 18 years. I have been all over the world with the company. I started out in 2007 in Macau, opening up the MGM Macau Hotel. I was there for about 3 years and then had the opportunity to move to Las Vegas full time. Although growing up, I was here quite often, never fully living here until 2010. With that, I was here for about 6 years and had the opportunity to move back to Macau with MGM and the opening of MGM Cotai. I was there for about almost 5.5 years. And then with COVID coming up, I had the opportunity to take on a new role where overseeing our international marketing for MGM Resorts, as well as still keeping a role with MGM Macau. About a little over a year, about 14 months ago, the opportunity with the Cosmopolitan came up. And so currently I'm president and COO while still holding the role of president of international marketing. But it's just been a great career and been very happy to be here and be with MGM. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. I'll ask first Commissioner Silver, any questions or comments?
Thank you for being here. It's great to see you. I did have just a couple questions. My questions were, can you tell us more about the companies you're involved with? There's 1-800 Radiators, Union Lake OC Partners, and Union Lake Tunnel Partners.
Those are investments I've done. It was actually a former colleague with MGM who left to go take over these companies. I gave a small investment. And so he's offered different pieces of different secondary auto parts. I have really no involvement outside of investments.
So you're a passive investor in those?
Probably couldn't tell you what a radiator looked like.
Okay. All right. There wasn't much information on that. It's so interesting to see your background with Macau. What kind of, what experiences or what did you learn from Macau, maybe exclusively that you've now maybe implemented at the Cosmo, or is there anything that you've brought over?
I mean, it's a very different market, but Macau, highly competitive, is very, I mean, you have to be fast to market there. But again, very, very gaming focused comparatively to Las Vegas, where we have built these integrated resorts. Not to say Macau doesn't have that, but there's such a higher end portion dedicated gaming with like 90%. And so I think there's probably some gaming elements some items that we've seen that we've been able to kind of implement on the floor. But just being able to kind of really fast to market and just the competitive nature.
And speaking of marketing, I just received an email from the Vegas Golden Knights that you're going to have a watch party tonight. Is that right?
We are out by our pool.
Yeah. And
hopefully we win.
Absolutely. Is that something that is exclusive to Cosmo with like their watch parties or?
No, they'll do different properties throughout Las Vegas. We hosted it last year just for one night, and we're doing it again this year for one night. Depending on the schedule, we'll see how other properties or potentially us having it again.
And I did read somewhere that it looks like your father-in-law and you are on some, is it, maybe I'm getting wrong, some board or you're involved with?
The only boards we would sit on is some of our international entities, given my role with President of International and given Bill's role. So we are the names of the board, usually the office, the head of the branch office we would have, myself and or Bill would be 2 to 3 of who's on those boards, depending on whether it be Hong Kong, Taiwan.
Okay. Well, obviously you're more than qualified. Your resume is impeccable and it's a pleasure to see you here, first time licensed here and support your application.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Lanny. It's a pleasure to see you in person and have you here before us. I echo the comments about your qualifications. I mean, you've had experience all over the world with respect to gaming, and I think that'll bode you well here. I had an opportunity to meet your father years ago, and I think he'd be very proud of your trajectory. And with respect to the Cosmo, as you'll hear later on, you're going to have a big role on the compliance side. I think you're up to the task, so I wish you luck with that. But I have no problems with your application. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. McGinnis and Mr. Lanny. Pleasure to have you with us today. Just a couple questions, if I might, but I will start. Mr. Lanny, your father was very good to me many, many years ago when I first arrived in Nevada. Certainly a very large figure in the history of gaming in our state. And yes, he would be exceedingly proud to be watching this today. You're 40 years old, 41?
41 yesterday.
41, happy birthday. And you've been with MGM since, for 18 years. I teased Mr. Lanny earlier. I actually first met him and Lindsay Hornbuckle probably 18 years ago when you first started, but it was in Macau. As part of my tourism responsibilities, once upon a time, I was a regular visitor, and it was, you were bright and shiny and eager, and but what an amazing opportunity you all had, in Macau and beginning your journey on the gaming. The international responsibilities, are you actually on, well, Dayutai, I think MGM has the two Hong Kong listed companies. Are you on one of those boards or no?
I would not on our development side with Dayutai. This would just be the Hong Kong marketing entity.
Okay. And I think with Asia, the Osaka property, I think broke ground like in the last week. I hope we're not keeping you from being in Japan today.
I would only be helping from a marketing side, but there's many other capable people who've been helping a lot more on the Osaka piece.
But I think you made a representation to the Gaming Control Board, or as part of RUMP, that your responsibilities at the Cosmo will be about 75% of your time, and your international marketing presidency will be about 25% of that time. That's a tough challenge and balance. Could you just talk about how you actually do each job exquisitely well with that kind of time allocation?
I think one of the pieces with the cosmopolitan role and not partaking as much, or not partaking with Macau anymore, I used to be on a plane every 4 to 5 weeks, and now I only have to be in Asia probably twice a year, which eases up quite a bit. The other piece with Macau is the very, very late night phone calls. Those are pretty much gone. Well, not all gone, but there are obviously, with the international offices, there'll be some involvement. But my role with international now is much more of a strategic piece. And so I've got many capable team members who we've been able to promote over the last few years who've been taking on added responsibilities. So I could really set direction and allow them to really handle the day-to-day.
Good. And as Commissioner Solis-Rainey has mentioned, just because of things we've been talking about and we'll be speaking about, compliance is extraordinarily front and center right now. Should always be, but sometimes it just gets more chatter than most people are comfortable with. But speak to me about compliance issues and tone at the top at Cosmo under your leadership.
I would say not just Cosmopolitan, but also MGM Resorts. I mean, compliance, AML, all of that is something we put at the very top. I sit on a bi-monthly meeting with our head of compliance. Legal is there, and we go over top level issues, as well as I'm in constant communication with our compliance teams of any matters that could be coming up.
Are you on the compliance committee for Cosmopolitan?
I do not sit on that.
Well, as I started out, what a pleasure it is to have you in front of us today and to continue the family legacy. Your DNA has cursed you to this destiny, but it's with great joy that I support your application today, and I can't wait to watch all the incredible things you'll be doing, not only at this property and some of the international, but with MGM. Good on you. We're proud of you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, so I think my colleagues have said it all. We do appreciate you being here and talking to us and kind of giving us your views, and very interesting about your experience in Macau and how they're different on the gaming focus. As the entertainment capital of the world, we have our gaming and we have everything else. So it's just very interesting to us. So that's why we ask you these questions. But
talk about it.
No doubt you are qualified for this license, and I'm going to call upon one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval.
Madam Chair, I would move for the approval of non-restricted item 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Board. Sorry.
No, it's okay. All right. So any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 3?
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the applications of NP Red Rock LLC doing business as and at the locations noted on the agenda for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. You also have the applications of RBG LLC doing business as Casablanca Resort and Casino and C and HRV LLC doing business as Virgin River Hotel and Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pool, including off-track pari-mutuel race wagering operated by NP Red Rock LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to disclose that my high school daughter works for Red Rock Resorts as a seasonal worker in a non-gaming capacity. I nor my daughter have a pecuniary interest in the outcome of the agenda item, and I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, here representing Red Rock Resorts, Stations, Casinos, and NP Red Rock LLC. Appearing with me today is on this item is Jason McCormick, VP of Race and Sports, who missed the board hearing due to illness. Jason Simbal, who pinch hit at the board meeting, Director of Race and Sports Analysis, is in the audience. As well as John Pasqualato, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Compliance, and Michelle Flater, Senior Director of Regulatory Compliance. As described in the board meeting, these are fairly straightforward applications for satellite race and sports books. One here in Las Vegas at Treasure Island, and the other 2 in Mesquite at the Casablanca Resort and Casino and the Virgin River Hotel and Casino. These will bring the total of third-party satellite books operated by Station Casinos from its hub at the Red Rock Casino Resort to 5, and the total number of satellite books overall to 19. Mr. McCormick's here to address any questions you might have about these applications. We've reviewed the conditions recommended by the board for these new operations and find them acceptable. We've also reviewed draft number 1 dated March 10th, 2025 of the 12th revised order of registration of Red Rock Resorts, and we find it acceptable as well.
Perfect. I was going to ask, that was going to be the first thing I was going to ask you, and you had it covered. Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Morning.
And I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yes, me too.
At this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I had just a couple of questions. I know you covered it at the board, but I wasn't completely clear. Who are the employees of the books going to be employees of?
So
It seemed different than usual.
Yeah, for Treasure Island, they'll be Station Casino employees. We've actually taken the Treasure Island employees and offered them employment
Right.
with us. So we'll be transferring those team members up in Mesquite at both of those properties. They will be the Mesquite team member properties. We'll be training them, getting them ready to go, but they'll be team members of the Mesquite properties.
Okay, I thought they were going to have kind of a dual relationship. Are they?
I mean, well, it'll be in cooperation with our management team, but it's team members of the Mesquite properties. They don't belong to Station Casinos.
Okay, and that seemed unusual. Mr. Rubenstein, can you
Yeah,
explain
and
that a little bit?
that's the reason for the separate condition that applies only to Casablanca and Virgin River. So they'll be deemed our employees for purposes of regulatory control.
Okay. And I assume obviously investigations have vetted that and was comfortable with the fact that they were going to have, it's just unusual.
It is a little unusual, but these are their conditions and we accept it.
Okay. And since they're only going to be report to you operationally, basically, will their longevity, their seniority and their benefits remain with Casablanca and the other property?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, they will.
All right. Thank you. I was just a little confused about that. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Rubenstein. Always a pleasure to see you. And Mr. McCormick, welcome. We're glad you're feeling better. And just because you're here, just to get you on the record, to follow up on Commissioner Solis Rainey's. So it's the TI employees, the 19 of individuals, I believe that was the number represented. They will now be Station Casino employees. Is that correct?
That is correct. They are now Station Casino employees. Upon approval and going live, we'll transition them to Station Casinos team members.
And if we can transition to that, I know we ask your company every couple of weeks, every time you're in front of us, a status of the trials and things. For the record, anything since the Gaming Control Board meeting, status updates?
Again,
on
we're
rolling out?
hopeful. We're hopeful here very quickly that we'll get the GAN system through GLI and move forward with that. We're hoping that if we can get those approvals, that late this summer we'll be able to go live with the GAN system.
Late this summer?
Yes.
Yeah, again, I don't have a vivid recollection, but I thought it was more imminent than that.
We're hoping for the approval, obviously, come May, June timeframe to gain that approval. However, with the sports schedule of May and June, don't want to roll out to the individual properties until July, until we get to a slower period of time at our individual properties.
Perfect. Understood. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'm comfortable.
Thank you. Commissioner Silver, do you have anything?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, what my questions were going to be what Commissioner Solis Rainey had asked and followed up on, because in our investigative materials, it was 16 staff members, but then later, I think at the board meeting, they talked about 19 staff members replacing.
Between Treasure Island and the Race and Sportsbook hub at Red Rock. So some of the team members that were at Treasure Island are continuing to work at Treasure Island under Station Casinos. And there's also team members that were at Treasure Island that are moving to the Red Rock hub to be bookmakers or traders. So that's where the count with 16 and 3 that are moving, 3 more that are moving to the hub to get to that 19.
I see. That was really my only question as well. So thank you also for being here.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions at this time. I think it's very straightforward. Appreciate you being here today. Again, thank you. At this time, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We already talked about it. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 4?
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Christopher Foster for licensure as a key executive at Station Casinos LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to incorporate by reference my disclosure as stated in non-restricted item number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the applicant, CJ Foster and Station Casinos. In the audience and here in support of the application are John Pasqualato, Senior VP of Regulatory Compliance, and Michelle Flater, Senior Director of Regulatory Compliance. Mr. Foster is prepared to briefly walk you through his background and qualifications, and then we'll be prepared to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. CJ Foster. I'm married to Catherine Palmer. I have 2 children, Charlie 8 and Alina 12, who's actually joining me today in the audience for Bring Your Child to Work Day. I began my career in
She's
gaming.
riveted. I know. By all that we're doing here.
I began my career in gaming in 1998, shortly after graduating from Baylor University in Waco, Texas. I thought I'd be here a couple of years and fell in love with this industry in this city. I spent my first 19 years with Park Place Entertainment to Caesars Entertainment to Harrah's to back to Caesars Entertainment through many roles, both here in Las Vegas and Atlantic City. I moved back to Las Vegas in 2013 after a few years in Atlantic City. But then in 2018 had the opportunity to go over to Station Casinos as its initial Chief Information Security Officer and establish its cybersecurity posture. For 4 years, we built what I think is an industry-leading cybersecurity posture at Station Casinos. And then about a year and a half ago, they asked me to move into the CIO role. And I needed that challenge. I'm excited about that challenge, and we're doing a lot of great things on the IT front. Stations is a great company to work for, and I'm excited about the opportunity they gave me.
So I'm going to ask the first question today. And I'm going to steal it from somebody else because I don't remember who asked it first, but I like the question. And so I'm going to use it as my own.
Sure.
You know, technology and IT being so important. What keeps you up at night?
Probably ransomware keeps me up. It's just so impactful to the business. From an IT perspective, I'm more of a business-minded CIO. I really don't care much about technology. I just care what it can do for the business from an efficiency and functionality perspective. And the thought that there are things out there that can bring our business to its knees and cease it to operate are probably what keeps me up. And why I was so interested in learning cybersecurity and going into that field, and had a great time building the cybersecurity stack and how we think about it. From a strategic perspective, we have deployed what's called a defense in depth strategy. We know that there's not one thing that's going to ever stop it. And so we have multiple tiers of technology so that we gain visibility. As sort of an example or analogy, when I first started, it would probably have taken us weeks or months to know if a bad actor was in our environment. We're probably down to hours and days. And where we're headed with our stack, it will be minutes that we'll know a bad actor is in our environment. So that we can react quickly. At the end of the day, cybersecurity doesn't really secure anything. We mitigate risk and we ready our team to respond, right? And that's what we spend our money and our time on. And we do a lot of it, whether it's red team, blue team exercises to ready the technical teams to respond, or tabletops with our executives, what we call our CSER, so that they're ready to respond, whether it's communication to the public, communication regulatory boards, and those sorts of things. So.
Thank you. That's good to hear and reassuring for our concerns. I'm going to ask my colleagues at this time. Start with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Foster. It's a pleasure to see you. And for the record, your daughter's beaming back there. She's proud of Dad. Tell us a little about her and school, and so we can embarrass her for a second.
Sure. Alina's 12 years old. She is a great daughter, very, very intelligent. She goes to Choral Cadence over in Cadence. Great student, has high expectations. We're actually starting to talk about college now, which is crazy to think that at 12 years old, you start thinking about college. She has our eyes set on Colby in Maine. And so that's what we're focused on.
Elena, welcome. We can see you still smiling back there. Colby is a great school. I actually have some cousins who went there. It's a beautiful part of the country. It's really cold though. You know, I was actually fascinated with your conversation with the Gaming Control Board. I mean, it's very enlightening, but can you just confirm a couple things? So the CISO does report to you, is that correct?
Yeah, so my one of the first engineers that I onboarded when I got there, a gentleman named Scott Drake, who helped build that stack. When my director left to pursue another opportunity, which was great for her. And then I was able to move Scott into that director role. And then he spent a few years there. And then as I migrated into the CIO role, we migrated him up to the CISO role, and he's doing an exceptional job.
Good. And Madam Chair has already touched this, but cybersecurity and the issues that we have seen, you probably see it every day, but you're able to defend it. I think you had CrowdStrike and a whole bunch of other products that you use daily, but I think the view is, it's going to happen, it's coming, and every day the bad guys get better at what they do, and the good guys just have to be even better, one step ahead, or when things happen, we learn from it and make it better. But could you, during the Gaming Control Board meeting, you talked about the Cyber Regs 5.225, which I, in hindsight was very prescient when the Gaming Control Board and this commission approved, these regs to, address the cyber issues. But could you talk about the reg? And we talked a lot about the regs during the Gaming Control Board meeting. But if it's sufficient, and if you think they need to be tweaked, if it's sufficient, but could you just talk about the state of cybersecurity and those regs for Nevada, just for our enlightenment, please?
Sure. Look, my opinion is I think it's a good first initial step, right? The one thing about a cyber posture is it's not a one size fits all.
Yep.
I think every company needs to look at their risk tolerance and how they want to think about it. Certainly, it's a massive investment, and what Caesars can invest into its cyber posture is very different than what I can at Station Casinos versus what a Dottie's or somebody like that can. But look, I think it's good that we recognize it, that people need to know about it and start to work towards, like not get perfect, but get better every day. And that's sort of the stance I've taken, whether it's on the business side or in IT. We can't be perfect. Let's just get better each and every day. And that's what I preach to my team on the cyber front. And so we add incremental pieces to the stack and make sure that we can get better. We create relationships, whether that's with the FBI, other intel partners, so that we're aware of what's out there. And just every day, yes. And you're right. We have to be right 100% of the time, right? And bad actor only needs to be right once.
And I think you used the word initial, but as I look at my gaming control board colleagues over there, it is something we should probably look at, just make sure we're fresh. It's constantly evolving, and with the help of the industry and perhaps some lessons learned, even just to make sure we are on top of that. And hopefully, as we move forward, people like Elena can study IT or whatever she wants to do at Colby or wherever she's, whichever institution is lucky enough to have her. She chases her dreams in academics. We can be on the front line of this. But thank you for your appearance today, and I am very enthused to support your application. It's incredibly well deserved.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Foster, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. I don't have any additional questions. I'm happy to support your application. It's, clean application, but I am very pleased you brought your daughter. So welcome, Alina.
Commissioner Silver.
I echo the comments of my fellow commissioners. Your presentation was extremely thorough at the board meeting, and I enjoyed watching that. And I know that some other questions have been asked by Commissioner Krolicki, which I appreciate. And I too appreciate your daughter being here. Mine were supposed to be here, but they decided to go to school instead.
She was excited about
That's pretty
coming.
bad when school is that much better than here. So thank you for being here. I'm surprised that you've never been licensed with all of the different roles you've already played. That this is the first time.
Yeah, here in Nevada. I was licensed in Atlantic City,
Right.
but here in Nevada, yeah.
Yeah, here in Nevada,
Yep.
At some point that you weren't licensed here at some point during your long career. So I'm happy to support your application. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You'll have something to speak about at dinner tonight.
Well, she wants to go out to lunch, probably. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us next to non-restricted number 5. Could you please read that in?
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Peppermill Casinos, Inc., Wendover Casinos, Inc., and Paca Limited Liability Company for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of the William A. and Marianne T. Paganetti Family Trust for registration as a holding company and for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Marianne Paganetti and William Paganetti for finding of suitability and or licensure as a trustee, beneficiary, officer, and or director as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of the applicants as read into the record. It's my privilege to introduce you all to Marianne Paganetti and William N. Paganetti, who is known as Billy. This is their first time appearing before the commission as applicants for approvals. As your materials indicate, we provided a thorough presentation to the board. We're happy to provide that presentation again. We could provide a more condensed presentation or answer questions at your pleasure.
I think condensed introductions is great.
The applications that are before you, Chair and members of the commission, were submitted after William A. Paganetti passed away a little over a year ago. He was known as Bill. He was known to everybody who worked for him. He was one of the two founders of the Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. and Packer Limited Liability Company. He was a licensee in Nevada for over 50 years, and he built two very successful gaming and hospitality companies that operate 5 resort casinos in Reno, Wendover, and Sparks, as well as the iconic Peppermill Coffee Shop that in Lounge on the Las Vegas Strip. Most of what's in front of you is related to the estate planning, the gaming trust, the family trust. And I can go through those in detail or answer questions. And also, if you'd like to have Billy address the commission, his first time being licensed as an officer and director of the companies.
Well, what I would say is it's a remarkable story, really impressive. And, you know, for those of us that have been in Nevada for a long time, you know, meaningful properties for us and part of our history. Your history is our history, right? So that part is so impressive. I would, since the first time licensing, love the self-introduction, but I don't think we need to go through, you know, all of it. I think we could just open it up for questions. If you want to introduce yourself, that would be great. And we could open it up to questions.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members. I'm Mary Ann Paganetti, and Bill and I were married for 50 years, and I'm happy to be here today.
Also very impressive.
Thank you.
Chair Tagliati, commissioners. We good? All right. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, commissioners, Madam Secretary, Billy Paganetti for the record. My wife and I have been married 14 years this July. We have 4 children. My oldest, Olivia, is 7 years old. My son, Will, 6 years old today. Daughter, Elle, 4 years old yesterday. And then a 20-month-old baby boy at home. So, and I think we're done. And then happy to answer any questions, or if you want me to go deeper in the background, like I
No,
did before.
that's fine. Thank you so much for both of you for being here. And, you know, I'm sure there's probably, was there another party on the, or are you saving it for the weekend, or did you already have the party? Or
No party yet. Saving it for Saturday, little combo party, hopefully.
combo party. That's the way to go. Well, it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for being here. I'm going to just ask my colleagues if they have questions or comments. Commissioner Silver.
Thank you for being here. I'm very sorry about your husband and your father. My condolences to you. And I will say we did grow up, obviously, on the strip at the Peppermill. It was the funnest place to go to, even as a kid. And as an adult, well, yeah, we did. We went as kids. I don't know, with our parents. Of course, they were drinking. We weren't. We were drinking hot chocolate or something. And then, of course, maybe other libations as we got older. And it's interesting that our district court judges seminars were always at the Peppermill as well. So you had like all the judges of Nevada basically sitting around the Peppermill in Reno quite often. They were always there.
It was great.
Yeah,
It was
we miss
great.
those days. So, but I guess my question, you know, and I really enjoyed your presentation, Stanford baseball player, minor leagues. I enjoyed all that. My question, and I don't know if it would go more to you or you, I'm not sure, but it's interesting. We've had the Cenas in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that was represented to us is that, you know, the father was very, very close, I think, with your husband and your father. They were so close.
Yep.
And that they together, you know, were in business all these years. They worked very well together. And I just wanted to get your take on obviously you're aware of their litigation.
Yes.
And what your feelings were. Maybe each of you could comment what your feelings were if their son had somehow wins in the district courts in California, and somehow their interest is transferred into your gaming, into the gaming field here.
Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts. So Albert Sino Jr. and my father, like you said, been partners for over 40 years. And my dad, the amount of respect my father had for Albert and the amount of respect I have for Albert, I don't know if it could be greater. I mean, Albert and I have an extremely special relationship. I admire him as a man, as a businessman, as a mentor, the friendship my father and him had together. And I think the world of Albert. So in terms of the pepper mill, I just try and focus on the day-to-day operations, and I'm there to support Albert because we're extremely close. And if Albert Sino III got involved, based on how the courts are, we deal with that when it comes. But I support Albert Sino Jr. 100%. I mean, from the bottom of my heart, I do. It's obviously a difficult situation that has come before you guys, but I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Writers and not knowing the inside game, so to speak.
Absolutely.
It's interesting to, it's important, I think, to get what you feel of the reputations of them because they're before us quite often.
Right.
And so I just want to get your take because, if the son wins in the California courts, it obviously has a great impact on the pepper mills. And so, and how you would continue to work or, how it would continue to be conducted, the business.
No, I think it's a fair question. Absolutely. I don't know if I answered it or
Yeah,
Mike, you, okay.
I think you
Well,
did.
and Commissioner Silver, just for the record, and not to get into the lawsuits, but today the son is a beneficiary of that trust and he's approved in that capacity. And that wouldn't change if he won the litigation. He would still continue to be a beneficiary under that trust. So I don't think from that perspective very much would change.
What is your take on that?
Well, I know Albert Jr. well, like my son said, he and my husband were very close and I think the world of him. I really don't know the third very well. I don't get too involved in business, just what Bill would bring home occasionally. And I don't really have an opinion on that. I don't really keep up on the lawsuit.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you for being here today and I'm happy to support the application and congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Your background is amazing from how you worked all the way up from a porter. So I enjoyed listening to all of that. So thank you all for being here.
Commissioner Krolicki or Solzerny?
I just had a couple brief questions. I was wondering if you ever worked in the count room.
In the count room. So I would drop the slot machines for like a 2-week project. And so it was like a 2-week project when we were trying to find efficiencies in there, but it was only about 2 weeks dropping the slot machines, the cans, and then take them into the count room.
I think that's the hardest job I've ever seen in a casino.
It's
I mean, porter, I'm sure it's not fun. Being a porter is not fun.
There's a lot of hard jobs too. I think front desk is very hard because upon checkouts, if there's some complaints, might not be hotel related where you're at. I mean, if they're upset about the food or not winning on a slot machine. So I have a deep respect and admiration for a lot of the jobs, but yes, hard count and front desk, I think are right.
I did front desk. I don't think I could have done hard count. That's hard. I always admire the guys.
And the
I mean,
hours,
they always
right?
kept such a good, cheerful attitude.
Right.
And it's just a tough job physically and the hours are tough. I mean, everything about it is
I
hard.
agree.
So I was just curious about that.
Gotcha.
I'm surprised your dad didn't make you start there. And then how do your children feel about shared birthdays?
Right now at 6 and 4, they're all for it, right? But one's a boy, one's a girl. I think in a few years it's going to. I think we're going to have to go separate.
My brother and I were 2 days apart and we had shared birthdays our entire life and we'd grumble during our teenage years, but secretly we loved it. So it's okay. And then as adults, we loved it. So
Gotcha.
good luck. I don't have any other questions. Your background is great. I think, you're going to make some changes and positive changes. I mean, continue to build these businesses that your dad started. I love the Pepper Mill restaurant down here.
Thank you.
I've been at the Pepper Mill in Reno once and had a great experience there as well. Miss Paganetti, I'm sure you're very proud of your son and your family, and we're happy to have you here.
Thank you. I'm extremely proud of him.
He's lucky to have you as well. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Alonso, good morning. Always great to see you. And what a treat it is to have the Paganetti family in front of us today. Again, husband, dad, just a massive figure in gaming. And for me, I'm the commissioner from Northern Nevada, so I cannot tell you the countless events I had navigating, through the Peppermill and Reno and the remodel. And I think for the first 2 years of wandering through the property, I still would get lost. Yeah, that's one of the great things about, the Peppermill. You had to navigate, through the maze. A couple things, if I might, and I know, not normally are kids spoken about so much during a gaming commission meeting, but I have to jump in here too. 3 daughters, 2 years apart, identical to your children. And their birthdays are literally days apart, from that. So we have to celebrate separately because they won't consolidate. They won't agree to that. So get ready for logistical
It's going to happen.
complications as they do get older. And mine are all, girls. When you have a boy and a girl, that's going to be a lot harder. My colleagues get to speak about UNLV and high school and all that kind of stuff, but I get to do a shout out for the Stanford. I'm much older than you are, but go Cardinal.
Go Cardinal.
What a phenomenal place. I was there during the years of John Elway, and I could watch him throw a baseball from right field on a string to home plate. It is extraordinary talent. Actually a little confused. I think you said first base and right field, and I think I saw
corner
something
outfield.
about pitching also. So which position did you play?
So I got recruited there as a first baseman, kind of corner outfielder, broke my wrist my freshman year, sophomore year, converted to a pitching, and then tore my labrum. And like Judge Assad said, it was quick, right?
Judge Assad, the wisdom of the judge. No, but it's just super nice to see you and see that connection. And the greatest several years of my life, 4 years of my life, was we're in Palo Alto, and I'm glad we can share that experience. You did mention the Gaming Control Board, a logistic that I'm in awe of, because as someone who used to always travel through middle of Nevada and through Nevada, you mentioned that you go to the Wendover properties.
I do.
Like every week.
Yeah, about 1 to 2 times a week. Like this past Monday, I didn't go, but then the Monday before that I went. So I try and get out there every Monday if I can, and sometimes I'll go on Thursday as well.
Do you fly or do you drive?
Yeah, so the company has a plane, so it'll be about anywhere from
that makes it easier.
48 to 52 minutes. To get
I
out
would
there.
do the 7-hour drive, whatever it was in each
I got to
direction.
get home and see the kids, and my wife. So yeah,
there you go. No, I think that's great. But we had a bring your daughter to work day, but what an opportunity you had to work with your dad. Again, one of these great visionaries and pioneers, and to be able to follow him around. And again, I think you started out as a porter. That was part of the conversation the other day, but to have every job, in and out of those buildings, what a way to learn. But to have that experience with your father for almost 2 decades,
just an enormous blessing.
It's a blessing. And as we talked about Mr. Lanny this morning, I'm sure there's a very happy spirit looking down and proud of this moment. But I'm thrilled to support the application. And again, I just tribute your family and the history and the legacy it's contributed to the gaming industry in Nevada.
Thank you so much.
Go Cardinal.
Go Cardinal.
Well, I think if nobody has any additional questions or comments, we want to thank you again for being here. We know that this 2-tiered process is a little much, probably feels like a little much, but it's really important to what we do, and having you here and meeting you and speaking to you and having you answer our questions. So we appreciate you. At this time, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very
Have fun
much.
at the party.
Thanks.
Madam Secretary, could you please, well, first, I guess I should ask, how's our court reporter doing?
Well,
Okay, great. If we could, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Susan Dockerty Thompson for finding of suitability as a manager at JJVG Holdings LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today is the applicant, Mrs. Dockerty. If I could, I know you've had the opportunity to watch the board meeting, so she just wanted to provide a brief overview of her background for you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. There we go. You're welcome. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Honor and privilege to be with all of you today. I think you've had an opportunity to see the depth of my background, but just very briefly, I've served many roles, including vice president and officer roles at General Motors. I've also served in CEO roles at Canyon Ranch and Electromechanica, and currently I'm on the board of directors for the Brinks Company. I've also been with J&J Gaming since September of 2021 as a board member. And what I do in that capacity as a director is I help the company set their growth strategies, work on good governance. I also help oversee management in terms of progression and succession of the talent within the company and protect the interests of the company and its investors, particularly as it relates to enterprise risk management. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about my background.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction and being here. I'm going to ask Commissioner Solis-Rainey, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. And it's a little temperamental here. It's a pleasure to have you here, Miss Dockerty Thompson. I don't know if you go by both.
Just Dockerty's fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I was very impressed with your background. I like the diversity of it, and I love that you work for, companies that are so male dominated. Otherwise, so I'm sure you've had to break a few ceilings there, and I'm happy to have you here in this capacity. I had no questions about it. Your background, I mean, it's very clean. It's impressive. I think you're a great fit, and I am happy to support your application.
Thank you,
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, looking at your background, I mean, you're just a pioneer, kind of like some of us up here, as far as being a woman in a very male-dominated field for so many years. So I really enjoyed reading the whole background investigation on you, because I thought, wow, from somebody who was in school part-time to get picked up by GM and just get to where you were on that in that company is just wow. So my hat was really off to you. I mean, it's beyond impressive. I just really had one problem with the whole thing, because I could not understand why you would ever leave Canyon Ranch Spa. Like, what would possess you to leave the best gig ever?
I will tell you, of the CEO roles that I've had, that one was absolutely the most rewarding. I had promised the owners of Canyon Ranch that I would help them transition from the 95-year-old founder and his wife, the Zuckermans, and I promised them 3.5 years. I stayed for 5, close to 5. My daughter was getting ready to go to university, and I felt like I needed to stop commuting between Arizona and Texas every week. I flew to Texas every Sunday and flew back on Friday night before midnight. And I just felt like it was time as a mom to make sure that, I was helping her transition into university. And it was one of the best decisions that I made.
Well, it's so, like I said, so impressive. I just couldn't figure out why you would leave a dream job like that. And then I saw, are you a dual citizen because one of your parents is a US citizen? Is that how?
No, that's a great question. I was born and raised in Canada. And when General Motors asked me to become a director in the company, they asked me to move to Detroit. And I was lucky that they facilitated my H1N1 visa and then onto my green card and then citizenship. It took 10 years because I was moving all over the world during that time and needed to establish residency in one particular state. And once I did that, I was accepted as a citizen of the United States, which I'm very proud of.
Yes, well, great. I just was curious about your, maybe you could tell us more about your Emerald Lake Capital Management Directorship.
Yes, thank you for asking about that. It's not a really active position. Some of the partners in Emerald Lake Management are interested in investing in automotive companies. When you want to think about this as supply companies, so companies that supply particular parts, and they look for counsel from people who have deep knowledge in supply chain. So myself and the former CEO of General Motors, a gentleman by the name of Rick Wagner, and the former global vice president of manufacturing, Tim Lee, also serve on that. We get a phone call maybe once or twice per year just to ask for advice. It's an advisory role. It doesn't pay anything, but happy to participate.
And then finally, I just wanted, maybe you could expand or tell us more about your 24-Hour Hops LLC.
Actually, that's my husband's.
Right.
And the idea there was, in terms of the industry for hops, you get one crop per year. As an entrepreneur, he's got a couple of patents in a number of different categories, and 24-hour hops was another way to, hey, how can you look at a problem differently, which is there a way to grow hops with more than one crop per year? And the way to do that is to do it in a vertical farming environment. So it was something that he tried. Arizona State University was also interested in that. There's a lot more investment that's required in terms of greenhouses and water, because that crop really requires a ton of water. So it was something that he's no longer involved in, but boy, we sure learned a lot.
Well, you have an amazing background, and it's just a pleasure to support your application. So thank you for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dockerty, what a pleasure it is to meet you in person today. Thank you for being here, and Ms. Okerberg, always a delight to see you. You know, we've had folks here today who, again, their DNA is part of the Nevada gaming culture and the essence of what we are. But on the flip side, you know, for someone who has 30 years of life outside of gaming, what a wonderful compliment and addition it is to our culture to just get such different experience, you know, in here. So I believe Nevada is very fortunate, and certainly the company is very fortunate to have that expertise and difference and independence, if you will, that's not biased by the traditions and, you know, the decades of what we do here. But your background is incredibly impressive. Just to clarify something that Commissioner Silver asked, you're a dual citizen. You have two passports, correct? So you have dual citizenship today.
I do.
And I have to do the shout out on Stanford. You know, I get to do it successively. It doesn't happen very often, but go Cardinal.
Yes.
MBA grad school is a little different than the undergraduate.
Agreed.
You know, but still, you spent that time in Palo Alto. Could you talk a little bit about your time on your expatriate lifestyle? You know, Küsnacht, Schweiz. You had 2 years in Switzerland and some time in Shanghai. But would you talk about those times in your life, please?
Absolutely. I think when you take a look at my background, something that I think is really important is diversity of thought. And General Motors was a big advocate of ensuring that we understood the global environment as it related to automotive, and making sure, particularly after we came out of bankruptcy in 2009, that we had a much better understanding that the center of the universe really needed to be at the heart of the customer. And we had really lost our way in that front. And what they were trying to do was to create thought leaders who had an opportunity to experience firsthand what the customer's needs were. I was privileged to have lived in Zurich, Switzerland twice. I lived in Wiesbaden, Germany for 2.5 years. I lived in Shanghai, China for 2.5 years, where I went to Korea, to Seoul every single week during my tenure there. I spent a lot of time in places like Singapore, Australia, New Zealand. And, you know, when we think about whether it's the automotive industry, the gaming industry, and some of the conversation that happened here previously, you need to, yes, think globally, but act locally. And oftentimes that doesn't happen until you're on the ground and you're conversing and dealing with what some of the challenges and opportunities are that are presented to you in those environments. I would share with you that I'm a better leader today, having had those experiences, because I look at things with a different lens, and I'm better at asking questions than I would have been if I hadn't had those experiences.
Are you a German speaker? Schade. Nein. French speaking?
Un peu.
Could you talk about Oak Tree Capital? I mean, it's a tremendous company, and we love to see the, you know, that capital and then that talent of finance coming here and just embracing what we do and what they've already accomplished. But how did Oak Tree find you to be one of the independent members? Because I know Oak Tree will have multiple people on the board, but they come with a financial interest. You're one of the, I believe, 2 independent directors. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. A couple of thoughts. During my time at Stanford and being in Palo Alto, you get a lot of exposure to venture capital, private equity. So companies like Oak Tree Capital, Leonard Green and Partners, as a for instance. I have a lot of respect for those companies because one of the things that's important to them is investments in companies, usually family-led or founder-owned and driven. And what their objective is to help those companies grow. I was approached by Oak Tree Capital through Spencer Stewart, the executive search firm. And what Oak Tree Capital was looking for was an independent director that had had experience both in publicly held companies as well as private. And I think what their interest was in me is that, you know, not only had I had an opportunity to work for a public company like General Motors or Electromechanica, but I also had worked at Canyon Ranch, which had private capital associated with it. And so what Oak Tree looks for is people who are very strong from governance and risk, business development, who have plenty of M&A activity, but who are business leaders who can help the management team elevate their thoughts in terms of how they're approaching growth, not just over the short term, but the long term. I was very interested in Oak Tree Capital because I like what they do with their investment strategies over the longer term.
Good. But the headhunting is how they found you.
Yes.
Excellent. Good. And could you talk about a little bit more? I know Commissioner Silver asked you, but the Emerald Lake. So you don't have a traditional governance role. You don't have liability. You don't have D&O insurance.
No, I do not.
In the Brinks company, how much time does the comp committee and finance committee, how much time does that take on a quarterly basis?
That's a great question. We physically meet 5 times a year, and when we meet 5 times a year at board meetings, we have a very specific compensation and human capital committee meeting. Those committee meetings are usually 2.5 to 3 hours. The reason why they are so long is because we have 66,000 employees worldwide.
Wow.
For the Brinks company. So we deal with a lot of labor issues and employment issues on a country by country basis. Brinks has 75% of their revenue outside of the United States. We have to pay close attention to what's happening in that category. Plus, many people who are on the commission and the board are probably familiar with, in 2024, it was the highest year of CEO turnover in its history. Of tracking of CEO turnover. So what's really important as a board member is to make sure that any member of the C-suite you have a really good understanding of where they're at, making sure that not only can you attract great talent, but that you can retain it. So as a matter of fact, I shared with Erica, I'm flying back this afternoon. And because I've got 3 compensation meetings tomorrow, and it's not just understanding what's happening in the landscape of the company for which you're the board director, but also understanding what's happening in compensation for who's in your peer group and the companies for which you compete with. And it takes a bit to stay knowledgeable in that, and you have to invest the time.
I too serve on comp committees of companies, and it's extraordinarily complicated for something, it doesn't seem like it should be that hard. It is. So I appreciate that. The Finance and Business Development Committee, that's not the Audit Committee, correct?
No, it's not. And for companies that are going through a huge growth trajectory, Brinks felt it was really important that we had a separate group look at business development. So, whether that's organic growth inside the company or growth through acquisitions like mergers and acquisitions, that group in my tenure, I started at the Brinks Company in 2014. We have done 19 accretive acquisitions in the period that I've been there. And it really requires the focus of a specific group who have knowledge of how to really work through an M&A activity, particularly in an international environment.
When you said 75% of the revenue for Brinks comes outside of the US, that's so counterintuitive to me. It's just, you see Brinks trucks all throughout the United States, but it's that accretive acquisition mode that I suspect has led to that large of a percentage to be offshore.
That, as well as the amount of money that is processed and that transfers in between countries. I think that what gets lost on a lot of people is the amount of US dollars that are in circulation around the world and how those US dollars get transported, whether on, through planes or in a Brinks truck. It's significant.
And a factoid, Nevada and Las Vegas is one of the few places where cash literally moves outside of the area back to Treasury institutions.
Yes.
Usually Treasury is sending cash out, but in this day and age, I'm not sure how many people in this room actually use cash on a daily basis. It'll be interesting impact to your business, but Nevada's always been a counter to the trend. It's moving money back to Treasury because we absorb so much of it in a compliant ML way. So, could you talk about your J&J Venture responsibility on the, on your board of managers, but what are your responsibilities?
My responsibilities are to help the team set growth strategies. We take a look at a budget and business plan, not only for the coming year, but for a 2 to 3 year period. We set growth targets. We talk about where we want to grow. I also work with our other independent director, John Conley, on governance and ensuring that, the enterprise manages risk, looks at risk. And you heard it from some of the other people who had the honor to sit where I'm sitting today in terms of cybersecurity. How do we look at AI? What role should AI play in our business? And then, just taking a deep look at the financials and making sure that we're working with GAAP, general accounting rules, and ensuring that from an investment standpoint, we're really evaluating risk as we grow, not only out of state, but into new ideas and business areas.
The experience with Oaktree will be extraordinary for you. Is there, again, I understand it's not, it's private equity, but do they break the board of managers into different committees? So do you have the audit risk, or it's a board of the whole when you consider these items?
It's the board of a whole, but we do have specific discussions, when we're taking a look at evaluating the 2024 calendar year. So we take a look at the not only the balance sheet, but the income statement, and all of the elements that are associated with managing the company. And we do that as a group. We take a look at compensation and benefits and bonuses. We also, have an outside compensation consultant to ensure that we are looking at people who are in the gaming industry, whether they're public or private, whatever information we can get to ensure that, we are not only attracting but retaining the best and brightest.
Do you know who the outside auditor is?
I think it's KPMG.
And can you talk about compliance at all?
Yes, particularly for J&J, where their roots are solidly planted in the state of Illinois. We look at ensuring from a governance standpoint, that we're attending, that not me, but members of the team are attending the Gaming Commission meetings and staying abreast of whatever the changes are. And making sure that, if there are issues or compliance issues, that those issues are brought in front of the board at all meetings that we have on a quarterly basis. So it's important to make sure that we're disclosing to the full board any issues that are out there. And if we do need to course correct, which I have not seen us need to course correct, on issues that are of a governance nature, but I'm very comfortable as a board member at J&J that there isn't anything that isn't being shared with the board.
Good. Obviously, that's important. It's, if you haven't gotten the message already, it is the topic in front of us last month, this month, and going forward and every day. So please stay on top of that. And then my only other questions, and thank you for your patience.
Okay.
And by the way, Ms. Okerberg is an expert in that area. Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. Your husband, it confused me what consulting he did. I know about the hops. It looked like there was some construction and some software, but it just listed him as a consultant.
He's a serial entrepreneur. He has a lot of things that he's had his fingers in. And the latest one is a software called Centric, which is an app that you can have on your phone. And it basically provides a digital inventory of everything in your home, from your fridge to your stove to your garage door opener, with serial numbers, the date the product was produced, the amount of warranty that's on it. And he's a big believer that if builders go to a system like that versus when you do buy a house and you get all these binders and these owner's manuals, this is a better way to be managing the largest asset in most people's lives. So that's what is the latest thing.
That's a lot of type A going on there. Good on him.
Triple A at my house.
All right, but you're magnificently qualified for the role you're in front of us seeking today, and I'm very proud to support your application. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
Sure.
I just wanted to add, as someone that I just recently went through a fire, and as somebody that has had to inventory things in a household, that sounds very attractive right now.
Yes. I think it'll gain traction because I think everybody needs it.
Well, thank you for answering all of our questions. And at this time, if there's nothing else, I'm going to ask my colleagues if one of them has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Board, Control Board.
Thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you all.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. How's the court reporter doing after this?
Good.
Good. If you could please read in then non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of Mosquite Midco LLC, Mosquite Bidco LLC, Mosquite Gaming LLC, VRCC LLC, and 5.47 RBI LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
With me on my right is Justin Moore. Oh, let's do this again. Hi, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me on my right is Justin Moore, CEO of Mosquite Gaming, and with me to my left is Greg Monti, the CFO of Mosquite Gaming. We had an affirmative presentation the last time. This is just pledges for new refinance. So we'll just open it up for questions if that's okay with you.
We appreciate that. Thank you for being here in case there are any questions. I'll start with Commissioner Silver.
Hi, thank you again for being here. Well, I watched the board meeting. I was really glad to hear that the Aristocrat kiosks were being utilized now and that you had completely remodeled Casablanca and modernized it. That was something I was not aware of, that it apparently looks like a completely different casino. So I'm looking forward to checking that out myself. I mean, I didn't have any areas of concern on this one, so it was pretty straightforward. I appreciate you being here, though. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Good morning, Mr. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I also didn't have any concerns or questions. It seemed pretty straightforward, and the questions that I had were answered by the materials. So thank you for being here.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Goodwell, gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. Another Oak Tree venture here. They've been becoming a more regularly featured company, but good on them. And again, welcome that kind of financial angle into Nevada and what we're doing. And, you know, capital is a precious thing, and the more avenues you have to obtain it, the better. And that's my transition. You've you know, come here this morning and waited. I'm going to make you talk a little bit about what you were discussing in the Gaming Control Board, the $25 million remodel and the rebranding from Mosquite Gaming to Mosquite Entertainment. You know, not a dramatic change, but obviously a big one, and it means a lot to your company. Could you just speak about it a little bit? I'm not sure which of you wishes that.
I'll take that. Thank you very much, and good morning, commissioners. Justin Moore, CEO, Mosquite Gaming. Really excited to be here. Thank you for the question. So far, we have done a tremendous amount of remodeling, reinvestment into both assets, not just Casablanca, but Virgin River received some love as well, much needed love. And also our golf courses. We've been working on the golf courses, improving them. This year, we're doing a lot of work to improve the Casablanca golf course, which is a big part of our business, actually. The golf is what drives our hotel business, which then drives some of the gaming revenue. So that is a important aspect of what we do up there. So if you look at the properties and the reinvestment and areas of reinvestment that we've placed, it's really some of the areas that have that quick ROI. So as soon as we walked in the door, we reinvested into our slot floors by spending $6 million just in slot machines, improving the floors, getting them fresh, and then it all started from there. We moved into steakhouses that make money, the gaming floor, even a brand new state-of-the-art sports book, which will now be branded STN. Thank you for that approval earlier this morning. So, you know, just a lot going on up in Mesquite, and we are really proud of what it means for not only the company, but the city itself, the impact that we're making. We're seeing investments in other businesses in the city of Mesquite as a result of the catalyst that we've become. So we understand the true impact of the buildings and the employees that work there.
Excellent. And I know we're here today to discuss pledging the membership to Key Bank for the refinancing of the existing loans. Could you talk about those? I think there's a $155 billion term loan and a $35 million revolving facility. Please.
You have it right. It's a syndicate loan with several banks. It's managed by Key Bank. The $155 million term loan is the big part, and then there's the $35 million revolver. It's roughly the same group of banks that handle both. And what it does is, obviously, the lower interest rate is the big thing. We now have $8 million a year more free cash flow to put back into the properties.
What was the original leverage taken?
The original loan was 165 term with, I believe, 20 million revolver. The new one has a greater revolver component, but we paid down 10 million of the term loan. The new one just gives us a lot more flexibility. It has, you know, if we need to get more later, it has the ability for us to lower the interest rate as we improve our margins. So it's just a better deal.
Is Key Bank a new relationship or an existing relationship that you've renegotiated, or it's a new relationship?
It's a new relationship. The old one was with Acquiom. And a lot of that was before I was with the company, but the old loan was was a single entity at a higher interest rate, but it also didn't go down in the future. Whereas the new one is with a syndicate of banks, mainly Key Bank. And it's at a lower interest rate and has more favorable provisions for us.
I thought this was with Key Bank totally. It's a syndicate?
Yes, sir.
Who else is in?
I'll refer to my notes here. The Nevada Bank is one.
Nevada.
So sorry. Sorry.
That's going to be a big ding.
You could tell I came from the East. So Key Bank, Fifth Third, Zions, and First Citizens Bank.
You don't live in this state. Where do you live?
I live in Mesquite. So I do live here now. I moved here from Pennsylvania.
My father moved from the East Coast to Henderson. It was wonderful to have him for some time here, but he could never pronounce the name of the state correctly. He just called it the Great Silver State. It was easier. It's hardwired in.
Commissioner, I'll take responsibility for not properly training Mr.
I used to find people, when they would do that. And I know you've got Oak Tree, which is again is a stunningly successful and strong entity, but there's a lot of leverage. Could you talk about your leverage ratios? I know we have some confidential information here,
right,
but what you're happy to share about leverage and your ratios, please.
It's primarily the net debt to equity ratio, or I'm sorry, to EBITDA ratio, which if we get it below 3.25 to 1, i.e. debt 3.25 times EBITDA, the interest rate goes down a quarter point. If we get it down below 2.75 to 1, it goes down another quarter point. So as we improve our pay down the debt, improve EBITDA, our ratio goes down, our interest goes down, we have more free cash flow. It's a virtuous cycle. So it looks like we will have achieved the first break point now.
Good.
So as long as EBITDA keeps going, we keep doing the right ROI projects. It gives us the chance to control our destiny to some extent.
I mean, it's always nice to have a profoundly strong backstop in all of this, but the leverage is high, but you're doing the things that you need to do to. And apparently you've already reached that first threshold. So good on you. Now, this makes total sense, for the refinancing. It's important. Not always the sexiest thing in the world, but probably one of the most important things. So I'm thrilled and happy and understanding for what you're doing today and happy to support it.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions or comments. I appreciate you being here today and answering those questions. And at this time, I would ask one of my colleagues if they have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 9 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to take a short comfort break. And I would ask, my colleagues, if we could reconvene in 5 to 7 minutes. Real time, Commissioner Krolicki, not Krolicki time.
The hallway is just a happy place.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Nicole, can you hear me?
I can.
That's good.
Thank you. We're back on the record after our break. And at this time, I would ask that Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Mosquite Topco LLC to grant an option to ACP Mosquite Investor LLC to acquire non-voting economic securities in Mosquite Topco LLC. It is also the applications of ACP Mosquite Investor LLC to exercise an option to acquire non-voting economic shares in Mosquite Topco LLC and for waivers of Nevada Revised Statutes 463.585 and 463.595 and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 15B.060 and 15B.090 pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15B.070. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Morning.
Good morning, Dennis Gutwall with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Russell Gimelstob of Ascendant Ascendant Capital Partners. This is a loan that Ascendant, through its investment vehicle, made in the Mosquite property. It has no vote. When it converts to equity, it'll have no voting interest. We had a loan. It, upon Gaming Control Board approval, converts to an option, and they're exercising it immediately and having no voting economic interest in Mosquite Topco, the private investment company that ultimately owns the Virgin River and the Casablanca. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Can you tell me, is it draft number 1 that you looked at dated March 5th, 25?
That's acceptable.
That's acceptable. Great. Okay. Any questions or comments from my colleagues?
None for me, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just if I might, Mr. Goodwell, Mr. Gimelstob, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. Thoroughly enjoyed your conversation with the Gaming Control Board a couple of weeks ago. And the word of the day is oak tree. But would you talk about some of the oak tree investment parameters? And you had talked about, you know, the international transiency here, multifamily opportunities, sport teams. But could you talk about, you know, what it is that brought that investment capital, the private equity that I've already given shout outs to today, but why here and now and you know, in this area?
Sure. You know, we have, I mean, me personally, as well as the organization, have a long history with Oak Tree. It goes back a long time. I started the person who runs the Oak Tree, or one of the people who runs the Oak Tree, what they call their kind of special situations group. I was in the same analyst class at Goldman Sachs 22 years ago. We sat next to each other, and then we went to the same private equity fund and hedge fund, and then when I started Ascendant, we joined up and we bought a hotel portfolio back during COVID. And so I have a long history with their group that reports up to Matt Wilson, as well as their real estate investing arm. And they partner a lot of these things together. I think their perspective as well as ours, because we have other separate investments in Las Vegas. Where I think we discussed a couple of weeks ago, our firm without Oaktree is we're building the autonomous apartment and flexible living project down on Decatur and Russell, which we're getting our CFO soon. Prior to that, I'd bought.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Is that all private capital, or
yes,
do you use
that's
multifamily
that's all
housing tax advantaged financing as well?
Yes, there actually isn't any tax advantage, but it's all market. But our investors are pensions, hospital systems, endowments, ultra high net worth, et cetera. So we in general over the last 20 years have been investing in Las Vegas and in Nevada. Okay, just making sure. He coached me just in the last 10 minutes. Do not make that mistake. So I'm so glad I hit that. I was afraid of your fine that you talked about before. I don't think I can afford it. And so we, us and Oaktree, I think share in general. There are just so many great advantages here. Obviously, great weather. A really controlled environment from temperature. You've got actually quite easy to build. I mean, I know Justin spoke before about the improvements that we're putting into this property, everything. I mean, Justin and his whole team, and they run everything gaming. We have nothing to do with that. We are more of a residential and hospitality experts, and so that's really where we again give advice. So like maybe the one thing Justin didn't comment on is the rooms renovation, right? Which is where we're putting, it's basically a brand new room, all new floors, tub conversions, soft good, hard goods. I mean, it'll be basically a brand new room when people walk into it. And I think that the reason, in our business, right, it's about ROI, return on investment. And so, in these markets like this, where you've got great demographics, you've got great in-migration, right, coming from other states, that people want to be here. It's about when you spend money and invest, are you going to get paid back on that investment, right? And I think we feel, and given all of our experiences over the last, couple of decades, we see that when you invest in, this town, people respond to it and you get paid for it. And I think you had said previously in a few of the previous hearings that, investment into the state, into this town is really important. We feel the same way. And the best is when it's a win-win, right? We think it's great to be investing and you get paid on it, right? And so our perspective is that all the things, with the new restaurant that we've totally redone, which is getting great responses on the floor, and importantly, the guest experience in the room, and most importantly, the bathroom, which is always, the main thing that you focus on. So it's a completely new bathroom, and we believe that we'll get paid on that. So it's about where we invest capital and where we think that it really returns. And I think this is, we've consistently done that here, and it's consistently paid us back. And so this is I think in general, Oaktree, as an institution, that's what they're looking for, right? Is where they can, invest and the market responds. And so I think they've been doing this for a long time here. And, it's a great partnership for us. I think, we're advising on the hospitality. They handle all things gaming. The results so far have been fantastic, right? Since we took control of this property, everything has really performed. And most importantly, the guest responses that we see, which is where you really get a flavor for what people are saying, are responding to that, and they're seeing it so far. And we've done the model room in the hotel. Now we have to basically create basically one perfect room, right? So you can really see it, touch it, feel it. Everybody goes in, you try it out, and then you start ramping it up and actually implement it. So we're right at that stage where we're going to do that. And we're highly confident because the responses have been that the rooms are really the place, and the bathroom is where you need some upgrading. So that's what we're excited about, and it's about to happen.
Excellent. Where were you at Goldman?
I first was trading CMBS, commercial mortgage-backed securities, under Steve Mnuchin, who ran the mortgage desk. And then
we've heard of him. he had other jobs subsequent to his Goldman time.
So, and then I went to real estate private equity business, and then I left when we started Dune. Stephen hired me to come over and work on both of those businesses, his hedge fund and the real estate private equity fund. So I was partners with Stephen for 10 years before he left to do all the other things that he's done. Yeah.
You live in Los Angeles?
I do.
You know, it's and thank you for the testimonial. It's always nice to hear why Nevada is a tremendous place to do business, why we're attracting capital. I mean, jurisdictions around the planet, are desperate to have capital infusion and have these kind of projects. And we should never take for granted that we've created an environment and a state and the people, the entrepreneurs who have come here. Gaming's obviously a big anchor here, but housing's always an issue. But to have that desire of the financial community and investors who are looking for an ROI that is not only positive, but as best as they can while mitigating risk, but to have that capital in the private equity. And, the third request today is the waiver. I totally get it that you don't need to have every limited liability, partner in these transactions coming in front of us and having to give a speech. So totally get the waiver and I'm delighted to support your application today. And I just wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. I really enjoyed your presentation as well. I was going to dovetail really off of what Commissioner Krolicki said, because I had seen that Ascendant was heavily focused on hospitality. And so you have interests in Embassy Suites in San Juan. You go all the way, you have multiple hotels in Hawaii. So I thought Mesquite, and I guess you answered it with Commissioner Krolicki. I just wondered how Mesquite figured into Hawaii and Puerto Rico. But I love it and it sounds great. And Mesquite's an awesome town. Been going there for years. So I'm really happy about what you're doing here. And I didn't have any areas of concern. All the statutes and regs are satisfied. So again, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I also don't have anything to add. I think that it's ripe for a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion, but I also wanted to say I'm impressed with your avoidance of saying the state's name again. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify for the record. I believe Madam Secretary said 15B090 with regard to the application for a waiver, and it should be 190. It's 060, 190, and 070. Just clarifying.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So at this time, I'm sorry, did I have a motion or not yet?
I did make a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thanks
great
very
day.
much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 11?
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Stephen Copjo for licensure as an officer at Galaxy Gaming, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Madam Chair, I would like to disclose that Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship.
So you intend to participate?
Intend to fully participate, I'm sorry.
No, no worries. I just going to welcome you and you this morning. Good morning. It's always interesting and great to have someone before you that we have an Excel spreadsheet for their gaming related licensing summary. And I'm always going through, I know this sounds nuts, but I'm always going through there looking at the most interesting, obscure jurisdictions, just because, I have no life, but welcome. And if you want to.
Yep. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the Record Scott Shearer of Bronson Heights Farber Shrek, appearing on behalf of the applicant Stephen Copjo. Mr. Copjo provided an overview of his background to the board. He's prepared to provide you a condensed version of that overview, but I would like to say that I serve on some compliance committees, and I do the same thing when you do, especially for the manufacturers, is what are the obscure jurisdictions they've sold slot machines to this particular quarter. So
Exactly. It's fascinating.
Apparently I have the same life that you have.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'll turn it over to I'll turn it over to Mr. Copjo.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. Stephen Copjo, CFO of Galaxy Gaming. I've been in Las Vegas a little bit over 20 years now, graduate of UNLV. I hold a CPA license here in Nevada. The majority of my career has been in gaming or in a gaming adjacent role, holding various technical accounting, investor relations, corporate finance roles with names of like Shufflemaster, Wynn Resorts, PlayGS, Every Holdings, and now here with Galaxy Gaming as CFO. My wife's a deputy DA here in Clark County, and we're raising two wonderful children 8 and 9. But that's me in a nutshell, but happy to open to the floor for questions.
I know this will shock you, but 2 of us were deputy DAs in the 90s. Go ahead, you can say it. You look too young for such a thing.
No.
You can say it.
I didn't know
Everybody
I didn't know
knows.
they let deputy DAs that young. I thought you needed a college
Rule of
career at
order.
that point.
There's another person in this room who also worked with me at that time, who's now, here practicing as an attorney. So it's just, full circle kind of thing. But thank you so much for being here. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Thanks again for being here. Of course, we're very interested in your wife because, having been a DA, what division? Is she with family?
Yes, she's with Family Court right now. Yeah.
Okay, so she does juvenile work?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, so she's been in Family Court for her entire career. So she has wild stories, as you can imagine.
Yes.
Yes.
And, okay, because I wasn't as familiar with her name, because I still had gone back and so did Commissioner or Chair Tagliotti. We had gone back as senior judges. So, some of the newer ones we are familiar with, but I never went back to family court. So.
Okay, yeah. So she clerked for Judge Hoskin for some time, and then she moved to the family court within child support. So that's where she sits now.
So she's in the child support division, not family.
Well, yeah, maybe that's ignorance on my part. So she started with family court, but now sits in the child support division.
For enforcement of child support.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And she hasn't been in any other division.
Just those two, but serving as a deputy DA, just child support.
Just child support.
Yes.
Okay. And let me see. Hold on. Sorry. Let me see my notes here. You started as a patient transporter at Valley.
Yes, that was my job while getting through UNLV. Yes. So I
How
worked.
many years?
Huh?
That you worked
Yes.
at that.
Yeah, it was actually it was a great job. I worked graveyards in the emergency room, and it was either feast or famine. So you're either working all shift long, or I was able to study in the lunchroom. So a lot of excitement there, and
Dr. Davidson pretty well.
oh yeah, Dr. D. He was great. So he did all the UFC and all the boxing matches and whatnot. And,
He's one of the big ER docs down there.
oh yeah, no, he was great. He was great to work with.
Well, I mean, your resume is, impeccable. You obviously have so much experience in this field, and, I have every confidence that you're going to do really well. So I congratulate you on your first time license, and I support it fully.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for being here. I actually didn't have any questions. I thought your application was very straightforward and clean, and obviously you're a good candidate. You're a rebel, so nothing else matters.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Copjo, what a treat it is for us to see you, and just an impeccable CV as you come before us today, and certainly eminently qualified. Maybe 2 questions here. One is pretty easy. You keep your CPA license active. how do you do that? I mean, do you do continuing education classes?
Yeah, it's really just the requirement by the state to hold 40 hours every year for continuing education, which I do online.
You do it online?
Correct.
And this may be a question more for council, but can you all discuss the status and the closing of the Evolution purchase of Galaxy?
Yeah,
you're on schedule for closing this mid-year, so that's pretty soon.
Yeah, no, I think there's been no material changes that we've announced publicly, but we're still targeting mid-25. It'll probably slip into kind of just after kind of the midpoint. But at this point, it's really on the backs of the various regulators and the jurisdictions they're applying to.
It must be difficult to watch the markets and how they affect gaming stocks, in particular related stocks that can, wreak havoc on dangling transactions.
It can, I think, but I guess it really depends if you're a buyer or a seller. And at least with Galaxy standing here, I mean, being so close to the deal announcement, our stock price has moved pretty close to the announced purchase price. So we don't get a lot of volatility and a lot of heartburn on our end from a stock price perspective. Evolution a little bit different, but that's on their team. So.
Understood. And I'm not sure if you're able to speak about it, but I think the representation by Evolution was the current management team. They'll essentially, in their acquisition, will leave you about your wonderful business to do the things that you do. But do you have contract going forward, golden handcuffs, things like that?
Not at this time. So the current contract that I have will carry into the new organization. And as it's been explained to me, they'll pick us up and set us down and let us continue to operate as is with the current management team.
Great. Well, and Mr. Liparelli is fine and happy today?
I believe so. I haven't gotten any angry phone calls, so no news is good news.
All right, there you go. Again, impeccable credentials. We're all delighted to have you in this space and fully supportive of your application today.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions or comments. I think you have an exceptional resume and there's no question that you should have our support, in my opinion. So at this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 12?
Non-restricted number 12 are the applications of Victoria Martinez for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Jennifer Gaynor for the record, Jay Gaynor Law here on behalf of Ms. Martinez. She is with us up in Carson City, and I believe the link is working now. Yes. So no presentation, but she's here to answer your questions.
Is there a way to see that link or no?
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, hi. Thank you for being here. We were
Thank you
just
for having me.
We were just trying to get you on the screen. Now we see you.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, and hopefully you can see us.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. Thank you for being here. We don't require any kind of presentation. If you're more comfortable just answering questions, if we have any, I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions. And again, thank you for your patience and being here today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Silver.
Hi, thank you for being here, Ms. Martinez. So I just wondered why you were up in Carson versus, Tonopah's like what, 3.5 hours from here? Like, what made you decide to drive all the way to Carson for this?
Well, the reason is that I don't drive on the highway. It makes me nervous. And my daughter had to bring my granddaughter up here for a doctor's appointment. So I tag along and I'm here in Carson City.
Okay. I was just curious which way you went.
I know either way, it's far. Yeah.
I figured it's far either way.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I wanted to, I really enjoyed your presentation and seeing how you worked your way up, in gaming all the way up to your position that you're at. I was just curious about maybe telling us more about the ghost and paranormal tours at the Long Shot.
You know, I've never gone into the tour, but I usually go next door in the hotel to do the liquor inventory, and you feel people, you know, watching you, but I haven't seen anybody, so I'm kind of happy that I haven't seen no ghost.
I was just in LA and the service workers there were telling us all kinds of stories about different ghost related happenings. So I just thought you'd have some stories for us, but
No, you know, at the hotel, the Mizpah Hotel, we have a book of all the people that stay in the rooms and they write stories about the events that they had when they were staying there or so. But yeah, no, I haven't seen anybody, so we'll see.
all right. No, I appreciate again, your resume is great and I fully support your application. So thank you again for doing this and being here with us.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Ms. Martinez, thank you for being here in Carson City at least. It's a pleasure to see you in person. And I just wanted to comment, this is the first time I think I've ever had another fellow Chihuahuense before us. I was born in Chihuahua, Mexico.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
you don't run into too many of those. With respect to your citizenship status, you're listed as a permanent resident. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you haven't pursued getting your US citizenship?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions as far as your background. You've been in the property a long time, and I'm sure you know it frontwards and backwards. I
Yes,
too
ma'am.
am glad that you haven't seen a ghost.
Thank you.
But if you see one, I hope it's a friendly one.
I hope so too.
I don't have anything further. I'll pass it to my colleague.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Gaynor, it's a pleasure to see you. I think our families go way back, and it's always a pleasure to have you in proximity. Ms. Martinez, welcome. And I think we probably owe it to our audience a little bit to talk about what the topic of otherworldly things. I mean, the Met Spa is place and Tonopah, certainly a place that's been important in my world. And I've been to more Jim Butler Day parades and those kind of things. So it's always been a treat. And we used to often stay at the Met Spa, even though it was very noisy. You couldn't, relax at night, but the children always wanted to stay there because it was exciting. Some of the stories, and we always asked for the Key Pittman room. So one of the great nostalgia stories of Nevada is, I think it was like the 1940s, Senator Key Pittman, was the chairman of the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee, incredibly well-established, running for re-election, and Tonopah was a much more strapping metropolis then, but staying at the Met Spa. Apparently I think he had a heart attack or something, but the rumor was that they kept the good senator in ice in a bathtub in the Met Spa hotel until after the election. It's never quite clear when the good senator passed and met his demise, but that's part of the great lore of the Met Spa and Tonopah, but that's some of the origin of this story. Ms. Gaynor, you're laughing. Am I missing part of that story, or did I do it accurately?
No, actually, I've never heard it.
I think you're good. I think you did good. And I guess he won the election after,
He won the election, but we don't know if he was pre-deceased or celebrated and became deceased. But one of the great stories, we think politics are hardball today. Can you imagine, that kind of story happening? And let's just keep the good senator under wraps or in the bathtub with ice. Can this isn't Met Spa, but once upon a time, I think Jim Marsh purchased the gaming operation and moved down to the bank club. Do you know anything about that? So, I mean, it's all good, but just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I actually used to work for Mr. Marsh from 2002 to 2013. And yeah, he bought the bank club and then the Tonopah station.
Excellent. Well, again, Tonopah is near and dear and part of our family adventures.
Yeah.
You're very well qualified, and I appreciate you being in Carson City today and having hesitation to drive on these, fancy highways down here in Clark County. But I support your application fully, and I wish you the best of luck. And thank you for sharing some of your story and some of the great lore of Tonopah with us today.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Ms. Martinez, we don't have any additional questions or comments at this time. I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Game Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you again for being here and safe travels back home.
Thank you, ma'am. You folks have
Thank
a good
you.
day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Rick Goldstein for licensure as a key employee at Coast Hotels and Casinos, Inc., doing business as Suncoast Hotel and Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Boyd Gaming. Here with me today is the applicant, Mr. Goldstein. He would like to provide for you just a brief overview of his background, if that's acceptable.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. I landed here in Las Vegas in 1992 to attend UNLV, go Rebels. And my first position here in Las Vegas was actually at Palace Station Casino and Hotel in 1992. I was a restaurant host and supervisor. And from there, I went on to many other positions in other hotels on the Strip. Over the years, I worked my way up and finally in 2016 met with Boyd Gaming. And I was fortunate enough to obtain an assistant general manager position in Mulvane, Kansas at our Kansas Star Casino. After 3 years, I laterally moved back here to Las Vegas and started working for the Suncoast. And in 2023, I was promoted to the vice president and general manager of the Cannery Hotel and Casino on Craig Road. I then moved back to Suncoast and I'm acting as vice president general manager today. I report to the executive vice president, Steve Schutte. He runs our Las Vegas operations. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you so much for being here. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Or have you here with us. I'm going to just open it up to Commissioner Solis Rainey first, if she has any questions or comments.
Mr. Goldstein, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you back in Las Vegas. I didn't have any particular questions with respect to your background. You answered them either through the materials or through your presentation. I was very interested to hear your stories of working for Cirque du Soleil.
I figured
That just sounds very interesting to me. Did you learn any acrobatics while you were?
No, actually, I worked for the founder at the time. He was the founder and owner of Cirque du Soleil. And I actually worked for him in Hawaii. And so it was really rough, as you can imagine. It was demanding for sure, but I worked for a subsidiary of the company, Cirque du Soleil US Holdings, and I managed the private facility for the founder and for ultra high net worth individuals who would want to come stay at his properties. And so it was great.
What amenities were offered at the properties?
So we slept about 50 people. And it was ballet style. So it was all in different locations upon the property. We offered full transportation, full food and beverage with chefs, all activities and just relaxation. I worked both as the general manager. I worked as their concierge and I worked for, those individuals, including my boss when he would come out with his family.
Well, I appreciate you being here today in person, so we have an opportunity to see you and to ask questions. But I'm happy with the materials that we have and pleased to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Goldstein, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was fascinated by your conversation with the Gaming Control Board a couple of weeks ago. And again, the Cirque du Soleil opportunity was it had to be the best of worlds and perhaps not the best of worlds. I'll
was
say it that way.
demanding. Yeah, it had some demands that were tough. for
Where
sure.
on the Big Island was the?
We're on the Big Island. If you know where the Mauna Kea Hotel is.
Of course I do.
It was right next door on the cliff. So we were one of the largest properties right there. It was a private property, so it was really, really.
So you have, I mean, that's one of the few white beaches,
Yes.
sand beaches in on the Big Island. You had access to that beach?
Yeah, we were next to the Hapuna Hotel, which is the Mauna Kea is here, the Hapuna Hotel is here. We were next to the Hapuna side. So both beaches, it was difficult to go to work every day.
My wife, as a young woman, lived on the Big Island, and I think they call it island fever. I mean, while idyllic for a year or so, it was time to come back to civilization and the real world. And it sounded like, at least your wife wanted to come back and
She
raise
did.
kids and proper civilization.
Yeah, I had my third child with my wife, and she was ready to come home, and this was what she called home. So I had to say, okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure you have a non-disclosure agreement, but it sounds like I always say it, but like a Netflix series. I mean, you must have a lot of
Yeah,
stories.
I could write a book about it for sure. It was
you.
fun.
On subject here, you've got 17 folks who report directly to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, overall, I manage the entire operation at the Suncoast. Some are directors, some are managers of all different areas.
And you were talking, it's very interesting to me. Your biggest challenge was motivating some of your team members. Could you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. I like to
A
be
cheerleader as a boss, but
yeah, I like to be considered the coach. And, sometimes people in all businesses come to work and they get laxed and just sort of do their job day in and day out. And I like people to be motivated and excited to be at work like I am. And so I'm always trying to find new ways to do that and excite my team and have them think creatively and strategically and to do new things on a daily basis or a weekly basis rather than just come to work and kind of go through the motions. So I try to be that coach and keep them motivated and hopefully be their mentor and have a sense of pride when they come to work on a daily basis.
And you report to Mr. Schutte?
I do.
And how often do you communicate with Mr. Schutte?
Probably every day.
Good.
Yeah.
He speaks to a lot of people every day.
He does.
He has a busy day.
And he comes over a lot too.
Because he likes you. All right. You're just eminently qualified. I love the journey. I don't like that word, but I love the journey that you've had.
Thank you.
Coming in, in front of us today. Lots of interesting curves, and
Yes.
there's a Netflix story waiting to be filmed based on your escapades. But I'm thrilled to support your
Thank you.
application.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I did enjoy your affirmative presentation. I saw that Helen Kamer was your mentor and Greg Kamer. If it wasn't for Greg, I would never, he was chair of judicial selection. I probably wouldn't have the career I have from,
That's
if
awesome.
it wasn't for the Kamers. So
Awesome.
I share that with you for sure.
Thank you.
And I did want to ask, could you tell us more about your involvement in Kansas with your license for racing with the Kansas, it's the racing and gaming, I guess, license in connection with the Kansas Star.
Yeah, so working at the Kansas Star, we needed to hold a license. It was a level 1 license. And so I applied like I did here and went through an investigation, finally obtaining that license. Actually, it started prior to me arriving in Kansas, and then within about 4 to 6 months, received it. And on a monthly basis, I needed to go in front of the commission and speak about the activities of the Kansas Star Casino. And, they wanted to hear about our financials and about our daily happenings and things that were coming up in the future. And so I would drive from Wichita to Topeka on a monthly basis and report. And it was fun, seeing everybody. I made some friends, and it
So you
was
had to
pretty simple.
And how many years did you have to do that for?
I was there for 3 years. I started doing it because immediately when I arrived in Kansas, the general manager resigned. And so I was acting general manager for almost 9 months. And so when I started doing it, I just kept doing it. Even though we got another GM aboard after 9 months, he had me continue to do that.
And how would you compare that process in Kansas with the process here?
Very different. The Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission was on our property. And so all of their offices were there. They were also state police. And so they investigated me while I was at work, basically. Wow. Came in and asked me questions in my office. And so very different. Here was much lengthier, although very thorough. I mean, it was, you know, my agent has my whole life history. So it was very different.
And going to the Sun Coast, I know Judge Assad was very sad about the Italian restaurant closing, which would be likewise for my 90-year-old father, which we went to all the time. So my question is, when are you thinking, if at all, a future for an Italian restaurant there?
I've put the suggestion in the suggestion box for the judge. We really don't know yet, honestly. We're in the middle of full construction through the end of 2026. And so some of those things haven't been decided yet. But we're working on it. That's the best I can say. I really don't know if we'll have an Italian restaurant or not, but you know, for all of your sake, I hope we do.
And you'll continue to have the oyster bar, of course.
Yes, we built a brand new steakhouse, brand new race and sports book, which is beautiful. And we're right now in the midst of building our brand new bingo room and a brand new bar. And so we'll continue on through the casino this year and then upstairs into banquets and then up into the rooms. So the whole place will be refurbished.
Thank you again. I enjoyed your presentation and I fully support, obviously, your application. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I don't have any additional questions. I would say that, you know, you're very qualified, obviously, and nice in support of your application. And so at this time, I'm going to call for a motion by one of my colleagues.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being
Thank you
here.
very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 14?
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of Holly Jurgens for licensure as a key employee at Shortline Gaming LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Still the morning. Good morning.
It is still morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioner Solis Rainey, Kurlicki, and Judge Silver, and Madam Secretary. I'm Greg Gemignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright on behalf of Shortline Gaming and Holly Jurgens. She's the operations manager for Shortline Gaming. Dwayne Shields is also here. And as you know from your materials, Ms. Jurgens is a lifelong Nevada resident. She's worked at Shortline for over 10 years. She's worked her way up through the company. And with that, I'll ask her to introduce herself as well.
Hello, how you guys doing this morning?
We are hanging in there. We really appreciate you being here today. We have a very big agenda and we know people have been waiting, including yourself. So thank you, because we always want the opportunity to meet the applicants in person.
Absolutely.
So we appreciate you being here. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Holly Jurgens, and yes, I am born and bred in Las Vegas, Nevada. I have been with Dwayne Shields for about 13 years now, working my way up from assistant manager into my new position, which I got about a year and 4 months ago. I've been with my husband for 22 years now, and he's not just a stalker. He's a product placement specialist with Total Wine. And that's pretty much it. Don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I'm going to start with Commissioner Kurlicki this time.
I'm having the same issue. You press and it doesn't always turn green. Ms. Jurgens, thank you for appearing in front of us today. I was just writing down a product placement specialist. You know, Southern Wine and Glazers have to do the whole thing now. As like 25,000 SKUs of product. So
Correct.
how many SKUs does your husband mind himself about?
Every single last one of them. Total Wine has probably about 85 to 90% of their product is with Southern Wine. So he does everything from the non-alcoholics to the spirits, wine, liquor, the whole entire gambit.
You know, and again, not to digress, I've never seen the operation down here, but I have up in northern Nevada. Oh my God, it's complicated.
Yes.
It just to move those things. Good. You know, I really don't have any questions for you. You're a pleasure. I enjoyed your conversation with the Gaming Control Board. You're perfectly qualified, and I wish you the best of luck, and I'll support your application today.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Ms. Jurgens, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. What was your position when you started with the company, since you were underage at that time still, right? I mean, you were under
With
21.
Shortline?
Yeah.
I wasn't underage at the time, but I started off as an assistant manager at the convenience store.
Okay, you're so young. I thought you were.
I just turned 38 on the 14th.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, that would still make you. Time goes quick. I thought you were under 21. That's what I was curious as to what your position was. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. I don't have any questions. Your application was pretty straightforward and you have a lot of experience with the company. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Yes, I enjoyed your presentation. I love you have 6 fur babies and you're a Western warrior, and your parents were even Western warriors. Is
My
that
mom
right?
was, yes.
Okay.
My dad went to Clark.
Oh, okay. See, I was a Charger.
Oh.
So all the cute guys, it seems like, went to Western now. So let me ask you, I saw that you oversee this service route techs and the drop teams. But I was wondering, with 52 restricted locations, how do you manage your time between the locations in general?
Usually I'll start off with whatever locations need my assistance in immediate, and I will go down there, talk with the location, make sure that everything's going correctly, and then hit the surrounding areas. So that way I can make sure everybody gets time equally on the day. And then the next day is the same thing. I'll go through and say, okay, this one needs more assistance than this one. Go out there and take a look and make sure that everybody's doing well.
And so you're able to hit all of those locations in a
Throughout the week, I'm able to hit the most of them. If not, then the next time I go and I just pick up where I left off.
Well, I think it's amazing how you've worked your way up and promoted all the way through Shortline, and your resume is beautiful. So I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you very much.
So I know you've been at Shortline for a decade, right? Is that what we?
13 years.
13 years. Have you, is this the first position you've had where you have full authority to hire, fire, discipline, and drop team members? And
no, I was a store manager for about 11 years, so I had that ability there too.
Kind of the hardest part of the whole thing.
Hardest part.
I was just curious. I absolutely support your application, and I don't have any additional comments or questions. So at this time, I'm going to call upon one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted mine 14 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 15.
Non-restricted number 15 are the applications of Evoke PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering and for an exemption of a requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16.115 pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16.450. It is also the applications of 888 US Limited and 888 US Services, Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the Nevada Gaming Commission. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Evoke PLC, formerly known to the Commission as 888 Holdings. Joining me today is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Shaun Wilkins, if we can just confirm that he's logged in.
Good morning.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you. Chair Tagliati, before I begin, I'd like to thank you for the accommodation of allowing Mr. Wilkins to appear today via video. As your records reflect, he currently lives and works in London at the Evoke headquarters. Chairman and members of the commission, this is not your standard shelf approval. As noted by Madam Secretary, we are seeking an exemption today based on the fact that the company is currently listed on a non-American stock exchange and does not meet the second prong of Rec 16.115 relative to the shareholder equity. We did provide information demonstrating what I would say the company's financial solvency, its stability, and obviously its suitability. In addition to that, as the board record reflects, we also talked about the fact that the London Stock Exchange is a notable stock exchange in the world. It is suitable in the sense that while it's not completely comparable to the American Stock Exchange, it is the same with respect to the listing criteria, the reporting and disclosure requirements, all of which have consistently been met by Evoke since they were initially registered here in 2013. I would also note for the record that this is their fourth renewal. So the original approval was in 2013 at the time that they were registered, and then there's been 4 subsequent approvals. I think that is important because on each of those occasions, the board agents did again do a review of the competency of the London Stock Exchange relative to its regulatory oversight. It also looked at Evoke's reporting and disclosure requirements and saw that they had met those. And most importantly, on each of those occasions, they determined that the company was financially solvent and suitable again for shelf approval. What I would like to note is the fact that consistent with the regulatory specifics, there's also the intent and spirit behind the reg. And that's the reason why we have requested an exemption today. The negative shareholder equity, as Mr. Wilkins will explain, is again, one in which is specific to 2024. There is a long-term plan in place, and as a result of their financial stability, they do meet the requirements, I would say, specific to the regulation and thereby warrant the exemption request. With your permission, Chair, if it's okay, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Wilkins at this time to give you a brief background about their financials and then answer any questions that you may have.
Before we do that, can you confirm that draft number 1 dated 3/6/25 is the operative?
I have
Is
actually-
it draft 2?
No, ma'am, I have actually draft number 3 in front of me.
Okay, well, hold on one second. One moment, I have it. It's just, we have, there should be a cap on the number of binders that one can be required to carry around. One moment. So it's draft 3 dated, can you fill in the blank for me, counsel?
April 8th, 2025.
Thank you. And you have no issues with that?
Yes, ma'am, I've reviewed it as my client has as well, and no objections or questions.
Okay, so April 8th, 2025, draft number 3. So thank you for being with us today, Mr. Wilkins. I don't know how long you've been listening to the meeting. How long have you been listening to the meeting?
I heard the lady's application from sort of halfway onwards. So
Well, there was
probably 10, 15 minutes.
There was a reference to a licensee whose wife works in the DA's office in Clark County. And 2 of your commissioners back in the 90s worked as in that office. And I just wondered, if you knew your own counsel goes back that far at the same office. Just a little known fact about your attorney.
Thanks for letting me know.
Little known fact. But it's a pleasure to see you. Please let us know. I'm informed you're making, some comments, so we're glad to hear from you.
Sure. Well, thanks very much. So look, I'm Shaun Wilkins. I'm the Group CFO of Evoke PLC. I've been the Group CFO now for 18 months or so. And I've been a CFO of various different companies for nearly 20 years, actually. And when you talk about working in the 90s, I was working in the 90s for PwC. So I go back some time as well. The point that I wanted to talk you through was this question, I think, that was posed was, the group has negative equity. So how does that reflect on solvency and liquidity? So I just want to pick up on that really. I've got probably 4 or 5 minutes worth of things to say, and I'm very, very happy to take questions afterwards. I'm talking about 2024 here. So in 2024, the group made a loss of 191 million in terms of profit after tax. Now, within there was amortization and depreciation of 230 million. Now, you're probably thinking that's an enormous amount of amortization and depreciation. It's because 888 bought William Hill in 2022, and as a result of that transaction, put a lot of assets on the balance sheet, and those assets depreciate over time. And so that 230 million is a complete non-cash transaction. So it doesn't go to liquidity, doesn't go to solvency. The other thing that's in there is 79 million pounds worth of exceptional costs. Those exceptional costs come from, firstly, from our exit from our agreement with in the US with Sports Illustrated, and then secondly, when I took over this business, it required a transformation or a full reset. And transformations and resets come with significant exceptional costs. Sadly, a lot of it being redundancy of staff. So they are very much of a one-off nature. They don't recur. And so, probably a better indicator when you're thinking about, or when we're thinking about profitability, is EBITDA. And we think of EBITDA as really cash profitability. So in 2024, we made 312 million pounds worth of EBITDA. So it was a good year from that perspective. So that's the cash profit of the business. Just going on to cash itself, we had a cash outflow in the year, a small cash outflow. That cash outflow was caused, by potentially the one-off costs that I described, by interest cost on our debt and so on. But it was a small cash outflow, and my strong expectation is that we'll be cash positive in 2025. So in terms of cash flow, I'm talking about now. Just going on to liquidity, we started the year, or we ended last year, with very significant liquidity. So I've got no liquidity concerns whatsoever. Just to give you a flavour of that, we had 200 to 250 million pounds worth of cash or undrawn RCF. So that is a significant reserve that we've got, and that's why I don't have any problems with liquidity. And then just to sort of pick up on my last point, which is around going concern, I'm extremely comfortable that we are a going concern. I'm extremely comfortable that we've got good runway. I mean, our going concern test that we go through with the auditors is a 15-month outlook, and it's very strongly stress tested. And I've demonstrated to the auditor that we've got enough cash in the bank and undrawn RCF to be able to see us through that period. And so going concern is absolutely a test which we pass, and I fully expect to pass that going forward. So that was really all the representation I wanted to make. I'm delighted to take any questions.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask Commissioner Króliki.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Rushton. It's a pleasure to see you. And Mr. Wilkins, you and I have something in common. You and I both did not work in the Clark County District Attorney's Office once upon a time. So there we go. I'm an independent member of this commission. There you go. There are two of us. I am being playful, and I apologize. I know it's getting into your late evening. Just to clarify, so this is a fourth renewal, which means there have been 5 shelf registration requests, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Right. I've talked about this earlier today about regulations and things needing to be revisited. Certainly the conversation you had with the Gaming Control Board a couple of weeks ago was important. If these regs were written 40 years ago, the world has changed substantially. So I would urge my colleagues on the Gaming Control Board, if we're revisiting regs and Reg 16 and 115, I believe specifically, the world has changed to a point where we should do this so we don't have to have this conversation. Certainly the London Stock Exchange is hefty and impressive in its own way, and we are very, looking for the word, we shouldn't be so self-important that we don't allow other exchanges to essentially grandfather in if they've established certain standards and have been doing it longer than we have. So I would urge a revisitation of the compliance and when an automatic waiver is provided. I do want to talk a little bit about your going concern item. So who is your outside auditor, and do they now have a going concern flag on your audited financial statement?
Yeah, so the external auditor is EY. They've been our auditor for some time, and they have literally just completed going concern. The good news about going concern is that it runs not from the balance sheet date, but from the date at which it's signed, which was the date that the accounts came out, which is literally only a couple of weeks ago. And it looks at a 15-month period. So, they've signed off that for 15 months we are a going concern.
And I have a company who's still waiting for our 10K to be finalized. What's the equivalent of a 10K in the UK, so to speak?
But by 10K, sorry,
it would be your annual report. So you've got the quarterlies and you've got your annual. We call it the 10K here, but it's essentially the annual. So what do you call that?
That's what we call it. It's the annual report account, and it was accounts, and it was published, literally last 10 days for 2024.
And you've spoken to EY in terms of remediation efforts to get that flagged going concern item off. Do you expect that to happen soon?
Well, when you say flagged going concern, sorry, what do you mean?
Well, it's never a pleasure as a company and as a board to have a going concern flag or item, just a mention.
No, so sorry, let me just be clear. Right, in the annual report and accounts, and this is a requirement from the London Stock Exchange, your auditors need to sign you off as a going concern. Because if they don't sign you off as a going concern, you need to prepare your accounts in a different way, right, under a different set of assumptions. And so every single time we prepare a set of accounts, we also have to prepare a going concern statement, which is signed off by the auditor. And so, my point was simply that the going concern has been signed off by the auditor. There aren't any flags or concerns or caveats or anything. It's just straightforward standard sign off of the going concern, and that going concern statement's in the annual report and accounts.
And that's a wonderful clarification, because when you said that, it got my attention, because I'm not an attorney, but in the US we can have an auditor state that there is a going concern issue, which is very damaging to the company, investors, and all of those kind of things. But it's not a separate piece. It's just something that can be noted. And many companies have to wrestle through that to make sure the auditors sign off despite their flag of a going concern. So maybe that's
no flags, nothing, no caveats, no concerns.
Yeah. And I appreciate your conversation about the negative equity. I don't think those words have been used very often in this forum. And just to confirm, there are no plans to use this shelf. I understand it's just a useful tool to have available, but there are no current plans, especially with $250 million in cash sitting on your balance sheet. But just to confirm, you don't have an immediate intent to use this facility, correct?
Correct.
Good, Madam Chair, I'm concluded. I fully support this, again, with a comment that I hope this is something that when we get into these regs in 16 and 115, that this is something that can be revisited. Thank you.
Thank you. You're the opposite, like, there you go.
There we go. We look forward to meeting you, I think, for your own application to CFO for suitability in a couple months. We look forward to seeing you. Cheers.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to being there.
All right, Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you both for being here. I don't have any additional questions. It seems straightforward. I agree with the comments made with regards to the London Stock Exchange being sufficiently comparable to, have us revisit our regulations. But beyond that, I'm comfortable with the application. Thank you.
I'm with Commissioner Solis Rainey. I would restate the exact same thing and ask Commissioner Silver if she has anything.
Thank you. No, I have nothing further. I agree with everyone that this is a good example of why the 40-year-old regulation should probably be looked at and amended as well. And I thank you for being here today. Thank you.
So at this time, do any of my colleagues have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to move for approval of non-restricted item number 15 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much, sir, for being here today. And
Thank you.
Macklin, thank you.
Thanks very much indeed.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 16.
Non-restricted number 16 is the application of Matthew Galante for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for denial.
All right, at this time, at the applicant's request, this item is being continued to our June 2025 meeting and his request to retain counsel. So, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 17.
Non-restricted number 17 are the applications of Stephen Alvera for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Almost good afternoon.
Almost good afternoon. Good morning, Chair Tagliotti, membership of the commission. JT Moran, I'm here with Mr. Stephen Olvera, our key employee at these locations with the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen on behalf of the applicant on non-restricted item number 17. This item is for Stephen Olvera's application for licensure as a key employee at 4 non-restricted locations and 2 restricted gaming locations of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as ECL Gaming. Each location is in Southern Nevada and particularly in the Las Vegas area. Earlier this month at the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting, the members of the board recommended a 2-year limited approval of Mr. Olvera's applications with 3 conditions. Number 1, he would submit to random drug testing in a manner, time, and place for which NGCB determined appropriate at his cost and expense for a total of 24 months. Number 2, he would provide the NGCB with quarterly updates regarding his drug and alcohol addiction counseling. And finally, number 3, he would provide the NGCB quarterly updates regarding his outstanding debt services. These were 3 requirements that the Gaming Control Board and staff, the agency, felt were appropriate under the circumstances. Today, we are requesting approval of this item subject to the 2-year limitation and the conditions as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I'd like to first start off by thanking Supervisor Bradford with the agency, as well as Agent Lauren Potter, who was responsible for the in the trenches analysis of this particular investigation. Agent Tan was also available, obviously, and the Senior Deputy Chief, Nathan Allen, was always helpful as usual, along with all of their colleagues for working with us to move this matter forward expeditiously. Mr. Alvera originally submitted this application back in the year 2022. Since then, he has done his best to answer all requests from the board staff in a timely and accurate manner. Now, Madam Chair, what I was going to ask, and whatever pleases your court this morning or this afternoon now, we can address the 3 areas of concern particular to Mr. Alvera. There's a 4th area of concern in the report that you've been provided on the filing of key employee applications for the agents or for the entity, Mr. Winchell's entity as a whole. Again, you have been briefed every which way but loose, in my opinion. The Gaming Control Board's record was thorough. The agency's investigation was also thorough, and we also provided all of you last week with a what I would call a white paper that hopefully addressed some of the areas of concern, noting your schedules being very, very busy and this agenda being a very, very big agenda. So in the interest of time, I know you have other items to consider and other business matters, action agenda items that need to be resolved today. I'm happy to go through these areas of concern in detail, or we could turn to Mr. Alvera, go through his areas of concern. Perhaps he'd like to make a written statement if, again, it pleases the court, Madam Chair. And then Mr. Winchell is also here. He is our founder. He is our owner. He is back from Kentucky. He's got a very, very big week next week, but wanted to come back to show his support for Mr. Alvera, number one, and also to be here for you all based on your requirement and mandate to have him present. Plus, if you had any specific questions relative to the business affairs side or the financial side of this business, Mr. Winchell, regardless of how big this operation has become, in 4 states, Kentucky, New Hampshire, Wyoming, and then of course here in Nevada, Mr. Winchell is here to answer any questions. But for time purposes, Madam Chair, I'm happy to address the board, your commission, however way you would like me to.
Why don't we open it up for questions? Because there is a
Very well. Thank
significant
you, Madam
amount of
Chair.
materials, transcripts, records, and numerous correspondence that you have and additional information provided by you that we've all had the opportunity to review. So who would like to start?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moran. Thank you for being here. And thank you, sir, for being here. Thank you, Mr. Winchell, also for being here. Appreciate that. So there is a lot here. And I want to start by saying I really appreciate Mr. Moran's professionalism. I've received so many things from your office, and I have read them and gone through them. This particular item took me probably, 3 to 4 hours to read with all the transcripts. I mean, it was voluminous to say the least. And so I just want to say, thank you for all of that. And I want to commend you on your rehabilitation. And I know that it's probably difficult, especially in a more of a public forum, but this is what we have to do, unfortunately, is to go through things. But I want to really commend you on the last 18 months, because I'm sure it's been difficult for you and your wife and your family. So I hope that you continue on this good path. But some of the questions that I do have is, I do want to ask you about a little bit about your background on your financials. Right now, how much do you owe the IRS today?
As of today, we owe the IRS about $1,900.
Okay, and you're making $150 a month payments?
Yes, I made a payment recently of $300. So I'm paying a little more than the $150 because we want to knock it down as fast as we can. Our goal is to have it paid off by the end of this year.
And so did you also file timely this year for this April? Did you file?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you start making payments on your student loan debt?
So as of now, for my student loans, they are in forbearance because I put in for the IDR to kind of help it fit into our financials and to bring them down to make like a lump sum payment of somewhere around $300, $400 a month to where it could best help us. So I submitted everything that they needed but I guess it's in litigation. So they put it on a administrative forbearance until it is, once it comes back up, then they'll give me further detail and then we'll go into action into paying that
When
back.
did you get that request for the forbearance?
It went into, it was back in December or, well, I submitted in December, so it was back in about, it was like in February where it went into forbearance.
This February?
Yes, it was this year, yeah.
Because these are loans from a very long time ago.
Absolutely.
And so it gives me pause that, you know, your wife and you can make over 6 figures a year and have 2 horses. And yet there's back taxes that are owed to the government as well as school loans that haven't even been really looked at, obviously, until this year, as far as like your financial responsibility to pay back a debt. You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand.
So we have a lot, like when I read this, it's concerning to me that you are in charge of, or you have been in charge, I guess, since 2020. You've been a regional manager in charge of all of this. And yet at home, you're not taking care of your own business. You see what I'm saying?
No, I completely understand that. And
especially when we're giving out a license in Nevada here.
Yes.
And I mean, all the people that have come before you obviously have not had these issues.
Absolutely. I understand. And then I think that, you know, there's been, I don't want to put it all on me, you know, of the drinking and things like that. Right. But I think that's kind of been a thing that has been obviously concerning as well. And is kind of putting myself into not being responsible. Right. And I think that today, I believe in myself to be responsible. I believe in my wife to be responsible. I feel that our outlook on life today is to grow and get better and to take on these responsibilities and be financially stable. You know, as far as the student loans, I let them go for a long time. I put them in forbearance and, you know, all those things. And
but you didn't put them in forbearance until February this year. You just didn't pay them.
Well, that's
just like blew them off basically.
Yeah, well, they've been in, even before that, they were in forbearance a couple times. And then there was a period of time where it wasn't in forbearance, and then it accrued interest and things, and, you know, accrued the interest, right? And then this coming years when we decided like we need to buckle down and get things situated and be more responsible in life and be grown-ups. And
well, it strikes me when I watch the board presentation, you said that you were always responsible at work, yet here you have this alcohol problem,
right?
You know, so many years. So it gave me pause again, like how responsible could you be at work when you're a complete mess basically at home?
Right. No, and I think my work life is different than my personal life. I mean, when I go to work, I want to remain professional and be a hard worker. And it was inbred in me when I was little from my father, is to go to work and work hard, and you can do things in life, right? And I think that's something that's kind of stuck with me, and not to bring in that baggage into work. I mean, because it's nobody else's business but mine. You know, I'm there to do a job and to make sure that everything runs smooth and everyone gets along, and all those other, you know, perks of having a job. And
I don't doubt that you're a great worker, because Mr. Winchell wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be in the position if you weren't doing well at work.
Right.
What we're concerned with, I mean, we wouldn't even have background investigations if we didn't care about your moral character as well. And that's what we're kind of looking at here. But I don't doubt any of your, you know, work habits being good, because clearly they are. I'm more concerned about the background. And also, I want to ask you, the text messages that the agents got off your phone, were those ever given to CPS at all?
No.
Okay, so they didn't see those text messages?
No, ma'am.
All right. So my question is, my concern that you're providing contraband to a minor, 15 years old, clear contraband. And yet here you're in a position of trust, especially in bars and casinos, of not letting underage people violate the law. Right. Yet you're violating the law at home by giving your own family member contraband.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. And that was clear mistake on my part, and it will never happen again. I was, wanted to have that relationship with my daughter, and I thought that was the way to go, but it clearly was not. And it was clearly just, it was inappropriate. It was juvenile. It was something I should have never even done or thought about. And moving forward, that is never going to happen again. And I could say that proudly today, that I'm trying to be the best parent, role model for my kids that I can be today. And
Why do you have 2 horses? I understand one for your younger child that, she barrel races, but why 2?
So
when you're in so much debt, like you appear to be, why would you have 2 when you owe the government, you owe school loans, and you have not 1 but 2 horses?
So
help me understand that.
So we've had them for a while, right? For her, and the goal was to train one, because the one that we first had is older. So the older one eventually is going to pass away or move on, retire, and then the goal is to have the younger one that she can keep. The goal is eventually to only have 1 horse. That's the alternative goal, which we're working on to try to see what we can do with the older horse to let her retire in time, or to let her retire.
I also read the transcript regarding the agents getting some of the photographs off your phone, which were concerning.
Yes.
The large sums of cash, which you were unable to explain where it came from. For example, over $5,000. You were not able to explain, and I'd like you to explain where that cash came from in those photographs that you were showing off.
Yeah,
that cash to.
Absolutely.
Because you work around obviously large amounts of cash.
Yes. It was, money that was pulled from my bank account, money that we had saved up over time, that we kept at home. There was, I did submit to the agents where I pulled the money out of my bank account, and we did show that. So it was all part of that money. It was all personal money. It was nothing to ever come from anywhere any money that I work around. That would never be the case. That is never going to be the case. There's not enough money in the world to make me do that, to be completely honest, or to jeopardize my livelihood, my family's livelihood, or to throw everything all away.
With the financial is a great concern to me. Huge. Financial alone is a huge concern going into this. On top of it, I have what I perceive as real problems with, again, you're providing contraband to a minor, serious contraband to a minor. And all of the things that occurred after, including the criminal background as well. Why should we, considering everything that we've read here, why should we license you?
I mean, I'm a hard worker, for one, which you stated, right? There's been positive progression in my personal life, my family life. And I want to continue to grow that. And I want to be able to continue to, help the company and be there for the company. And I've learned from my mistakes. I really have. And I can't take that back. I'm not proud of those things that I've done or where I've become. The only thing I could do today is change that and continue to grow as a person, as a husband, and as a father. And to show my children that, hey, look, don't do those things that I have done. Right? Like there's no good behind it. There's, everything that I've done in the past, like I could say today that it will not happen again. Like moving forward from here on out, like I'm going to be a better person. And I would ask that, to be accepted for not the person I was, but who the person that I'm becoming today.
It's only been 18 months, though.
Correct.
And generally, past behavior is the best predictor of future in our world here.
Correct.
So it's a little, like I said, it's just concerning because I've not read any thing in any report like yours. So.
And I completely understand. And I could, the only thing I have today is my word and to say the best that I can is that it's none of those things are gonna happen again. And that I'm present today in my children's life and, you know, to make sure that to watch those things, right? To watch what goes on and to make sure that those things don't happen, you know, and to just be financially stable and responsible. That's just the goal today is to do those things. So.
Well, thank you for answering the questions. Honestly, I appreciate that. And I'll turn it over to other commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Justice Silver.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Alvera, thank you for being here. I have a quick question. It looked like you met your wife in 2008 when you were in recovery.
Yes.
That would have made you only about 17.
No, I was like 20. I was born in 87.
Okay.
So yeah, I was born. Wait, say that last part. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood.
I thought you were, I just subtracted. It shows in our files that you are now 37.
38.
Okay, 38.
Yes, as of this year. Yeah, it's come January 4th. I turned 38.
Okay, and in 2008, what year were you born?
I was born in 87.
Yeah. Yeah, in 2008 was what, 16 years ago?
2008.
2008, 24. I'm like, trying to do math in my head.
Is it?
I hope you got his birthday right.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So that was 17 years ago. No, I was just, you were very young, it looked like, when you were already, when you were in treatment.
Yes.
Did you return to drugs since then? I know you since developed an alcohol problem.
It was just the alcohol.
So after you finished treatment around 2008, you didn't return to
No, ma'am.
using drugs?
No,
Okay.
ma'am, not at all.
All right.
Just the alcohol.
I also want to commend you just on the improvements you've made. I'm actually surprised that with, the personal challenges you've had that, you don't have a criminal record, that you've been able to maintain a job. I mean, that says a lot about your work ethic. I share Commissioner Silver's concerns with respect to some of the personal decisions, just because they go to your judgment. You have managed to keep some of that separate. But again, I mean, we consider the whole person. I mean, when you applied for this application in 2022, you still weren't clean and sober at that point. So that gives me pause. I do feel that the improvements that you made and the work that you've demonstrated to your employer obviously has impressed him enough to, want to stand behind you. I like all the positive changes. I commend you on those. I think your work seems to be what's holding your family together in terms of finances and, just operationally because of your wife's illnesses. So I have concerns. I haven't fully decided. I'd like to hear what others have to say, what you have to say. Because I do think that we have to consider the entire picture. But to me, the fact that you were so young and that you've shown significant improvement says a lot. I appreciated your answers with respect to your finances because I had some of the same questions, like if you have so much debt, why are you spending so much on a horse? But I realize, that's a passion for some people and maybe that's your daughter's passion that you're, trying to support. But I didn't have any other specific, hold on just a second. With respect to the random drug testing, does that always include alcohol? Is it drug? And this is a question for more enforcement, I guess, or the board. When there's a condition for random drug testing, does that include alcohol testing?
The panel only includes a drug toxicology report, so it doesn't cover alcohol.
Yeah, I just thought, since obviously his more recent challenges would are with alcohol, I would suggest that, you know, if this does go forward, that we include that to be like a random drug and alcohol testing
Yes.
instead of just drugs.
Absolutely. And Commissioner
Um,
Solis Rainey, the other thing I was going to say on that too is it just falls part and parcel into that whole disease of addiction and him being a part of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. And so it's just, you know, trying to get the tools to be able to deal with that disease, which is something that's just not curable. It's something that he's going to live with for the rest of his
Right.
life.
No, and I think it says a lot. I mean, that you didn't return to drugs, you know,
Yeah.
after such a long time. And I mean,
And
opioids are a hard addiction. Although, you know, it was somewhat substituted with alcohol, at least, I'm glad that you didn't return to the harder drugs. With respect to the student loans, I have a note that your wife is paying
Yes,
on her loans.
she was approved.
Yours are the ones that are still in forbearance. And
Correct.
she's under the income-based, she was
Prepayment
approved
plan.
for the prepayment under the
Yes,
income-based.
correct.
And that's what you're hoping to get on yours, so you can have some kind of a lump payment towards all
Yes,
of it.
that's
Okay.
correct.
And you didn't finish your degree, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. How far along did you get?
I had probably, I want to say about 2 years left, year and a half, 2 years left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
University of Phoenix is expensive. I didn't realize it was
Yeah.
that much. You should have gone to UNLV.
And it was expensive. It really was. And yeah, think about it every day, to be honest.
I'll go ahead and pass for my colleagues at this point, but those were, you know, my questions and concerns.
Mr. Alvera, before I address with you, I'll go to Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, always a pleasure to see you, sir. In your letter and in your testimony to the Gaming Control Board, you know, just to get the late issue out of the way, you said there were two candidates for employment to serve as that compliance individual. And you said it was imminent. Has that hire been made? And can you give us satisfaction that those issues are in the past, please?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair to Commissioner, the Lieutenant Governor, of course. Those items have been taken care of. We actually had our Gaming Compliance Committee meeting a week or two ago. Those were some of the items that were discussed at the Compliance Committee. I have seen resumes and CVs from a number of different compliance officers that we've looked at over the course of all of the United States. We thought we had one hire that we liked, and then we saw two others that we really, really liked. And without putting out those names, but these are known quantities in the gaming compliance realm, and we feel are going to do our company a very, very good service in making certain that these key employee items and other compliance related items, whether cybersecurity or AML, are resolved in a timely manner and not as a subsequent remedial measure, more of we're forecasting these issues and making sure that they don't happen before they happen.
Well, I know I don't have to say it, but you know, the sooner an individual is on board to address these things, so the systemic failure of timely filing is eliminated. And Mr. Winchell, if you are here, I do wish some of your comments, if you could come forward while I speak to Mr. Alvera. You know, it is my pleasure to meet you today, and I believe the things you've represented are authentic. I believe you're a different individual, you know, today, and I don't think I see your wife here.
No, she had to work.
She had to work, which is a good answer. But you know, it was just powerful testimony. I mean, she almost lost her life to these issues. But she, I think, you know, probably one of the most poignant comments I heard was that that's not who we are; it's who we were. Again, you know, this is an emotional roller coaster that you've brought to the commission with Mr. Winchell's blessing. The freshness of your issues is an absolute concern. I mean, there's a part of me that was wondering why we're even here listening to this application when things were not only recent, but as Commissioner Solis Rainey said, you know, while you had a application on file, some of these issues, you know, still continued. You know, there's just red flags all over the place. I believe that you are doing, profound things and have to turn your life around in your wife. And, oh my goodness, I just can't imagine how difficult it's been. I'm stunned that you've been able to separate your professional duties and strive and achieve and accomplish, things to the point where Mr. Winchell wants to promote and enhance your responsibilities. At the same time, these issues were going on at home. Just truly unusual that you can have that separation of work and personal life. And you said that you were never unable to perform your job. Perhaps sometimes you weren't feeling on top of your game when you showed up to work. But again, you managed to do it. Probably the most, so I asked the question, why are we even here? There are two things. One is Mr. Winchell, and the other is Judge Assad. You just had a brilliant exchange with the family talking about it. And I didn't do drug court sitting on the bench. And so I really wish to defer to the judgment and the professional experiences that you brought to your conversation with Mr. Alvera to try to give him a shot. You understand these things far better than I. This is not my area of expertise, but it was your conversation and faith that Mr. Alvera could successfully move forward and put these things behind him. And the other, and Mr. Mitchell, thank you for coming up. This is a huge leap of faith, at least from my objective observer status. But your reputation, your properties, your business is going to be highly affected by these responsibilities. And I assume you've been fully aware of these personal issues for a long period of time, or even while they were occurring. I would like to hear that answer. And number two, and I say this with fondness and respect for the road that you've taken here to be in front of us today. Just again, of all the people that you can choose to have these responsibilities, you have lots of folks in your workplace. You chose Mr. Alvera. Could you just comment on those, please?
Yeah, let me speak to that. Stephen here is an example of promoting from within. And we try to promote within our organization and let people move up and make better choices in their lives and improve their lives. Now, obviously, in this case, we got in his background way more than we bargained for and challenging. And so, in doing this, and I can only speak to his work history, and his work history has been fantastic. When I speak to his management group that works with him, they all say we love him. He's always willing to help out. If someone's on vacation, he'll go by their location. He'll jump in. If someone doesn't show up, he'll jump in. And so I can only speak to his work history. So as I go back and as we learn more about his personal life, which we didn't know until, this investigation and the background and everything came about, and I spoke to all the people he works with, and I said, look, should we continue or should we pivot? And not one person ever said we should pivot. And then including with the investigators of his background, I asked them, should we pivot? And they all wanted to continue. JT Moran here wanted to continue. And so it'd be very easy for me to pivot and not sit here today and talk to you guys, but that would have been the easy way out. I'm choosing the right way and try to promote him and stick with it. And says everybody that's behind him has said the same thing. That's why I'm here today.
Yeah. Mr. Rich, I really appreciate that. That is so important to hear. And Mr. Alvera, this was said at the Gaming Control Board meeting. I know this is just a profoundly uncomfortable situation to be in, but the privileged license, you have to do these things, and we get to find out a whole lot of things about you, but not only as commission, but the world does, because we're in a public meeting. And as was said previously, this isn't to embarrass you, it's not to hurt you, but our job is to protect the integrity of the gaming product and the people we serve here in Nevada and going forward, not about personal rehabilitation or giving you something that is so precious that it probably assists in your, rehabilitation, if I'll use that word, because you have something so important. But as Commissioner Solis Rainey said, I would like to hear my colleagues, but this is hard. Not because I don't think you're the man you're proposing, you are today and representing, but the recency of these activities. If this was a gaming registration matter, even though it didn't happen at work, it would give me some pause. So I just need to process this, but the Gaming Control Board's conversation, and particularly Judge Assad's conversation with you and your wife, Mr. Witchell's representation and support of you, those are getting me to the positive side here. But this isn't easy for me today. And I don't mean that disrespectfully or to bring harm, but my job, my fiduciary responsibility before giving a license for gaming to any individual, these are all ingredients that go into a decision for me. So I'm happy to listen to my colleagues as this conversation continues.
So I think Commissioner Silver is being very polite when she says contraband, right? Because 2 years ago, what's really happening is you're getting drugs for your daughter. Now, they may be legal drugs for adults, but not for a 15-year-old, right? And not once. I mean, this is just your checks, who knows, right? And so that's a real struggle for me. I'm not going to get into debate of whether it's a gateway drug or any of those other things. And you're not here on trial for Parent of the Year. However, because respectfully, sir, if that were the case, you're not going to win, right?
No, understood.
Not winning.
No, understood.
Bad award. That's where it kind of crossed the line for me, right? I just don't know what, you have an alcohol problem, but aren't using drugs, but getting marijuana for your child. Like, that's past the threshold as far as I'm concerned. It'd be different if it were a long time ago. I know your wife was saying that was then and this is us now, but it wasn't that long ago, right? And it was March of 23, June of 23. Smoking's getting her in trouble at school in March of 23. I mean, it's just, there's a spectrum for all of us as far as what we envision our compass for this licensing process. And so I appreciate the changes. You never want to discourage that. You never want to go without acknowledging it. It's hard. It's a lifetime, but that's you, right? And then there's what you're doing is just something I can't wrap my mind around, just as recent as 2 years ago. And so it's very hard, quite frankly, less for him because he made his personal choices. He made his bed, he's got a lie in it, right? But for you, it's different because we all give a lot of credence, I imagine, just to everything that you say. The fact that you're telling us about, always being willing to help out and should we pivot, keeping an open mind to what your staff is saying, like that's harder to ignore for us because you obviously rely on him and you have the faith. So hopefully, depending on how this goes, if it doesn't go his way, which, I don't know, but if it doesn't, it's not because you aren't, because we don't care what you think, or we don't appreciate the changes, because absolutely do, right? Absolutely do. I think at some point, I'm always taking my judgely years and saying, I got to treat similarly situated people the same, right? Everybody's going to be a little bit different, but like when we compare and contrast this person to that person, this person to that person, where do you lie on the spectrum? And you are way down here for me. So that's kind of where I'm headed.
Understood. I mean, I made mistakes and like you said, I gotta deal with those mistakes that I made.
I would just, I would just add that, having been a judge for 20 years, if this was about giving you probation, I'd give you probation, okay? If this was drug court, I'd give you probation because you've shown that in 18 months that you're on the straight and narrow. But we're talking about giving you a privileged license. The same thing, you've seen person after person come up here with absolutely stellar, incredible records with no crime, no financial issues. And we give out these licenses and it's a pleasure, we say, to give it out. And if we're the gold standard, Nevada, and we are the gold standard to give out licenses, then how, as Chair Tagliani just said, how do we really sit if we're the gold standard to give somebody with not one or two problems, but beyond a myriad of problems that didn't get their stuff together, even though they had 2 children and you're saying you're getting your child a horse and watching a barrel race, all that didn't mean anything. When you were drinking every day, when 7 calls for service from Metro, when CPS has to get involved, only when your kids were getting taken away do we see that you changed what you were doing. Only till the state comes in to take your children do you turn and pivot. And so it's really hard when you're talking about a privileged license, the gold standard, for us to say, okay, and by the way, you relapsed. You met your wife in rehab. You met her in rehab, and then you went years, because I see a battery domestic violence conviction where she's got a bloody mouth in 2014 when the cops show up. So, you relapsed then, and that was 5 years out of rehab. And that's what I'm saying. I appreciate that you have been in rehab and you're in recovery now for 18 months, but I'd have to see years and years before, to me, you would be worthy of the gold standard privilege license that we give out to all of these other applicants. And despite the best efforts of Mr. Moran, who, by the way, in the beginning of the board meeting, he said, I'll accept if you want to send this back to staff, because he knows coming in, he's been in our courtrooms, he gets it. Because it's pretty tough to come in for a privilege license with everything we see here.
Madam Chair. Well, if I may, of course. So just a couple of things, and sitting here and listening, because again, I don't see you all as colleagues. I kind of have seen you all as mentors in my career over the course of upwards of 30 years. So I'm glad that you all are there to kind of pick apart some of the bad stuff. And that's very important, because that's your job, is to hit some of these very salient, important points. And they are all not good to me. And they were hard for me. They were just as not palatable to me as they are to you all. And I have represented clients in front of you. I've represented clients in front of you, the lieutenant governor. I mean, I kind of have a pretty good feel for what I think you all are going to do. But let me share with you some of the positives that I think are important to consider. And then I think at that point, we can kind of take a look at what is the clear path for everyone, because as a denied applicant, which I would never want to see him be, he'd lose any ability to work in the gaming industry. And I don't think that's something we want to do now. I think this is just a matter of timeframes and whether or not this is ripe for consideration versus not ripe for consideration. The Gaming Control Board felt that there were parameters in place to perhaps move him forward with an 18-month period of having done something and kind of having that kind of a track record, a good track record. Maybe that's a different number for you all. And that's the system today as we have it in Nevada, which is the gold standard. And I like the standard. It's fun to practice in this ecosystem, of course. So let's talk about a couple of the good things. Well, when we discuss, whether someone's qualified for his job, we're looking at not just personal suitability, we're looking at financial suitability, and we're also looking at business probity. But one thing I think that you all can consider that I think is relevant is the fact that we have redundancy. We have a lot of eyes in our organization that are watching things that are being done during working hours that will assist him and other people that we have in our organization, and people in other similarly situated organizations have, to make sure that he doesn't make bad decisions, kind of consistent, compatible with how he did 18 months prior to us sitting here and discussing this stuff, which is not a lot of fun to discuss, certainly not for him. But it's not fun for me, and it's definitely not fun for Mr. Winchell because this guy's got a lot of other things to do on his plate, like hopefully win the Kentucky Derby in 2 weeks. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen, knock on wood. But the bottom line here is he's a good guy. I mean, he's got a lot of issues that I think that he's experienced, a lot of trial and error. It's like, I always go back to what my dad used to say. It's like the toothpaste tube theory. It's like my dad always said, JT, sometimes, you squeeze that toothpaste out. It's easy to squeeze it out, but have you ever taken toothpaste and try to put it back into that tube? It's hard to do that. It's hard for Stephen to do that today. The only thing he can say is that on a go forward basis, he's going to do things differently. He's going to do things consistent, compatible with how he's acted in the last 18 months, as opposed to how he did prior to 18 months ago. Another thing that I like about Stephen is the fact that I think the agency would say the same thing, not just the board, but the agents of your board would say the same thing. He never lied in the investigation. We see a lot of that very regularly, and that's a no-no for us. Like if you lie to the investigative staff or your story doesn't match up, or, the dog ate the homework or whatever it ends up being, it's everybody else's fault, but it's not mine. Like my mom used to say, JT, you're always pointing the finger at everybody else. You need to start pointing the finger at yourself. And I kind of see Stephen doing that. I kind of see him pointing the finger at himself, taking responsibility for these things. I've worked with him for the last year. Yeah, I get paid to do this job, but I like him and I know he's doing a good job here. And he's protecting the integrity of the gaming business and the gaming tax and how our state operates from a financial standpoint. I don't think he'll let you guys down. I think maybe 18 months ago, 24 months ago, I couldn't say one way or the other, but as a barometer forecasting today, I don't think he's going to let the Gaming Control Board down. Another thing, I think that the recommendation that was made by the board, they spent a lot of time. I was over in the building with Chairman Hendrick and Stephen at, I want to say 10 o'clock in the evening, the night before the Gaming Control Board meeting. And that was the only time he had available because his schedule, his schedule, it's like your schedules. There's not a lot of time to sleep and charge your batteries up for the next day. But he gave us the opportunity to sit and talk to him for a little while. But we've all worked really, really hard at this. And Stephen is on a really, really good forward trajectory in his life, his business life, his marital life, his ability to earn a living on behalf of his family. And that's an opportunity and it's a privilege, especially in this realm as this type of an employee. But I think that we can get to, will the gaming and the state of Nevada's gaming processes be protected with his suitability where it is today and what he has done over the last 18 months, plus our oversight from a management enterprise standpoint, which we don't take anything for granted at this company. This is a company that Ron Winchell has established. This is not a passed down business from his father, who was very successful and passed away. Unfortunately, I knew him, very nice man. I don't know if he particularly cared for me much, but maybe because I was a little louder than he would have liked at times. but in any event, we have a lot of oversight and we pay very, very close attention to detail because this is a big, big money industry for us. And it's a way that we provide for lots of families, lots of employees, not just in Nevada, but all these other states that we're doing business in. And we want to give Stephen a hand up. So myself, our compliance committee meetings, we contemplate this mentorship system between key employees that may be struggling. And the third component on those really, I would say, very, very specific conditions on approval, it also included forward looking in terms of him getting marital and therapeutic and mental assistance from a licensed social worker, a psychiatrist or a psychologist of the sort. And we've already kind of entertained some of that as well, but also having the redundancy of these quarterly reports on his finances, having the quarterly reports on, where he is in his financial, where the marital community is in terms of him and his wife on a go forward basis. And then finally kind of reporting on some of these loose ends in terms of, where is he at in terms of his treatment, and has he been testing like he's been required to, and is he staying clean and sober? Because I think that we all see at the end of the day that this wouldn't be happening if he didn't have the disease of addiction. Because I think all of this, in blaming himself, because he's the one that makes that voluntary judgment every single day on behalf of himself, his family, and his kids, to do the right thing, he does have a lot of redundancy in place to make sure that he is making the right decisions. And I think that the way that the Gaming Control Board crafted their recommendation on this 2-year limited is in such a way as to say, we feel comfortable not entirely with him, but with the way that it's set up to give him a chance, because he is working very, very hard every day. And we've never had an issue with regards to theft at any of the locations that he's been managing for the last 4 or 5 years. We've never had loss. We've looked back at, in terms of liquor, you know, when people have issues with regards to the disease of addiction and as it relates to liquor, we've seen where there's, you know, there's kind of a missing component of alcohol that was there and is not being accounted for. All the locations that Stephen has been responsible for over the past handful of years, we've never had anything that would suffice to that. Mr. Winchell can speak to that. We've talked about that on prior occasion at Gaming Compliance Committee meetings, but also in private executive meetings as well, and make certain that our employees are making the right decisions as it relates to their work obligations. But aside from that, Madam Chair, I really think that we have a good plan in place to make sure that he does what he's supposed to do, is allowed to continue to maintain his position that he's maintained since 2022 with no problems. 18 months, while it might not be a lot by all of our standards, it is a long time. And it's long for Stephen because every day is a new day for him, and he has to wake up with this disease. He looks at himself in the mirror and he talks about what he's going to do that day to make sure he doesn't regress. He moves forward positively. I know he has a statement that's prepared, Madam Chair. I don't know if that's something you would like to take a look at, but I do have him kind of walk through. He did walk through a longer version before the Gaming Control Board. I asked him to kind of reduce that because I knew you all had watched that already or looked back at the transcript on that in preparation for today's meetings. But I believe him when he says he's not going to do something that would compromise the integrity of his family, number one. And number two, wouldn't compromise the integrity of the opportunities that Mr. Winchell has given him at his company, which is a lot bigger than 6 or 4 non-restricted joints and 2 restricted joints, which is essentially what Mr. Alvera is going to be managing. And remember, these are slot route locations. So the slot route handles all the drops. Mr. Alvera doesn't even handle money. He's just a person there that's a figurehead at these locations that manages back of house and front of house. And again, if you want a better explanation of exactly what he does and the things that we have in place to ensure that he isn't making bad decisions, but we continue to encourage all the good decisions that he's making at that location, I think Mr. Winchell can also detail that as well. And thanks for the additional time. I'm sorry, I know less is more. I'm trying to do less is more, and I don't want to put you to sleep because lawyers have that effect on people. But we're here to answer any questions, and we just appreciate the time. There's Madam Executive, Madam Chair, we have spent hundreds of hours getting this thing to where it is today. And I got to tell you something, I really am I'm cautiously optimistic about this one and what he's going to do in the future. I don't just see him just being somebody who's going to be responsible for 6 joints. I really see this further upwards trajectory for him.
Well, it's his hearing and he's entitled to take the time and energy and whatever words and messaging he wants to do to present to us. So if he has something to read, he should read it. If you have anything else you'd like to say, please say it. It's not a matter of him being limited or repeating things. And for me, it's not a matter about his work performance. We can talk about the integrity of risking the integrity of his family based upon 24 months ago, and I might disagree with you there, but reasonable minds can differ. I think he should make his statement, and you shouldn't feel pressured to hurry up. You shouldn't.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to say that, I would like for you guys can take a chance on me. I've learned a lot over the course of this 18 months. I mean, even before that, right? With the ups and the downs and the ins and outs and the bads. And, I don't think there was very many good, let's be honest, right? But I think that I'd never ever, and my wife can probably say the same thing, right? We never want to go through that again. I never want to go through that again. I never want to worry about the health of my wife, right? I need to learn as a human being, and I've done a lot of learning on my own. You know, I didn't really have the support of a father or a mother. They've had their own problems. So I've taken the path of trying to learn and get by, and I've learned the hard way, you know, and today, like I said earlier, is that I'm not trying to repeat myself, is the only thing I could do is keep going and get better each and every single day. And I feel that I can do that. And I feel that taking a chance on me, it'll work out. I think that my whole entire life, all I wanted to do is grow and continue and to move up the ranks and just be somebody in life. And today that's what I want to do. Like I think CPS we talked about, obviously that was a big eye opener. I think that was one of the biggest, right? Like, hey, you know, look, what are you doing? You know, what my kids went through. You know, today, like I can have those conversations with my daughters. I can discipline them if they need to be disciplined. I can ask where are you going, or let me see your phone, or let me track your phone. Like those things today, like are more, you know, the parenting classes that I took helped, you know. My dad and my mom, they really weren't there for me. They didn't teach me those things. So it was all out on a limb. But today, the goal in life for me is to be a better man than I was yesterday and to be a better person tomorrow. And I think that I can do that. And I'm asking for a chance, please.
And just one last thing, Madam Chair. I think that the hearing before the Gaming Control Board, I think that the plan that is currently before your board on this 2-year limited, I think it's a plan that protects the integrity of the state of Nevada, most importantly. But I think it's a plan that's fair. And I think it provides an opportunity for Stephen to continue doing the right thing with lots of redundancy and lots of eyes around him to make certain that the decisions he is making, both professionally and personally, are good decisions and they're reasonable and well-founded. Instead of shooting from the hip, asking the people that he has around him for advice before he does something. And I've seen that become a common thread with him in terms of how he's worked with our leadership over at ECL, but also in working with me and my team at Hutchison and Steffen. And so I think that we've created a successful plan that is amicable and I think palatable for all interested, whether it's the board, the state, the company, and Mr. Alvera. And I'm hoping that this is something that you can consider on a go-forward basis, because we want to continue. Stephen wants to continue doing what he's been doing. He will. But if that's not the direction that you all are headed, I don't want to get there right now. I'd rather kind of get a temperature for that, Madam Chair. And then if that's not an option that you feel is the right option, I'd like to propose a secondary option.
Did you have anything else you wish to say, sir?
I think the only thing I'd add is going through this process, I think I was as much shocked as to how someone could operate so differently from a work life to a personal life. And of course, as we learned more, we take a look back and to make sure that we didn't miss anything. And, we didn't find anything that concerned us in his work history. His position also, we try to measure the risk of the individual with the position. And I think, JT stated that, he's not in charge of large amounts of cash. And that position is, I deem it more of a maintainer. So they're maintaining the location. We don't do check cashing. We don't do markers. He doesn't have access to the dispenser or the cash box in any gaming device. So really, he doesn't have access to a lot of cash. But, he is there to make sure that hire people and make sure that they, go by the rules and get trained properly and maintain the location. And that he's done a great job. And so, like I said earlier, this is a little difficult for me because it would have been very easy to pivot. And, but I can't get anybody to support the pivot. So I'm just here to take it to you guys and then see what you guys think. But appreciate the consideration.
Yes, and one last thing, Madam Chair, is that, and we appreciate all the extra time too. This is an important thing for us, and we've also contributed a ton of capital, working capital, and and brain bandwidth to get to where we are here. But I think that we do have a really, really good solution before you all that's been contemplated and approved by a lot of really great minds that have really been in the trenches. Your investigative staff, the Gaming Control Board. I think we're at a really good spot right now to have this be something other than zero sum, where everybody's a winner as opposed to one person winning and one person losing. I think we've got a really good proposal in front of you, Madam Chair, board membership, commission membership, to move all of our agendas forward the right way, legally, lawfully, ethically, and professionally responsibly.
Well, we appreciate you being here and answering the tough questions, and you being here in support, and of course, your counsel, who's been very eloquent on your behalf today. I would ask any of my colleagues if they have any comments or further questions, or if someone instead wishes to make a motion and then have comments and discussion. It's obviously up to any of you who have a feeling of which way you'd like to go, or if you have any follow-up to anything that's been stated. Or I don't have any follow-up. Anybody else have any? Let's just start with questions. Any additional questions for?
I did. Mr. Moran, you indicated that you had a plan B in mind, but you didn't share plan B. I was curious of what you saw as plan B.
Sure. So plan B would be us asking the commission if they would refer this back to staff. That would allow Mr. Alvera to maintain his employment as is at the number that he's receiving in terms of salary. Nothing would change. And at some point down the road, allow us to petition to come back at perhaps a 6-month, 9-month, maybe a year down the road to come back and see if perhaps 2.5 years is a number that maybe better suits the commission at this point in time, without causing too much collateral damage to his ability to work in the industry. Because I don't think we're saying he's unsuitable. It's just, is he suitable to be a key employee of 6 locations?
I would be amenable to plan B. Can I? No, we can't.
The commission does not have the option to refer back to staff. You can approve conditions, limitations, you can deny. If you believe that he's not qualified, you can cause it more investigations to be made. You could refer it back to the board for reconsideration of their determination. But the commission cannot refer back to staff. That's only something that the board can do.
So I understand the reconsideration of theirs wouldn't that normally be if there was some new information? Like we've had it happen where there's been a board meeting and then there's a commission meeting and something big came up in between. That's not this scenario though.
Correct. It would be where if you're not satisfied, here's what the statute says. If the commission's not satisfied that an applicant approved by the board is qualified to be licensed under the chapter, the commission may cause to be made such investigation into and conduct such hearings concerning the qualifications of the applicant.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, where did we leave off? Did you have?
I would like to have a little bit more discussion before we decide which action to take, if I may, Madam Chair. I certainly don't want to put any harm onto Mr. Alvera with what we're doing. You know, it's, you know, I'm sitting here, you know, the heartstring pull on this application is profound. I mean, we feel it. We're humans. We want you to be better. We want you to thrive. We want Mr. Winchell to be thrilled with his decision to do all of these things. So, you know, again, I don't want to injure you in any way in this process. And this may be another conversation with the Attorney General's office. You know, Mr. Moran, I've never heard you more eloquent, and thank you. I mean, you excelled at your job today. And Mr. Winchell, you know, this is nothing about judgment. You know, this decision today is most important to you of all people. You know, we have an industry to protect, but you've got, you know, personal things and your business, and again, good luck with a horse. But I'm wondering why this is so hard. And, you know, in and of itself, the application, I want to take that leap of faith. And, I appreciate what the Gaming Control Board did. I totally get it. I see it and I certainly feel it. But I think what's been hard is context. And so if I remove, what we've just heard and valiantly so is about, crutches that would be put on around you, a plan to make sure that you don't go off the rail, to have safeguards to make sure that this decision isn't a bad one and comes back to embarrass anyone. The last thing I want to do is push you off of your path of recovery and your family. And I believe that there are other opportunities for you with Mr. Winchell that may not need, this approval today for key employee. But if I put it in context of putting all of these special, as Chair said, we've had people all day asking for this gold standard of licensing and non-restricted gaming enterprises that have been stellar. And we've just use a kid's glove to make sure that, we protect you and make sure you stay, within the path. And I'm not sure that that's what we're here to do. We're here to make sure. So in my perfect world, and again, I am mindful of what we as a commission can do today. I don't wish to do any harm, but I would love to see your 18 months become, 2-3 years, and you've done nothing but had nothing but success and value added to Mr. Winchell's operations, and we would get the chance to see you again. But as I said in my first round of comments, the freshness of this is stunning. I mean, it wasn't very long ago. I believe everything you've said is sincere, authentic. I want to help you, but if I put on the 30,000-foot regulator hat, I'm not sure how we can comfortably get there today compared to all of the other applicants that we have and the standards we have for them. We can't consider your very powerful testimony and story today just all by itself. It needs to be placed, and so those are the comments, Madam Chair, I wanted to make before we get to a motion.
Does anyone else have any comments before we get to a motion?
No, I mean, I had similar comments in the sense that I was concerned because I didn't believe we could refer it back to staff. So I saw our options as denial, rejection. Because there wasn't a denial on the board side. So just denial or asking the board to reconsider. This isn't a person that I feel warrants, the stigma of denial, just because although his personal history is bad, I do think that there's a lot to be said for the fact that, it's never affected his work. He's despite the addictions issues he's been battling, he's never had problems with the law. And it carried a lot of weight to me that Mr. Winchell's here to support him. And even his daughter's stepfather, commended his work ethic, which I thought, said a lot about just the kind of person he is. I'm not comfortable going forward with it today. But again, I don't want to take away somebody's livelihood, based on an addiction that they're working on and that they're successfully working on at this point. So that was my dilemma, is like, where do we go at this point? Because a denial, I think, would really, financially destroy this family's life. And I'm not prepared to go forward either. So, something in between would be much more amenable to me. I did also just want to add a comment, for Mr. Alvera. You indicated, you always wanted to be something in life, but you're everything to that family. So keep that in mind as you make decisions. I mean, you've made some really good decisions in the last 18 months. And regardless of how things go, I mean, you have to, keep in mind that, they're relying on you to keep going forward.
Absolutely.
And that, there's always another day.
Absolutely.
So,
thank you.
I don't have anything further.
What I would say is, it's not about us taking away your livelihood, right? Of quite frankly, I think if your boss knew what you were doing back then, he would have pivoted in a second. He might not have had the chat with the employees. It's only because now, hindsight, it took a while. Everything takes so long that you've gotten it together because of CPS and everything else. No one's saying you can't work if they vote against your license, right? But the problem is that this is the gold standard to quite, I mean, and for me, it's been everything that Commissioner Krolicki said, I agree with. We're putting crutches under you and having all kinds of support and supervision and this and that. Is that really what the gold standard is? Not for me. So it's pretty simple for where this is going. I don't think I'm taking away your livelihood. You're a very charismatic, well-spoken person who has, I'm sure, plenty of options for work. But when it comes to this, I'm not willing to send a message that your CPS case and 18 months of keeping it together is enough. I'm just not. And it's not personal to you, it's not against you, and I don't want to hurt you either. I absolutely don't. And I don't want to hurt your employer. But I have the big picture to look at for me. So I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I'll just add, I was one of 9 members of the Nevada Pardons Board that gave grace and really respected people that came before us, whether they were in prison for life without, murder, whatever. We gave grace to people who are involved in rehabilitation and showed it. But generally, they show it over years. And I really believe that you are sincere. And there's nothing that I want to do personally to hurt you because I believe you. And we want to see you succeed. The problem we have as regulators is it is the gold standard. It is Nevada. It is we license the best of the best. And it wouldn't be saying much for everybody else sitting out there if we're giving out licenses to somebody with that type of background, despite all the good work ethic, which we believe that you are a good worker. We wouldn't have background investigations if all of this integrity wasn't important, all of your personal life. And now you can see how important it is. So I don't want to do anything either to hurt you in your recovery, but at this moment, I can't necessarily support what's going on. So we'll see what they want to do.
So does somebody want to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for, I move that we return this to the board and ask for them to reconsider their recommendation in light of, obviously the record before them and the comments that were made today.
Discussion on the motion?
Commissioner, would you like to add some direction as to what you would like the board to reconsider? From what I'm hearing, it sounds like you want to ask the board to reconsider their recommendation and instead refer it back to their staff pursuant to the suggestion of council.
I not completely. I would, my motion is to return it to the board for reconsideration as to whether, they, upon having additional time to reconsider the matter, whether the length of time that Mr. Alvera has been, clean and sober is sufficient to warrant a recommendation, and at their discretion, if they feel referring it back to staff, it's up to them.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one other comment? Mr. Moran talked about a couple months, 9 months, this amount, but I would note that, he was in recovery in 2008 and then, was heavily using in 2014 when he got his domestic violence conviction. So I would be, I don't know what direction, but I would need to see like 5 years on this because this file is so concerning. It's not a couple months. I'd need to see real rehabilitation here, just like I did on the pardons board, real rehab.
Okay, so we have a motion. We've had discussion on the motion. We don't do competing motions based upon previous experience. You have to have a vote on one motion and then you make any other motion you might want to make. I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to make another motion. So if that is not approved. If it is approved, then we're off to the races. And it'll go back. And so I think we can't do competing motions, correct?
Correct. Madam Chair, point of order. I believe you can comment on the motion that's here, and perhaps you could discuss what another motion might look like. I would hate to.
I'm not going to support this motion. I'm going to make a motion to deny if I get that opportunity, for all the reasons that we've spent talking about for the last, I don't even know how long, hour. That's what I'm going to do. But I respect and appreciate all of you and those who are here before us. And if you all disagree, then the board will have a new homework assignment. So it's up to you, it's obviously up to whatever the vote ends up to be.
So Madam Chair, just so I'm clear and that I understand, just from a logistic standpoint, I'm trying to understand one thing. I think that the best case scenario, based on what I'm hearing today and having done this for a really, really long time, is I think that the referral back to the Gaming Control Board is the appropriate course, because it allows the control board to then have more powers than you have right now to allow us to withdraw the application. And that won't allow us to have a logged denial in place against an individual who's just trying to move forward with his life.
So are you saying you intend to withdraw if we remand it? Because that's not something I've heard you say this afternoon, because that's a different story, right? If you're telling us, please, for the love of God, we see which way this is going, remand it back so that we can withdraw our application and maybe do some things over the next couple of years and come back, that I haven't heard today. So if you are making that pitch, I'd love to hear the pitch.
Okay, so the pitch that I'm making is that I've become very, very successful at 53 years of age by listening to the people that are around me. And as of right now, I don't want to say something right now without consulting all of the good people I have around me, including your Gaming Control Board and the agency, investigation staff in particular. But yes, that's kind of the idea, because if I'm listening to a former justice of the Nevada Supreme Court tell me that 5 years is the number on an item like this, which we can agree to disagree, but I'm not the appointed person or the anointed person today. I'm hearing that loud and clear, and we're going to have to work within those parameters, but I want to be able to seek some advice. I want to talk to my clients about that and see what the best course is, because if he's not going to be, if this guy is thinking about going into like raising puppies and cats, he wants to be in the gaming business. I don't want to have anything that reflects poorly on his ability to be a bar back or to walk into a hotel casino and have lunch.
Sure.
Or make a bet.
What I guess I would say is, we're all held to our own commentary. And so I don't have any commitment to any time frame or anything else. I'm just saying now isn't it for me. That being said, I am not aware that were he to be denied, he can't go back to being a bartender if he wants to. I don't know that that's the best for him in light of his circumstances, but you know what I'm saying. I don't think it limits his ability to do non-licensed. It does? All right, so let's go into that. Can you advise us? He can't do any work in any gaming.
He can't be involved with any gaming operator without the special permission of the commission. There's significant consequences to being a denied applicant.
Right.
Okay.
So not like a gaming employee registration.
No.
Where, not a gaming employee registration, which is what we would normally have, where they can't do whatever it is that they're being licensed to do. Won't even be able to be considered for that, filing an application to work in, for example, security.
That's a separate process, but yes, that's correct.
But so you're telling me he cannot do that? He cannot do a separate employee
Correct.
registration?
Correct.
Okay. So I think we need to take a short recess, not for any consultation whatsoever, but for a court reporter who asked a long time ago. And I want to follow up on this so that we have a distinct understanding of what limitations may exist if there's a denial versus a remand versus a withdrawal versus all of those things. So we're not going to be talking during this break. We're taking a break though.
And with all due respect to the court reporter, but the applicant can withdraw the application today if they so desire.
No, the commission would ask for reconsideration of the board. The board could allow a withdrawal. The request for withdrawal would go to the board.
In our custody, it can't be withdrawn. So we only have two options, referral or rejection.
Grant the license with limitations and conditions, deny the license request, or you could remand it for further investigation, or you could ask the board to reconsider, refer it back to the board for reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
At that point, can I just so you know, the board can then either entertain a request for withdrawal. The board could send it back to staff where it could stay indefinitely. The board could decide not to reconsider it and send it right back to you.
Understood. Thank you.
And if it was withdrawn and allowed to be withdrawn, then there would be no limitation on doing any other employment within a gaming establishment if you were approved for your gaming employee application. I mean, your registration.
Mr. Alvera would not be able to keep the position for which he's applying for today, but he could go back to doing what he was doing previously.
That's what I'm getting at. He can
Yes.
work at any hotel, doing anything else where he's not a key employee.
As long as he's not a denied applicant.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, well, she had to step out. So Commissioner Solis Rainey had to step out just for a minute because it's hard to go this long without food or any kind of break. So we're going to take a recess for her and for the court reporter. And how long? Do we think? Okay, so let's reconvene. It's 1:18. Let's reconvene at 1:35 so that people here can do what they need to do, and we'll come back. Thank you. Okay. Are we back on? There we go. Okay, we're back on after the recess. So thank you for your patience. We left off, and just so you know, there was no discussion about your item or matter during that time window. Right before we recessed for comfort break there, our chief DAG was telling us the ramifications, because honestly, it's unusual, this occurrence. It's not happening in every meeting. And so I think I now have clarity on the benefits of referring it back to the board potentially, for things to happen there, that whatever they deem appropriate, whatever you deem appropriate. And if we, and what happens there, as opposed to a actual motion to deny. So I'm going to revisit that plan for myself and say that I would support the remand, not because there's new information and I disagree with you and I want you to do something different. That's not what's intended here. Not, it's the unique scenario that it gives options to the applicant that I am now clear on, and that doesn't have to, that I'm now clear on, and that doesn't have to be decided today. So in light of all of that, you do what you do, and we will be here if need be at some other time. So in light of that, I am going to change my approach, and I'm going to state that I'm going to support Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion. Now that I understand all the ramifications. Do you have anything else before I call for a vote? Okay, so just because it was 20 minutes ago, the motion was to remand the matter for reconsideration as they deem appropriate back to the board. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, none opposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think I have just one other request that I think we can agree on. Mr. Winchell has to go. We also have restricted number 8 on your agenda. Could we release him, or could we move it to right now and take it out of order?
Sure, we'll call it real quick. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 8?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as ECL Gaming doing business at Lucky 7 Lounge for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, JT Moran, Hutchison and Stefan on behalf of the applicant on restricted number 8, also appearing as co-counsel, Mr. Jeff Donato with Argentum Gaming. In April, the Gaming Control Board recommended approval with a condition for ECL Gaming's application for a restricted gaming license for Lucky Sevens Lounge at 10940 Southeastern Avenue, Suite 101, Henderson, Nevada. The sole condition was 1, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by NGCB Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the Nevada gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or about or above the standard that is approved. We are requesting today your approval of Lucky 7 restricted gaming license application with this condition. At the meeting, the board requested an explanation for the land use entitlement issue, which ECL Gaming resolved with the city of Henderson. Approximately 20 years ago, the property had a supper club designation, which allowed for 15 gaming machines. In approximately 2013, the zoning and liquor codes of the city of Henderson were amended to eliminate the supper club designation, and each existing supper club was reclassified as a restaurant with bar. Because there were 15 gaming machines here, the location was classified as a legal non-conforming use because a restaurant with bar was limited to solely 5 machines. To our knowledge, the prior tenant operated for 16 years as a legal non-conforming restaurant with bar with 15 gaming devices. The lease between the prior tenant and the landlord expired and operations at the location then ceased. To preserve a non-conforming use at a property that ceases operations, the city of Henderson requires a landlord submit a closure plan that must be approved by the city council of Henderson. The California landlord of the property never submitted the closure plan, so the non-conforming use lapsed and was deemed abandoned. ECL Gaming's land use attorney worked with the city of Henderson on an amendment and a workaround to the existing master plan that would allow for a tavern operation at the property that can operate 15 machines and stay open for 24 hours per day. In October of 2024, the Planning Commission for the city of Henderson recommended approval of the amendment to the master plan. And then in November, subsequently thereafter, the city council of Henderson heard and approved this matter to allow a tavern by right, to waive the distance separation between two existing taverns, and to allow a tavern in a neighborhood commercial zoning district. Because the amendment to the master plan was approved, the application for a restricted gaming license for the Tavern Lucky Sevens Lounge, which was originally filed in 2022, became eligible to move forward. The property has approximately 3,586 square feet, and ECL Gaming plans to operate 15 machines at that particular location. ECL Gaming expects the tavern to open around the time construction on the property concludes in May or June of this year. ECL Gaming, the slot route operator, is requesting approval to hold the restricted gaming license for the location. ECL Gaming has entered into a space lease agreement with Jackpot Joni's SA LLC, the business operator for the operations of the gaming devices, and ECL Gaming submitted the applicable business license applications, including liquor and gaming, to the city of Henderson in March of this year. If you approve this item, and if there are successful safety inspections, the city of Henderson will approve those items and those licenses that are correspondent thereto. To conclude, I'm requesting your approval of this application for restricted licensure for Lucky Sevens Lounge. Both Mr. Winchell and I are here to answer any questions, along with the esteemed Mr. Jeff Donato with Argentum Law.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a lot. First of all, very good summary. And I'm sure the court reporter has got her fingers flying, nobody's business. But based upon all these materials that I have reviewed and everything that's been provided, I don't have any questions. I will open it up to Commissioner Solis-Rainey or Krolicki if you have any.
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I also have no questions. I just wanted to make a point of clarification though, Mr. Donato, I believe you're an enrolled agent, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just wondered when it was going to be open. I know you said May or June, but I thought it was May sometime. Did you have an exact date?
We don't have an exact date, but it's pretty much almost ready to open. So it's right there.
Looks like you had quite a bit of poor zoning issues for you.
Been an adventure.
It's been an adventure today for you. So
yeah, it's really a landlord adventure that we're just trying to help them straighten it out. So
well, thanks. And thanks for your patience today.
Thank you.
Okay, there being no additional questions or comments. Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 8 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Moran, if you wouldn't mind holding on for a second, would you please recall the last item with Mr. Alvera? We need to tidy up one matter.
Sure. We are going to recall non-restricted number 17.
When the commission sends something back to the board, there is a 120-day rule, which states that the matter, if it's recommended for approval, it's automatically approved after 120 days. So we need Mr. Moran to see if his client will be willing to waive the 120-day rule.
Okay, can you turn your mic on?
100%.
Okay.
No,
so-
I'm well aware of the 120-day rule, and yeah, we'll waive that. for
Okay,
sure.
record should so reflect that you've waived the 120 days. Thank you.
Even though I would have liked not waiving it.
I know.
Especially 120 days from today.
I know. Look, you did remarkably well today.
Thank you. That means I've been doing remarkably horrible
all
for
I
the
could
last
think to
30
myself,
years.
when you said, I'm 53 and I've been doing it, and I'm thinking to myself, I am so old.
And
So-
yet you don't look old
You
enough
were
to
like
have a driver's
baby
license.
lawyer. You were a baby lawyer.
I remember. I had a lot of
know.
good times in the old days. It was fun. We
Yeah.
were just talking about that. Anyway, have a great day. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you.
Mr. Lieutenant Governor.
All right, we're going to read in now. I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Citrus 2 NV Inc. doing business as Citrus Grill for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Sean Tomina, Russell Tomina, and Luis Ruiz for licensure as an officer, director, and or shareholder. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Perhaps I skipped it. Did I skip someone? I'm so sorry. I'm a little restricted one. Well, we're playing restricted roulette. But since you all walked up here, it's your lucky day, and then I'm gonna have to go back to restricted number 1. Where's Patrick? Stork. I'm so sorry. We're gonna be super nice to you when you come up here. All right. Thank you for your patience. If you could each state your name and appearance for the record.
Good afternoon. My name's Luis Ruiz.
Thank you.
My name is Russell Tomina. Hello, everyone. My name is Shaun Tomina.
Hi. So did you have any specific planned comments you wish to make? Or do you want us to just ask any questions we may have? What's your preference?
No, we're just happy to be here and thank you for seeing us. And like I said, this is my brother Russ and my good friend Luis down there. And we own Citrus Grill, Mediterranean restaurant. And no, that's all we have.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to I'll start with Commissioner Silver, and then I'll work my way down here, see if anybody has any questions, okay?
Thank you.
No, thank you for being here and being so patient. I enjoyed your presentation at the board. I was able to watch it on YouTube. And the only thing I was going to say is how nice your pictures looked of your new restaurant. I mean, it looks really good.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to support it and be able to let you guys put some machines right there where it's all blacked out. And I wish you guys best of luck in this and your other restaurant as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here and thank you for your patience. What's the cross street? You're on St. Rose and what?
So we're right on St. Rose in Maryland.
Okay, you're a
Yeah.
little bit farther up. Okay,
Yep.
great. With respect to the diagram that we have, there's a hookah room. What is that?
Oh, so we offer hookah a little bit later in the night. It becomes more of like a lounge. We also offer food and bar and offer hookah as well. So
In that room or just everywhere?
we can do it throughout. Yeah.
Okay. So, but the hookah is just restricted to that room?
That's kind of where we also make the hookah in there and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. Well, I'm excited to try it. I love Mediterranean food. Thank you so much. I
Thank-
don't have any other questions.
thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
I too enjoyed the conversation you had at the Gaming Control Board and Judge Assad. It's sports, college, but most importantly, food. And you hit his sweet spot. So
Definitely.
I look forward to his report on the Mediterranean salad and the Lebanese menu. And forgive me, which one of you is Mr. Ruiz?
That's me.
So you're spending 25 hours in each of your locations going forward, if that's what
You know
happens?
what? Sometimes it feels like a lot more than that, but yeah.
So you're doing all the work. What are you two doing? Are you, how much, I mean, your three friends, three business partners, are all of you spending time in the restaurants?
All of us have daily operations that we handle inside of the restaurant and back office and front office.
Okay.
We're all there.
So you feel like you'll do whatever it is that needs to be done to make it all work, but
Yeah, it's been like
you all
that for the
anticipate
past-
putting the elbow grease and physical time in the restaurants equally.
Yeah, we all do our fair share. Everybody, if I'm not there, my partner Russ is there. If Russ is not there, my partner Sean's there. So we're there almost every night.
In our report, we talked about bankroll. During the course of the investigation, staff discussed with applicants the bankroll requirements per Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6150. The applicants in March said they are aware of the bankroll requirements. What are your requirements? Do you know?
I just know that we just need to have the funds to, obviously do the taxes and stuff, but I don't know an exact number or anything like that. Isn't it 10K?
It says that you're fully aware of your obligations.
Yeah,
So
10.
I would make sure that you can work with the Gaming Control Board folks
Yeah,
and make sure you know what you've got to do. Okay?
More fully. You need to be more fully aware.
Yeah. We're actually going down there for a training a little later this week, so.
Oh,
All right.
perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. Other than that, I'm fine. I wish you well and, no, don't give the good judge too fine a table, charge him double.
Gotcha. All right.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything else? I don't either. It looks like a great place and, we'll see if I can find my way over there from the other side of town. But you have a lot of pickleball in
Yeah.
Henderson.
Yeah.
So I find myself in Henderson a lot.
Yeah.
They just opened up a chicken and pickle across the street from us.
You have the Sunset, obviously.
Yeah.
And then you have the Pickler,
Yep.
which is like a monthly membership thing. And then you have chicken and pickle. You have all the pickleballs like really on the east side of town, like other than public parks and whatnot. So, so it must be a good place to go after a good match, I guess. So good luck. Looks great. And I'm going to call for a motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you,
gentlemen.
guys. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for your patience. Okay, back to restricted number 1. Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Patrick Stork for temporary licensure as co-executor of the estate of Stephen Matthew Stork. It is also the application of Conrad and Sons Limited for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate you being here, and I'm sorry I got a little out of whack on where we were on our list. So thank you.
Not a problem.
So if you could state your appearance for the record.
Patrick Stork, Conrad and Sons.
Okay. And is there anything did you have any affirmative, comments that you had that you want to make?
No, just I kind of explained to the board, what the process was, what caused all the delay. We started the process. My brother was involved on 2 different licenses. When we contacted gaming, told us just go ahead and handle them at the same time, which is what we started to do. Then COVID happened, everything shut down. So when we got ready to submit all the paperwork, the department was closed, so couldn't talk to nobody, couldn't call no one. So when everything got ready to fire back up, on the other business that he was on the license, we had another business partner die. So then that kind of started the whole process over. So then kind of everything getting drug out. If I'd have known, I should have just got this one handled separately, but thinking we were just going to handle the 2 together is kind of the reason this has been drug out so long getting this handled. And we thought being, all the rest of the members, myself being the 99% and having a license, everybody on the other license was licensed people, thought everything was compliant. So we were in contact with the board consistently, going through the process, getting this to where we are today.
Well, we appreciate that and that explanation. We also appreciate you being here today in person. That means a lot to us, and we always like to meet, have the opportunity to meet. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if anybody has any questions. Commissioner Silver looks like has.
I don't really have any questions. I feel bad. Did you drive all the way down here from Ely?
Yeah, I drove down yesterday.
It's a lot for that 1%.
Yeah, I come down pretty regular, so.
Okay.
When you live in Ely, it's a long drive everywhere, so you're used to it.
I see. No, I just, I saw that you also had to go through probate court and everything else. So you've really been through the ringer on this particular issue.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I didn't see any kind of problems and really appreciate you guys coming down here and being patient.
You bet.
So thank you again and
Thank
fully
you.
support you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Stork, thank you for being here in person. We appreciate that. And I also do not have any questions, although I do offer my condolences on the passing of your brother and also your business partner.
Mr. Stork, appreciate seeing you and your smile and your indulgence of the queuing up here. By the way, that's one of the most stunning drives in Nevada along the eastern spine, if you will. It's not a drive many people have the privilege of doing, but it's spectacular out there. Where is the Rax Bar and Grill? Is it right before you get to the courthouse on the right-hand side?
Yeah, right downtown by the old courthouse.
The old courthouse.
Yeah, about a block down from the Hotel Nevada.
I'm comfortable. I think this is, again, I'm sorry for the circumstances and all the complications, but I wish you the best of luck and absolutely support your application.
Thank you.
So I was just gonna ask, how are things?
Good now. Everything's running good. Things are smooth. Business is a little up and down right now because we got all the Highway 50 construction that they're doing. They're doing a major remodel on the main road right there on Altman Street, right in front of the business. So kind of the second half of a big project that they did 2 years ago. So kind of impacts business a little bit, but other than that, it's good. It'll be great when it's all done. Their whole envision is whole downtown Ely will kind of look like what they did in Carson City, where they got the lighting structures and planters and bike lanes and
Do they
good
have an
stuff. So
ETA for the finishing? What do you know as far as finishing the work?
what's that?
When the estimated time?
Well, they're going on it right now, doing all the underground, everything else, and they're hoping to have everything done by May of next year.
So when you say adverse effect, like, are we talking like cut your business in half, a third, 10%? I'm just
Probably
curious.
not even the third, really not even a lot. It's just only when they're in front of the business that it kind of like, because people are just like, I'm just going to go somewhere else just to try and deal with the construction. So it's up and down. It's one of the business. I think numbers wise, I'm pretty steady really right now. It's really not different. It's just business just seems different. But when you look at the numbers, it's pretty much right on par.
Well, maybe the people that are willing to come in are committed and spending more.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad it's not too devastating. And we do appreciate you coming from Ely. We can't tell you how much we appreciate that. And at this time, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Sure.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 4?
Restricted number 4 is the application of ASNS LLC doing business as Craig Food Mart for a restricted gaming license and the application of Cesar Shoshani for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. If I could, I'll just give you a brief update and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect.
Since the last meeting on April 14th, Gaming was able to inspect the existing machines. As you recall, we requested to have a waiver of the 1-year slot route operator requirement because of his experience as a key employee at that exact location. Everything passed, everything was submitted, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Excellent. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Cesar Shoshani. I'm trying to get this business. I have another one, but I don't have gaming in it. But this one is my first gaming license, and hope I will be here for any answer of your questions.
Yeah, very exciting. Thank you. And thank you for being here in person, and we appreciate the opportunity to meet you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? I'll start on this end this time.
Just a quick question. I think there was a conversation about the number of machines, either 4 machines or 7 machines. How many machines do you have?
It's 7 machines.
It is 7 machines.
Yes.
So the Gaming Control Board folks, the technology folks did that last week and they've signed off, correct?
Yeah.
That was the only question I had. I appreciate your presentation and conversation and from the Gaming Control Board. Sounds like you're a handy man. You know how to do stuff. So I always appreciate that, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't have any questions. I do appreciate you being here in person and I appreciate your patience. I saw the report and I'm glad to see that all 7 machines were accounted for and in good shape. So best of luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate
Commissioner Silver.
Thanks. Thank you again for being here and your patience of waiting. I saw technology here. And I thought, uh-oh, that's not good. I saw both of them here thinking they were gonna give a report. Oh, they're waving back there. So everything must be good because they haven't popped up to report that Mr. Brown, something's going on. So we're glad to hear that. And as a result, I'm fine waiving that requirement because you've been doing it so long and continue to do good work. And I wish you the best of luck taking over your uncle's business.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, at this time, do any of you have a motion? Can you make?
Oh, sure, I'll make it. Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted item number 4, I think. Is that right? Yeah, 4. Restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Madam Secretary, can you please read into the record restricted number 5?
Restricted number 5 is the application of Joseph Yonan LLC doing business as Joe's Martin Smokes for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Claudia Alcasanian for licensure as member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent, here with the applicant, Mrs. Alcasanian. We were before the commission and the board back in 2023 seeking approval of a restricted gaming license. At that time, the commission voted to approve a 2-year limited license based upon the financials of the applicant. And she's been working diligently to get all of her finances cleaned up and in order. And now we're before you today seeking approval of the license. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
We'll start with this time on my left, Commissioner Silver this time.
Hi, thank you for being here. I've seen you out there. You're patient as well. So thank you again. Let's see. Well, I read the transcript of what had occurred before giving you the 2-year limitation. And it looks like your husband refreshed the location. It's looking good. You've taken care of your tax obligations and you actually have a credit going forward now. And things are doing swimmingly well. Is there anything that you want to tell us now that you're coming back for a full license? How are you doing?
Not really. I'm just so happy things went well. I was a little bit concerned in the beginning, but when we fixed everything, things were, just going good. So I'm really so happy here to see you all and, to make sure that I'm doing really good.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. A smart businesswoman. It looks like you're teaching your son, who's 23, to have a business. So
yeah, he already have a restaurant
amazing.
For 2 years now.
So, I congratulate you being a good mother, teaching your son how to be a business person. So things look great. And I didn't really have any other questions, just to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Continuing on from now.
Thanks so much.
Commissioner Solis-Rennie.
Ms. Alcasanian, thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here and, also your patience. And really happy to see you here. When you were here before us 2 years ago, I voted against the limited license because I was so concerned with the high interest, the way you were financing the business and the high interest that you had on your credit cards and all that. But I'm very happy that it's worked out for you. I'm sure having the home equity loan at a much lower rate is helping quite a bit. I noted, you do still have a hefty credit card balance, but I'm sure that's a lot more manageable now with everything else being in order, your taxes being current and things.
Yes.
So good. All right. Well, I don't have any questions. Everything looks good. I remember our conversation and I'm glad it all worked out for you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Alcasanian,
Yes.
how do I say it? This is a good story. It's a textbook example of why the Gaming Control Board and this commission will put on a time limit to revisit the situation. And I think this has done exactly what it had been. It's not a negative thing. It's just a way to check in and tell us how you're doing. But yeah, you were capitalizing business with credit cards, not the best thing, but you were optimistic and felt you could do it. You've done it. And you should be very proud of what you've accomplished, and we certainly are. And you know, it's nice to see you again, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck going forward.
Well, I don't think we've met before. I believe I was not. I don't recall that I was present. I believe, yeah, that was in, is that in September? When were you?
I think it was May of 2023.
Yeah, it was a graduation. So it's nice to meet you. I've read everything. I'm comfortable with my colleagues' views of everything, and I agree with them. And so I'm going to support your application. And at this time, I would ask if one of them has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed.
Thank you. We'd like to thank Senior Agent Lombardo for all his work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too. I believe, Madam Secretary, that brings us to our next item, the Torres matter.
Yes, next for your consideration is the imposition of penalties in addition to those imposed by the Board of Stewards / State Steward on Alvaro Torres pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30.910 subsection 2 related to horse racing violations based on referral by the Board of Stewards / State Steward.
Good afternoon. Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration is the recommendation of the board on referral from the state steward that the commission approve additional penalties with respect to Alvaro Torres Nevada horse race trainer's license. After considering the state steward's referral on April 9th, the board recommended that Mr. Torres' fine be increased by $4,000 to a total fine of $5,000. Mr. Torres' Nevada horse race trainer's license be revoked, and Mr. Torres be barred from racing at a track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission for a period of 5 years. To the best of my knowledge, even though the law allowing it has been in place for approximately 30 years, this is the first referral to you from the state steward or board of stewards for additional penalties. Pursuant to Chapter 466 of the Nevada Revised Statutes and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 30, the board and commission are responsible for the regulation of horse racing which occurs in Nevada. The day-to-day supervision of horse racing in Nevada is performed by the state steward, the board of stewards, and the board's enforcement division. Regulation 30 authorizes the Board of Stewards to impose penalties for violations of NRS Chapter 466 and Regulation 30 up to $1,000 for fines and up to 180 days for suspension of licenses. If the Board of Stewards desires to impose greater penalties, it may refer the matter to the board and commission. After a race meet has concluded, the state steward may act as the Board of Stewards. This matter is before you today because the state steward, acting as the Board of Stewards, determined that penalties greater than he is authorized to impose were warranted. The state steward imposed the maximum penalties pursuant to his authority and referred the matter to the board and commission to impose additional penalties. In his ruling dated March 7th, 2025, the state steward, Doug Ray, found a violation of Regulation 30.405 by trainer Alvaro Torres. Specifically, on Saturday, August 24th, 2024, the number 6 horse, the same pro, trained by Nevada horse race licensee Alvaro Torres, finished first in the second race at the Elko County Fairgrounds in Elko. As a result of its first place finish, the horse was submitted for mandatory drug testing. Test results indicated levels of the forbidden substance, cocaine, as well as a major urinary metabolite of cocaine in the post-race urine sample. As a result, the winnings from the horse were redistributed, and the state steward fined Mr. Torres $1,000 and suspended his Nevada horse racing license for 180 days, the maximum extent of the steward's authority. In addition, the state steward referred this matter to you for imposition of additional penalties. Along with this referral, the state steward recommended that you impose additional penalties in the form of an additional $1,000 fine for a total of $2,000 and an extension of the suspension for 180 days to 1 year. The board determined greater penalties were warranted. The state steward referred this matter to you because of its severity. That is, the horse trained by Mr. Torres competed in a race after being administered cocaine. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first time a horse violation has been referred to you for consideration of additional penalties. The Association of Racing Commissioners International, or ARCI, considers the administration of cocaine to a horse to be a Category A offense. The ARCI's recommendation for a first offense is a 1 to 3 year suspension and the greater of a $10,000 fine or 10% of the total purse. You may approve the board's recommendation. Although it is not specifically spelled out in law, I believe it is within your purview to modify the board's recommendation as well. The board's recommendation is that Mr. Torres' fine be increased by $4,000 for a total fine of $5,000, that Mr. Torres' Nevada race license be revoked, and that Mr. Torres be barred from racing at a track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission for 5 years. The Enforcement Division has also informed me that racing associations in other states would honor Nevada's bar on racing. I request that you adopt the board's recommended additional penalties. I believe Andrew Olson and Justin Woods of the board's Enforcement Division based in Elko are present today by video, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation and appreciate the enforcement representatives who are available. I will open it up to my colleagues to see if they have any questions of either you or enforcement. Starting with Commissioner Silver.
I have a question. Thank you. I have a question as to the law enforcement agents. My question was, did anyone refer this matter to the Elko District Attorney for Animal Cruelty? As Judge Assad said in the board meeting, giving cocaine to a horse like this, having the horse run a race could have killed this horse. And that, I think, under the statutes would constitute some kind of animal cruelty, which is separate and apart and could be, a criminal penalty. And I was just wondering if that was done in this situation, besides just with gaming enforcement, if there was any kind of ancillary proceeding or anything that was referred to the district attorney.
Good afternoon. We cannot show who the individual was that administered the actual drug. These drug tests, the samples are taken immediately following the race. The trainer is the one responsible for what's in the horse. However, that does not mean that he is the one that actually administered the drug to the horse. And then these drug tests come in this instance, I believe it was between 2 and 3 weeks after the races were already completed. So based off that information, there's no way that we can actually go after one particular individual.
But did you?
1 second, sorry. For the record, you're Andrew Olson.
Yes, ma'am.
Our court reporter doesn't know, may
Yes.
not know who you are and may not see the little name on the screen that I can see. I'm
I
not sure.
apologize. Andrew Olson, agent
worries.
from Elko Enforcement Office.
No worries. Sorry.
That's okay. Agent Olson, but when those tests come back, didn't one of the investigators at least interrogate or ask, I shouldn't say interrogate, investigate or ask the trainer, how this could have been in this horse or maybe the owner? I mean, did they do any investigation, call people in and start asking them?
Yes, so I was actually the one that completed the investigation. And I did speak to the trainer, and he claims he has no idea how that substance could get into his horse and would not provide any answers as to where that drug could have come from.
I see. All right. No, that, I just was curious as to that. So I appreciate all those answers. That makes sense. And thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I just, Agent Olson, I was wondering if the horse is okay. I mean, he obviously won the race, but do you know if the horse is okay?
He's a winner, but we don't know if he's okay.
Yes, to my knowledge, the horse is fine. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And to me, this is egregious, not only because the horse could have lost his life, but obviously the jockey and other horses could have been injured as well. So.
No question.
And Agent Olson, thank you for being with us and doing your public service out in beautiful Elko County. When I was reading this, it's such egregious action, and I think we all share the outrage, but you actually calmed me down, because I'm wondering, not only do I support what the Gaming Control Board has recommended, but I'm wondering why a ban wouldn't even be longer. But your answer that, I can't assume that the trainer was responsible. He's responsible legally, but and from a gaming aspect, but there is, in theory, doubt as to how the narcotic got into the horse. So I accept that. Just don't like it. I just wish we knew who it was. So you spoke to Mr. Torres, after the drug test came back positively. Is he a resident of Nevada, or he's part of a touring group of equestrian racing folk? I mean, where does he live?
He's from out of state. I apologize. I don't recall what state he's from. I've had several violations this year, and they usually come from Utah, Wyoming, Arizona, and sometimes Idaho and Oregon. So lots of these folks from around the country. There's actually very few people that race from the state of Nevada.
And apparently, Mr. Torres hasn't been communicative subsequently to your questioning. Can someone enlighten me on that? It sounds like he's been communicated with to appear to hear these items, but he's been not responsive. Is that correct?
That's correct. He was notified via certified mail, and he refused to respond. And then when he was notified of the public meeting via the Attorney General's office, then he responded, but his hearing for our Board of Stewards had already passed.
Okay. Not the best follow-up conduct in this matter if he's not responding to you. All right, but I'm with those caveats and understanding there's not a clear definition of responsibility. We can only address the situation, and I support what the Gaming Control Board has recommended.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Agent Olson, I'm sorry, I had one additional question. You indicated that the discipline would be reciprocal in other jurisdictions. Do we notify them? Do we notify the specific agencies in other jurisdictions about the suspension or the bar?
So there's an organization called ARCI, the Association for Racing Commissioners International. The board is a member of that association, and anytime we have disciplinary action, whether it's a fine or a suspension, that information is sent to ARCI, and they enter it into their system, and it's available for all jurisdictions nationwide, so they can see that Nevada issued a ruling.
Okay, I was just curious because I noticed the notice to Mr. Torres went to him at an apartment in Utah. So
Yes.
I just wasn't sure if they would learn of the discipline through some direct communication. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. So I don't have any additional questions, and I'm just going to move to adopt the recommendation of the board and impose an additional fine of $4,000 for a $5,000 total fine against Mr. Torres, as well as revoking his Nevada horse race license and barring Mr. Torres from racing on any track under the jurisdiction of the board and commission for a period of 5 years from today. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. We need to just take 1 minute. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the record. Madam Secretary, first of all, I need to confirm that Commissioner Marcantonis is in the meeting. So let's let him in.
I believe he just needs to speak and then he should show up.
George, are you there?
Let me try unmuting. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you very much. We're going to have Madam Secretary read into the record the item at this time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement and order settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus MGM Resorts International, MGM Grand Hotel LLC doing business as MGM Grand Hotel Casino, and Nevada Property One LLC doing business as the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, case number 24-03. I believe we have both a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Silver. Because of my longstanding friendship with Mr. Scott Sabella, I do not feel I can be fair and impartial in this matter, and this material affects the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in this situation, and therefore I recuse.
And if I might, I wish to disclose that Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude that the independence of judgment of a responsible, reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship, and therefore I intend to fully participate in the consideration of this item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps. I'm with the Attorney General's office here today on behalf of the Gaming Control Board. Before I continue, I'll let Mr. Scheer make his introductions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, Scott Scheer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck appearing today on behalf of the respondents. With me is John McManus, Senior Vice Chief Legal and Administrative Officer and Corporate Secretary of MGM Resorts International. In the audience, we have Stephen Martino, Senior Vice President, Chief Compliance Officer, Ashley Eddy, Senior Vice President and Legal Counsel, and Dick Morgan, Founding Dean of the Boyd School of Law and the longest serving member, independent member of MGM's Compliance Committee.
So before this commission for consideration today is a settlement between the board and respondents, MGM Resorts International, MGM Grand, and the Cosmopolitan. The board is recommending this settlement, which would resolve a complaint against respondents that was filed contemporaneously with the stipulation for settlement. With your permission, Chair, first I'll go through the allegations of the complaint. Second, I'll summarize the terms of the settlement and then, of course, answer any questions at the end.
Thank you.
So the complaint primarily arises out of two January 2024 non-prosecution agreements, or NPAs, that was entered into between the U.S. Attorney's Office and the MGM Grand and the Cosmopolitan, which are both, of course, subsidiaries of MGM Resorts International. Both of these NPAs are included with the board's complaint, and I'm sure are a result of an extensive federal investigation. Through the NPAs, the federal government agreed not to prosecute the companies for violations of federal law related to anti-money laundering, and in return, the companies paid monetary penalties, forfeited funds, and agreed to strengthen the AML program. Both of these NPAs contain facts agreed to by the respective companies, and both relate to the actions and failures of employees in relation to an individual by the name of Wayne Nix, who operated an illegal bookmaking business and used the proceeds to wager at the MGM Grand and at the Cosmopolitan. So first, focusing on a summary of the facts related to the MGM Grand from the NPA. In there, the president of the MGM Grand at the time, Scott Sabella, and two casino hosts were aware that Mr. Nix was an illegal bookmaker and allowed him to use illicit proceeds at the MGM Grand. They also provided Mr. Nix with comps to encourage him to patronize the casino. In addition, Mr. Sabella and a casino host were aware that other patrons placed large bets with Mr. Nix's bookmaking business. Despite Mr. Sabella's and the casino host's knowledge about Mr. Nix and despite their training, they failed to report the source of the illicit proceeds Mr. Nix used at the MGM Grand, and as a result, suspicious activity reports were not filed. Of course, as this commission knows, Mr. Sabella pled guilty in December of 2023 in relation to federal charges against him. The MGM Grand also agreed that deficiencies existed in its AML program, resulting in a failure to detect and report the extent of Mr. Nix's suspicious activities and failed to prevent his money laundering. As to the Cosmopolitan and the facts contained in the NPA there, a Cosmopolitan casino host knew that Mr. Nix ran an illegal bookmaking business and allowed him to use illicit proceeds at the Cosmopolitan. The host also provided Mr. Nix with comps to encourage him to patronize the casino, and the host referred at least one casino customer to Mr. Nix to place bets with Mr. Nix's illegal bookmaking business. Mr. Nix paid the host approximately $2,000 for the referral. Despite the host's knowledge about Mr. Nix and despite the host's training, the host failed to report the source of the illicit proceeds Mr. Nix used at the Cosmopolitan, and as a result, suspicious activity reports were not filed. Finally, in regards to the Cosmopolitan, it agreed that breakdowns did occur with its AML program in respect to Mr. Nix. Now, separate and apart from these NPAs, the board, through its own lengthy and exhaustive investigative efforts, discovered that another illegal bookmaker, Matthew Bauer, was a patron at MGM Resorts properties and wagered millions of dollars there until he was ultimately banned in September of 2018. For several years, MGM Resorts had suspicions regarding Mr. Bauer's activities and source of funds. And in April of 2018, various marketing employees were informed through an email from an MGM Resorts patron that Mr. Bauer is in the illegal bookmaking business. Of course, subsequently, Mr. Bauer was banned. With those facts, we have a complaint that contains 10 counts. Counts 1 through 5 are specific to the MGM Grand and the NPA against it, or with the NPA that the MGM Grand entered into. And then we have counts 6 through 9 that are specific to the Cosmopolitan. And finally, count 10 is applicable to all the respondents and is in relation to Mr. Bauer. Moving on to the settlement. Although the violations alleged in the board's complaint address activities from several years ago, the board found the violation substantial. Further, the matters raised in the NPAs have resulted in reputational damage to the state of Nevada and the gaming industry. As a result, the board determined that the violations weren't a significant penalty and appropriate remediation. Those goals are reflected in the stipulation for settlement that's before you today for approval, where the board and respondents, through their own good faith negotiations, have agreed to the following. First, respondents have admitted to the allegations of the board's complaint. Second, respondents have agreed to a fine in the amount of $8.5 million. In addition, respondents have agreed to a number of conditions to be placed on all of their gaming approvals. Those conditions are the following. First, respondents must maintain the core elements of its AML program that are currently in place, and they shall be revised and enhanced as necessary to comply with applicable laws. And there shall be annual reviews and updates to the AML program. Additional details about the core elements that are expected to be maintained are reflected in the NPA under the enhancements attachment. Second, respondents shall conduct annual in-person enhanced training for casino marketing staff on AML BSA compliance with a focus on suspicious activity reporting. Third, within 60 days, respondents shall initiate a company-wide campaign designed to encourage suspicious activity reporting. And that is something I anticipate Mr. Scheer will provide more color on. The fourth condition, any report from any audit of respondents' AML program must be shared with the board and commission. The final thing I'll mention about the stipulation for settlement is that the board allowed the settlement to reflect the mitigation and remediation efforts that respondents have implemented. And then again, I anticipate Mr. Scheer will go into in more detail. Those are the terms of the settlement, and that concludes my presentation. Again, the board is respectfully requesting that the stipulation for settlement be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Scheer.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Just a couple of housekeeping items. First of all, through your council, we submitted some confidential exhibits, including 2 videos of town hall meetings conducted by the CEO and other senior management. One of those meetings occurred in 2014, before any of the events of the complaint occurred, and one occurred in 2024 after. We'll allude to those town hall meetings in our presentation today. We also have some slides that we would like to share today. Actually, it's a very small deck. I think there are 3 slides, and the first one's a cover slide, so really only 2 substantive slides. But the slide deck can be treated as a public exhibit. If, with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to make an affirmative presentation.
Please.
As Mr. Somp said, this matter arose from the NPA involving Wayne Nix and related to the failure to file certain SARs with regard to Mr. Nix, although other SARs were filed with regard to his play. Both those occurred both at the MGM Grand and at the Cosmopolitan. The Cosmopolitan was not an MGM Grand property at the time, but MGM Resorts International subsequently acquired the Cosmopolitan, and with it, the liability for the actions of its employees. MGM has a long history in Nevada. As you know, it's been licensed many times. It's a longstanding Nevada licensee with a strong compliance program. As you'll hear today, MGM cares about compliance and at least since 2014 sought to be a leader in the industry with its AML program. Unfortunately, this case exposed one of the weaknesses in that program. When employees forget their responsibilities or decide not to fulfill those responsibilities, whether it's because they are going rogue or because they think that's what their customers, supervisors, or peers would want them to do, that's a failure, and they need to be reminded, and we need processes in place to ensure that we are reminding them that we expect them to fulfill those responsibilities. In this settlement agreement, we have admitted the allegations of the complaint. We understand that we are responsible for the actions of our employees, especially those who are high-level employees. When events like this occur, it is our policy to accept responsibility and improve the program, make fixes to try to reduce the risk of it occurring again. As Mr. Somp said, after the NPA, as Mr. Somp says, the board engaged in an extensive investigation. We fully cooperated in that investigation. And we spent several months analyzing the results of that investigation, discussing those results, and coming up with a settlement agreement that we think is fair, both for the state and for MGM, and that weighs the strengths and weaknesses of the various cases, but also that reflects the seriousness of this matter. And as to that latter point, historically, when there have been prior AML complaints, especially where there's been a federal investigation and federal settlement payment made, the fines the commission has imposed have been a fraction of what the federal government imposed. In this case, the federal government was paid $7.5 million. We're proposing to pay the state $8.5 million. So paying the state more than what was paid to the federal government. I think anyone in the industry who's observing these proceedings today will understand that that indicates that both the board and the commission take this matter very seriously. We'd like to briefly touch on MGM's compliance program, a little bit about the history of AML regulation in Nevada, the facts of this particular case, and the remedial measures taken to strengthen the company's AML policies and procedures. And if permissible, we'd like to turn it over to Dick Morgan, again, the longest serving independent member of the MGM Compliance Committee, to make a few comments about the compliance program.
Thank you.
Mr. Scherer was good enough to turn on my microphone, otherwise you wouldn't hear me. So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members of the control board, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. My name is Richard Morgan, or Dick Morgan. And I am in fact the longest serving member of the Compliance Committee. I've been doing this now for 18 years, longer than I've done most things in my career, so I must like it. And I do. I like what I do. I think it's very important work. I think that the people that I work with are good, conscientious, ethical people. And I like making a contribution to MGM's strong culture of compliance. And I think the company does have a strong culture of compliance. I believe that very, very strongly, notwithstanding the current circumstances. By the way, feel free to interrupt if you want, or we can take questions at the end. I can be pretty dreary in my remarks, as some of you know, so feel free to ask questions. How I got started with this, back in 2007, Bob Fess, who was one of the luminaries of the gaming bar, and Terry Lanny, about whom there was some discussion this morning, were engaged in trying to restructure the MGM Compliance Committee. The prior committee had been mostly insiders, with one, I think, outside member, and they thought that was not sufficiently effective. And they conceived of having the first all independent compliance committee, I think in Nevada. And I was honored to be asked by them to serve on that committee. I did not expect to still be doing that at this stage. I didn't think it would last for 18 years, but it has, and I'm grateful for that. That initial committee, in addition to me, included Bill Erga, a well-known lawyer whom you folks I'm sure know of, and former member of the Gaming Control Board, and Ellen Knowlton, who was recently retired as the special agent in charge of the FBI office here. So it was a strong group. And we were at that time independent. We remain independent. The committee was augmented in about 2009 or 2010 by the addition of a board liaison. It became clear that there wasn't enough communication between the board and the committee, and to facilitate communication, the board of directors designated Bill Bible, a longtime chair of the Gaming Control Board, and then a director of MGM. And Mr. Bible served as an ex officio member of the Compliance Committee from 2009 or 2010 until he left the board in 2019. He was, even though his title was ex officio, he was a fully participating member in the committee, a very great colleague, participant in all of our discussions, and brought a lot of wisdom and knowledge to our deliberations. When he retired from the board in 2019, I believe it was, Dan Taylor, a member of the audit committee of the board of directors, became our liaison and continues to serve in that role. The next expansion of the board or of the committee rather, took place in, I believe, 2012, when Tom Ariema, very well-respected New Jersey gaming regulator, longtime director of the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement, was added to the committee at the time that MGM was relicensing in New Jersey. And he's been a very, very good member since for the last 12 years or so. He also serves on a number of other compliance committees around the country. The current committee consists of me and Tom Ariema and Scott Shearer, whom you well know, who's not only a fine lawyer, but a former member of the Gaming Control Board and chair of the State Ethics Committee. And as I mentioned, Dan Taylor from the Audit Committee and Board of Directors, who is an excellent participant at our meetings as well. Our meetings are quarterly, sometimes more frequently if we have serious problems to deal with, which fortunately don't come up that often. They are attended by a very, very strong cast of characters, not just the committee and our liaison, Dan Taylor, but also by senior people from compliance. Stephen Martino and his team, all the senior leaders from compliance are there. Senior leaders like John McManus and his team from the law department are there, and people from throughout the company participate in our meetings to provide information and to be resources. The chairman and CEO, Bill Hornbuckle, participates at least once a year and is accessible to us if we need him at other times. And as I will mention later, among the things that we always talk about when he is present or when we're having interactions with him is the commitment of senior management and the board to compliance and the prioritizing of compliance. And his affirmation of that commitment is consistently and resoundingly, yes, compliance is a high priority of this company. Not only a high priority, it is a necessity of this company. Also attending our meetings on a pretty regular basis are regulators from around the country to observe what we're up to, not just from Nevada, but from the other jurisdictions where the company is licensed. But your colleagues, such as Luke Rippey, are very, very familiar with the things that happen in our compliance committee meetings. They're fairly long, serious meetings where we receive reports. We don't just receive them, we question them. I think we're pretty serious and skeptical about the information that we receive. And we have pretty serious discussions about questionable relationships or associations that the company might be proposing to enter. These meetings usually run for at least 2.5 to 3 hours, sometimes a little bit more, exclusive of executive sessions. I mean, our job, of course, is to make recommendations. We are not a decision-making body. We make recommendations as to what the company should do with the transactions that are presented to us for discussion and recommendation. But I will say this, the recommendations are followed. In the 18 years I've been on the committee, there has not been a time when we've ever invoked the process of taking an adverse recommendation from the compliance committee up through the chain of command. And there is a process for that, but I don't even know what it is at this point because we've never used it. What we recommend, the company does, even to the detriment of very profitable business opportunities. If we say no, they don't do it. And so I think we have some real power. I mentioned that Dan Taylor from the board is our liaison to the audit committee and the board of directors. We do report to the audit committee and through them to the board of directors, but we have pretty regular communication with the audit committee. Stephen Martino, our chief compliance officer, attends all of their meetings. The chair of the compliance committee meets with the audit committee at least once a year. And as I say, the liaison from the audit committee and the board is with us all of the time for each of our meetings. I guess I would next say that the keys to compliance, I expect you would agree, are leadership and staff. It's not the compliance committee, although I think we're a good group. The key is really the leadership of the company and its commitment to compliance. I mentioned Bill Hornbuckle and his commitment, John McManus, Stephen Martino, the people at the top of the company that I deal with are uniformly of the view that compliance is important. And they express that. They express it in trainings. You have some training videos that I think you'll find interesting if you have the time to watch them, where senior leaders talk about compliance and its importance, its necessity. They demonstrate their commitment in personal interactions with employees, with members of the committee, with members of the public. They demonstrate it in budget decisions when times are when the markets are demanding cuts in budgets across the company to be lean and efficient. The compliance committee is spared. And they demonstrate it with their own behavior. Modeling appropriate and ethical behavior by senior leaders is extremely important. And I believe that the leaders of this company do that. With regard to staffing, I would just say that all of the information that feeds the compliance committee discussions is produced by a really hardworking, diligent staff. We couldn't exist without them. We couldn't operate without them. We have an opportunity every now and again to meet with the staff and thank them for what they do, but they are the heart and soul of the operation. And I think Stephen's assembled a really good team, both here in Las Vegas and also regionally around the country. Let me just close by saying a few words about MGM's approach to problem solving, which is a little bit repetitive of what Scott already said, but the approach that I've discerned, and one of the reasons why I'm happy to be serving in this role, is that first and foremost, you try to avoid problems. You hire the best advisors to help you put together the best plans and the best policies and put the best staff in place, and you try to be fully compliant. But inevitably you fail because your organization is comprised of human beings, and human beings are always going to make mistakes, hopefully not big ones, but they are going to make mistakes. And when they make mistakes, the question is, what do you do? Do you bury them? Do you encourage people to stonewall and sweep it under the rug? Or do you encourage people to speak up and say, I made a mistake, or my team made a mistake, or whatever? And MGM's policy is the latter, to try to get people to own up to or to at least disclose problems as soon as they know about them, so that they can be investigated. And if there is merit to the fact that, or to MGM's responsibility for the problem, for MGM to take ownership of it and to fix it and to learn from it. And that's exactly the approach that I've always tried to take in my positions. I've never led anything nearly as complex as this organization, but in my little leadership positions, I've always tried to encourage openness, disclosure, stand behind employees who've made a good faith mistake, not behind the employees who are making intentional, grievous mistakes, but the ones that are making unintentional mistakes. You stand behind them and you work with them to fix it. And that's the approach here. That's probably the reason why I'm still doing this after 18 years, because my approach to management and the approach that I find here are very similar, and I do find the work very satisfying. And I'm happy to have shared these remarks. I don't know how useful they'll be, but I'm happy to share them and to receive whatever questions you might have.
Did you have anything else? I don't know how we should just.
I do have some additional remarks. We'd like to hear from Mr. Martino and conclude with Mr. McManus, but if you have questions for
Okay.
Mr. Morgan while he's here, we're happy to take those.
Does anyone have questions for Dean Morgan?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So a brief history of AML regulation in Nevada and the impacts on this case. Regulation 6A, of course, Nevada for many years had an exemption from the federal Title 31, and we had our own Regulation 6A. That regulation had a number of provisions, but really was focused largely on cash transaction or currency transaction reporting. That was until July 1, 2007, when it was turned back over to the federal government. One of the biggest and most significant developments after the transition from Regulation 6A occurred when Las Vegas Sands Corp. Entered into a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government involving its failure to file SARS on an alleged drug trafficker. The LVSC in that case paid $50 million to the federal government, approximately, but was fined $2 million by the commission for both AML and FCPA books and records violations. MGM didn't just sit idly by, they reacted. John McManus went out and he hired Gibson Dunn, who had some of the premier experts in AML law, to come in and review MGM's policy and to rework that policy. And John instructed them he wanted MGM to be a leader in the industry. In 2014, November of 2014, MGM's CEO and lead independent director and chair of the audit committee held a town hall meeting with all director level employees and above, including some of the employees that were involved in these particular situations. At the town hall, MGM's then CEO Jim Murren emphasized that employees should, quote, do the right thing, close quote, by prioritizing compliance above everything else, and that, quote, no customer is worth more than the company's reputation, close quote. So even before the current issues arose, and I don't know if we have slide 2, if you have slide 2 of the deck, that has some additional quotes both from Mr. Murren and from Mr. Hornbuckle at the 2024 town hall. But even before these incidents arose, MGM was trying to establish a tone at the top that placed compliance over everything else. Over the years, FinCEN's expectations of the industry and guidance evolved. One important change was allowing affiliated companies to share suspicious activity reports. Until 2017, suspicious activity, well, they're still considered confidential, but they could not be shared, at least the interpretation was, even among related companies. In 2017, FinCEN issued some guidance that allowed the sharing of reports of SARS among the various subsidiaries of MGM and other companies as well. With this change and other changes that occurred and other guidance that FinCEN provided, again, MGM didn't sit idly by. John McManus went out and he hired Gibson Dunn again. They had a recent, enforcement chief from FinCEN who had retired, and they brought that person in to, again, review the policy, review the program, and make recommendations. And they updated their program in 2017. So that, again, this wasn't just adopt a program in 2014 and then do nothing with it. They tried to keep it up to date. That program emphasized the filing of SARS. All of the federal actions in the gaming industry have typically involved a failure to file SARS. So that was the focus and emphasis of MGM's program. The policy allowed the banning of customers if there was credible evidence to show that their source of funds was from illegal activities. The federal law still does not require banning of customers, even if uncertain of their source of funds. What it does ban is, or what it does prohibit, is accepting the proceeds of illegal activity. So that's why the policy was written that way. Additionally, the federal law requires the use of all available information in determining whether to file SARS. And that was where there were employees that had information that was not shared with the compliance department. Nevertheless, that information was information that the company had. And so in not filing SARS, the company failed to use all available information to determine whether to do so. So that is something that, again, that is the source of a significant failure that led to the events, or the reason we're here today. And one of the things that we're trying to address with some of the remedial measures. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Stephen Martino, MGM's Senior Vice President, Chief Compliance Officer, to discuss MGM SAR filings, banning of customers, and changes to the AML program.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Stephen Martino, Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer of MGM Resorts International. While MGM Resorts had a good AML compliance program in place, we can do better. MGM is committed to doing better and has put in place a number of measures to improve its program. MGM already provides annual training on its AML program to all relevant employees. That's 5,800 nationally, 3,100 of whom are in the state of Nevada. MGM has a process in place to request more information from customer when there is a lack of information about the customer's source of funds. We call this, and MGM has instituted what we call a temporary halt in gaming, known as a Title 31 ban, until the customer provides the requested information. This is not a full ban from the properties, but it prohibits further gaming temporarily and gives the customer an incentive to comply with the information requested in a more timely manner. When we became aware of the issues that are subject to this complaint, MGM undertook an extensive review by independent counsel at the law firm of Wilmer Hale to identify the strengths and weaknesses of our AML program and suggest ways in which it could be strengthened. Through that review and others internal, obviously discussions with others, we have come up with 8 recommendations or things that we are going to do and are moving forward. First, we formalized a process to share credit information between the credit department and the compliance department to assist in our Know Your Customer reviews. 2, we've adopted a specific requirement that compliance reach out to a customer's marketing host to obtain information. While there was informal communication previously without a formal requirement, that communication was not as robust as it is now. 3, we require enhanced due diligence, or our process requires enhanced due diligence of our top 50 customers and our top 25 cash customers annually, even if there is no other indication of suspicious activity. To be clear, we were already doing and had, preceding my joining the company in 2016, the top 50 customers annually. We have added the component of the top 25 cash customers. Number 4, we created a new procedure to address large cash transactions, even where such transactions are not conducted in small bills. Now, all cash transactions that exceed $100,000, regardless of denomination, are reported to the compliance department for further review and investigation. Number 5, formalized a process to escalate reviews within the compliance department for patrons with multiple SAR filings. Number 6, we've increased AML compliance spending by more than $1 million. Number 7, because many of the issues in this case involve marketing staff, we are also conducting additional enhanced training for casino marketing staff, emphasizing their responsibility to know their customers, including their source of funds, and to report any suspicions to the compliance department. And number 8, while they have no specific responsibilities for AML compliance, we are also initiating an awareness campaign for all line level employees who have contact with customers, including dealers, valet staff, room attendants, and even caddies at Shadow Creek, emphasizing to them the need to report any information that may come to their attention, indicating that a customer may have unlawful sources of funds. They can make such reports anonymously through MGM's Ethics Point hotline or website. The campaign will be shared through MGM's digital employee communications channels with postings in back of house locations, such as dealer break rooms and employee dining rooms. We are hopeful that this campaign will provide one more source of information to keep MGM in compliance with all applicable laws. Finally, I just wanted to give you a few data points, some sense as to the importance that MGM has placed on AML compliance and the scale. When I joined the company in 2016, the company filed just over 3,500 SARs. Last year, it was 7,934, more than double. In 2016, the number of currency transaction reports were more than 105,000. Last year, it was more than 232,000. And book wagering reports filed with the Gaming Control Board in 2016 were 3,700. Last year, 9,824. So we've had an increase in scale, increase in responsibilities, and we will continue to work hard to do better.
Thank you.
Before turning it over.
I'm sorry, we have a question.
Before he leaves, may we just ask questions?
Sure.
Sorry, you click it and it doesn't always go on. You touched on training. Tell me a little bit about the training prior to the recent changes that you made. Who was trained and how often?
So everyone receives online training through our online training modules for those who are designated specific to AML training in 5 categories. The cage, table games, slots, race and sports book, and then all other employees of the company who we have designated in compliance as needing AML training. That is done online through our HR portal. In addition to that, the compliance department provides in-person Title 31, what we call Title 31 training, to magnify, to reinforce the annual online training that is done. That mode will continue. One of the additional components, however, that I think I mentioned in here has been called out is specific training to casino marketing hosts that we are doing annually. We started it last year, actually. We had 2 meetings. Hosts are required to come to one. It's in person. To give you some sense, it was about right about an hour, maybe a few minutes less. And it included presentations by John McManus, Chief Legal Officer of the company, Doug Seidenberg, Chief Gaming Officer, Shaun Lanny, who is appearing in his position as the Head of International Marketing, and Justin Maneker, who's the President of National Marketing. In addition, there was a Q&A session that involved myself, Ashley Eddy, who's in attendance, our Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel, and our Vice Presidents of U.S. Financial Compliance and Vice President of International Compliance. So we're reinforcing online training to make sure that everyone gets it every year, so that there's issue spotting ability, and then reinforcing that with in-person training.
To clarify, in the prior training before the recent changes, were casino hosts included in the all others who needed AML training?
Casino hosts did receive training, yes. Yes.
Prior to
prior to the things that we put in place.
Does your training require that the employees be tested on the material?
It does. So the online, the way it is set up is that you can't advance through it. So you have to watch the presentation, the module. You have to click through. There's, I think, about 5 or 6 chapters of different information in the AML, and then they have to take a quiz at the end and score 80% in the quiz to be able to successfully pass. If they don't, then they have to take it over again.
And that's only annually that they were required to do that?
That is an annual training and test, yes.
Okay. How about your other marketing personnel? Were they, in the past, I mean, when I was in the industry, casino hosts and independent agents were the worst to try to get to training. Do you have other marketing people that are engaged in host-like functions? And are they all trained?
I'm not sure I understand that question. We would have individuals categorized if they were in casino marketing as being required annually to take the online casino host training. As I sit here, I don't think that probably includes independent agents, but anyone who's an employee of the company would be required to take that, including their support staff.
No, and I ask only because they were always a challenge. I mean, I don't even know that you have independent agents in the way that we currently did, back in the early 2000s. We had offices like Boyd Gaming had a branch office in Hawaii, and there was an independent agent there, and he took payments. So because he handled cash, he was required to undergo training, and it was like pulling teeth to get him to go through it. So that's why I was asking, who undergoes it? What are the repercussions if they don't pass the test?
Well, if they don't pass the test, they have to retake it. And the company did change its overall approach to training beginning last year, in that all training is now, we have a bunch of training. All training is issued early in the year, mid-January, February, with a deadline of having that training completed. I think the deadline is October 15th. There's a little bit of grace period there. If you finish the year and you have not completed your training, there will be a reduction in your annual bonus for failure to complete training. We, in compliance, we would be chasing down people to complete AML training, code of conduct training at the end of the year. We had a extremely high level of compliance this past year in people completing their training when they realized that if they didn't get it completed by the end of the year, that they were going to have a reduction in their bonus.
That seems like it would be an incentive for your senior level people. Are your hourly peoples also entitled to bonuses that would be affected, or?
They don't, and they don't, the salaried people are the individuals who receive this training, which is why the last point I talked about, we're putting the, you might call it the awareness campaign together for dealers, those individuals who are hourly, who do not take the online training. Most of them don't have an email address. They don't have access to a computer as a part of their job responsibilities. So build that awareness campaign. So kind of a see something, say something, if they're aware, know how to report information about individuals that they may think or have some suspicions are engaged in something that, in particular source of funds, illegal activity.
Okay, and maybe I'm not being clear, but obviously you indicated you have AML training for cage, table games, slots, race and sports, which would be expected. Those are the traditional gaming departments. That isn't only for salaried personnel. That includes hourly personnel, correct?
That are in those areas, correct?
That are in those modules.
Correct.
If those individuals do not successfully complete training and pass the test, what is the next step?
Not aware of that being a particular issue, as we communicate with their management to get them to complete it, and they're given time during their shift to complete the training.
Well, and I would expect that all the training would be during work hours and paid, but I was just curious as to what the outcome was. And with respect to the auditing of the training records, is that something that your internal audit department audits?
They do.
Okay, and
they review those, yes.
Okay. Had the employees that were involved in these, you had a number of employees that were identified not by name, but by host A, B, had all of the employees that were involved in the matters that are subject to these complaints, had those employees been trained?
I think, yes.
You had host A and B. You had an executive director of compliance. Were those all employees, was there verification that those employees had received training?
If they are who we think they are. Again, this is the board's complaint, and so we don't know exactly who those employees are. I mean, we think we know. Okay. But if they are who we think they are, yes, they were trained.
Okay.
And we know that the people who have been publicly identified did receive Title 31 training consistent with the company's policies.
All right. That's all I had for you specifically. Thank you.
Can we move on? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But just before turning over to John McManus to conclude, I wanted to emphasize a couple of points. One, all of these events occurred 5 or more years ago. Matthew Boyer, we've heard a lot about him lately. You heard a lot about him last month. He was banned by the company in 2018. 2018, September of 2018. So we believe that MGM had a good AML program in place, was striving to be a leader in the industry, but obviously it wasn't good enough and relied too heavily on employees to follow their training and do the right thing. All culpable employees had either left the company voluntarily before these issues came to light, or have been terminated by the time, have been terminated since. The company's committed to doing additional training, the awareness campaigns that have been mentioned, which we think is the first in the industry for the rank and file employees to have an anonymous way to report issues that they see. And one of the things Dean Morgan talked about the compliance committee, one of the reports the compliance committee gets every quarter is on the hotline, the ethics hotline, whistleblower hotline complaints, and how those are being investigated and what's coming from them. So this will be another avenue for employees to be able to report and for the compliance committee to be able to be aware of what's happening with regard to those complaints.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you. How the hotline exists, is it used? I mean, are there calls that regularly come in quarterly?
Roughly 1,000 a quarter. I would estimate.
About 300 a quarter.
Oh, 300 a quarter. Okay, 1,000 a year, a little over 1,000 a year. So, This, I think at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. McManus and have him come up just to conclude our presentation. And then obviously we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Gaming Control Board members and staff. Appreciate everyone's time and this has been a lengthy process and investigation. Before I begin, I would want to add one thing. Our colleagues who are watching online did text in response to your question, Commissioner. The branch office personnel are all trained in person, and the independent agents are given a Title 31 deck with the rules of the road, and they're required to sign off on it. So that's what we have in place for those people. With respect to this matter, look, it's very unfortunate. It's been well documented. We had a federal law enforcement process. We reached a non-prosecution agreement. We have, from the very earliest days of this, when we first received the subpoena, this is how long it goes back. I can remember speaking with Chair Gibson at the time about the receipt of the subpoena, because it was not a matter that was known to us until we received the subpoena. Then we started to look into it. Not here to beat up on individual former employees who made poor decisions and mistakes that many of them, well, all of them really paid a significant price for. I've been with the company since 2001. In the industry in-house since 1996. And I've had a number of occasions where I've had to sit before a group of regulators, either in this jurisdiction or elsewhere, and take responsibility for mistakes made by the company. And I'm here to do that today. I believe that we had and continue to have an effective compliance and specifically AML program. And it is something that we've focused on quite a bit. But as I said, mistakes, errors in judgment, poor decisions are made in any organization that includes people. And it's not just that. In fairness, when we worked extensively with the federal authorities, because they candidly came to the industry with a high degree of skepticism, I think they left the process with us, perhaps feeling better about the state of our company and the industry than perhaps they started with. That's not to say that they were overly complimentary, but they did identify shortcomings in our program that we're committed to improve. And rather than doubling down and taking the position that we've done nothing wrong, we've embraced the feedback that came out of that process and made changes. And I'd say the most significant change in terms of a structural change to our AML program is to make sure that there are more formalized contacts between the casino marketing department and the compliance department, as well as the credit, to make sure there's a flow of information. And this goes back to the point about using all available information in making KYC assessments and applying Title 31. So could we have done better? Yes, we could have done better. Were we consistent with, I think, industry best practices? I think we were. And that's certainly what we're striving to do. And, there's other historical cases in the state where it was a matter of willful blindness or worse. And I do think we're distinguished from that. And I'm not talking about recent circumstances, but historical ones over the last 5 to 10 years. This has been a evolving area of the law and with federal government. And I think part of the reason that we're coming forward with such a large proposed settlement amount is through conversations with the board, with the AG's office, with staff. We understand that this is critical for our industry, and that what might have been $1 million or a $2 million fine 5-10 years ago is now a more significant fine, because this is a priority, not just for our company or the state of Nevada, but really for the industry as a whole. We are a major driver of the economy here and elsewhere. And people have to have confidence that we do the right things and that we're committed to adherence to laws and regulations. And I thank Dean Morgan for sharing his view with you today. Hopefully it means something that somebody with his credentials is happy to serve for our company for as long as he has. And we value that input. And Dean, the process for us to overrule the compliance committee is I have to ask the board to do it. And I don't believe I've ever done that. So we take it very seriously when we get input from our compliance committee. This is not an organization where compliance is a priority until it's inconvenient for the business. Compliance is what makes the business possible. And if we don't have a good reputation, and if we don't have the trust and confidence of our regulators, of lawmakers, of others, and we're not going to grow. And our company is committed to growth. We look at new jurisdictions, both domestically and internationally. And the most important thing is our reputation. I think if you looked at the town hall clips that we sent you, one of the things we feature is a Warren Buffett quote about building an enterprise over decades and years and destroying it in 15 minutes with mistakes. And we emphasize that. And I think one of the things that he said is he wants everybody to be their own chief compliance officer. And that's how we look at it. And I'm always committed to, I tell our regulators, look, I can't change the facts. And when we've made a mistake, we will tell you the facts, and we will try to work together to deal with them and move forward in a positive way, both for our company, for whatever the agency is. And again, as I said, for the industry, we take that very seriously. I think the Gaming Control Board members and the Attorney General's office, if you ask them, would concur that in this case, we did that. We did not put up obstacles. We cooperated, and we knew at the end of the day that there would be a sanction. And we worked diligently over a long period of time with many meetings and many discussions on difficult topics where we didn't always agree to come to what we think is a appropriate resolution for this matter. And that's where we are. We stand before you today asking for your consideration and hopefully support for this proposal. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And I know that Scott is as well, and we can call back any of our team members who are here today. So thank you in advance for your consideration.
Okay, so does that conclude the affirmative presentation?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna start with Commissioner Marcantonis because he's online and has been waiting, and my intention was to let everybody speak and then let the questions come in. So Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, and thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you, Mr. Morgan and Mr. Martino, for being here today. I must say that this story has captivated our industry, both the story, then the subsequent investigations, and then the penalties that have been imposed. And it's so disappointing for all of us who work in the industry. I will say, though, that in the presentations that I have been privileged to be a part of both today and before from MGM, with the action steps that have been taken, it needs, and I hope it's sending a major message to everybody in our industry. Yes, as you alluded to, Mr. McManus, there are many people in your organization following today's proceedings. I would suggest that there's many people in every single casino organization that should be following these proceedings. I think one of the most important steps you've all taken, as was explained to us also by Mr. Hornbuckle and yourself and Mr. Shearer, is this: if you see something, if you know something, if you suspect something that the rank and file who know everything that's going on, as Commissioner Krilicki referenced earlier too, if they have a conduit to transmit this information and led us to stop these minor or small things exploding and hurting us so badly. It is a first of its kind, certainly the first of its kind that I've heard of in any company where compliance is concerned, and the AML procedures. And I highly recommend to every organization to look at their procedures in that regard. But nonetheless, I think the story has gone on for a long time, and there have been so many lessons that have been learned. I appreciate the explanations from all of you. We realize that you have a lot at stake. You, in fact, and congratulations to all of you, and Mr. Hornbuckle in particular, who may be in Japan right now. I do realize there was I believe, a groundbreaking that took place yesterday or the day before in Osaka. And we wish you luck with that. But this is why what we do today is so important. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members from MGM.
Thank you. Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions or comments for anybody that's presented today, or Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, I appreciate all that has gone into bringing you in front of us today. So just a special appreciation for the hard work of the Attorney General's office. I know these things aren't easy. You work long and hard to enforce these rules that address our most precious industry, and I also appreciate the efforts of the Gaming Control Board, as they wrestled these issues, and I'm sure had some lively conversations with the good folks from MGM, but I appreciate it being packaged and deliberated in a stipulation today that we have in front of us. And I also want to appreciate MGM. You are a very large presence in our state and around the planet. I think you employ about 77,000 people. Largest employer in the state of Nevada. And, that doesn't change what we need to do today, but it's certainly appreciation of the important presence and muscle you bring to the state economically and to the families that, we're ultimately serving up here to make sure we regulate this industry to the highest levels. We've said gold standard multiple times, best in class, whatever that phrase is. We must do it. We're Nevada, and we'll do nothing less than that. And I think your representation, despite the discomfort of the topic, really does represent trying to incorporate best practices. It was mentioned a month ago that, while certainly not an enjoyable thing, this is a clarion call to the entire industry in Nevada and beyond, that things such as compliance are critical. And Mr. McManus, you just said it, compliance makes the business possible. I think that's a great quote, but we will accept nothing less than perfection. We certainly understand that nothing is perfect. Compliance is a dynamic practice. It's going to change. We're going to learn things like we did in 2013 with the sands, but how your company responded to it, the tone at the top, sometimes that's a fatigued term, but it's absolutely applicable here. The tone at the top from Mr. Murren, Mr. Hornbuckle, everything that they've said in public, and before the hot seat stuff happened, this was in and of itself, and bringing in the inestimable Dean Morgan to address these issues, you were preemptive, and I totally appreciate that the Cosmopolitan is an inherited liability for all of you, and you're standing up and taking responsibility for it. But the tone at the top is critical. I believe, again, Mr. McManus, you said you've been consistently practicing industry best practices, but again, they improve on a regular basis, but you've been trying and attempting to do that. The problem is with the best compliance plans, it's only as good as, those who adhere to it, not only in the chain of command, but as you said, all the way down, certainly to the marketing folks and to the hosts, but to the caddy at Shadow Creek. And that's why I think this see something, say something, if that's the name of the program, or at least how it's informally referred to, it's critical. But it's got to be a culture of compliance through and through. Everyone is a compliance officer in the gaming industry. And I believe you believe that. I believe you, transmit that, communicate that throughout your companies. And it's the best you can do. And again, I know it's imperfect, but if we learn from it and get better by it, that people who are the bad actors, who want to be bookmakers or whatever they do, they can't do it here. They're, they will be met with the harshest of penalties, and as we've already demonstrated, and those who accommodate it either willfully or certainly not willfully still have a price to pay, and we all accept that. That's a contract we have as Nevada and regulators and an industry to do this as best possible, and again, best in class. So with all of that, I truly do appreciate the efforts that have gone in today. It's not a great day to from a topic standpoint, but I think we've admirably tackled it, and we will make this kind of activity harder and harder and more expensive and more exposed and just more sensitive to those who are around it. And for that, I appreciate all the effort that went in today, and I will support the stipulation as presented.
Commissioner Solis Ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all of you for being here. I know this isn't a pleasant subject for any of you, but I do appreciate the company's leadership. You've been a leader in Nevada and in other gaming jurisdictions for many, many years. I do feel that this is a much different situation than what we've seen in other cases. MGM did have a strong cultural compliance, not just because they were already in trouble. It's something that you had long before the trouble arose. So I think, I would be remiss in not recognizing that. I think you've undertaken great efforts to put in best practices, to improve your best practices over the years. Again, not just because you were on the hot seat, but because it was the right thing to do. I asked questions of our gaming counsel. He's on Zoom, I think. But I asked questions about who if the employees that were mentioned in the complaint had been identified. Mr. Somps, are those people that you know who they are? The people that are identified by acronyms like Host A, Host B, the Executive Director of Compliance, are those people that you have in your records as to who they are? And the reason that I asked that is not necessarily because I wanted to point the fingers at those individuals, but because you do have such a strong AML program and you do have a culture of compliance. To me, it's important that we as regulators understand who those people are so that they're not just getting passed from property to property. I mean, hosts seem to be an issue, at least in a couple of the big instances where we've had big AML issues. And I don't know if, these employees are getting passed from one property to another. You're never going to be able to create a perfect system of compliance where it's going to take into account those people that are willfully just undermining you. When you have a company president that is actually placing bets himself with a bookie, that's just not something that you're going to be able to address through a system of compliance. And I understand that. But to the extent that we're not taking action against, the other bad actors, if you will, I think it's important that they be known to the board, they be known to the industry, only because, we're never going to fix this problem if these people are going to just get passed around from one property to the next. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you were asked the question, but I was the one that asked the question, and that was the reason for it, is because I don't want your processes to be undermined by individual bad actors that feel either because it's in their best interest because of the compensation or for whatever reason, they just feel they need to do something that's contrary to your policies. But I do want to commend the efforts that you've taken, not only now when you are in the hot seat, but that you took long before that. I am also I'm in support of the application, but in fairness, I want to say that in this instance, I feel the fine is high, just because of the fact that, you had the processes in place. They were failed as a result of human failures and not because of a lack of process. So, I want to encourage you to keep that up. Training is really important. I don't know if once a year is enough, honestly, in the gaming departments and with a host, but that's obviously something that maybe that's what best practices have changed to. I always recommended they be done more frequently in years past under the 6A module, but I know you're always looking at what's what the best practices are out there and you're implementing them. And I appreciate that. Whether employees all embrace them or not, is something you're not ever going to be able to fully control. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I also see this as significantly different than others that we've dealt with, for all the reasons that you already heard. Just when you're kind of looking at the one thing about the commission is there's a lot of weeds here, right? And we got a lot of information. We're like pretty good, I think, at the 30,000 foot view. Some of us have more experience in the industry, some of us have less, but we're pretty good at the 30,000 foot view, I think, as a group. And it's just a different view, right? And so when I'm looking at all of this and I'm thinking, okay, $15 million, a program that was in place, huge changes to that program, commitment reiterated from the top down. I don't have any problem with this. So I support it. And I've also have a lot of experience. You're kind of like the prosecutor, we're the judges. Boy, I've done both of those. And you know what it takes to go in and pound out a deal in something like this is no small undertaking. And so, while we all have our own conscience, at the end of the day, have extreme deference for that. Prosecutor, attorney for the prosecutor. And so I have no qualms about accepting the stipulation. And so at this time, unless somebody else has any questions, comments, or concerns, could we call for a vote?
Yes, motion.
If I can,
If
I could just make a few more comments, and I know it's been a long day for everyone. I appreciate you hanging out in the shiny new legislative cafeteria for most of the day. But just again, for the record, 2,600 customers since in the last 10 years have been banned from your property. 46,000 SARs have been filed. I mean, that is a culture of compliance. And I just, again, the topic is unpleasant, but I believe you are at the cutting edge of compliance today, with the decisions you've made, the hirings that you've done, the training programs that you have, the reward of compliance in employees. This is a different situation. And, again, you should be proud of it. While we're in Nevada today, your operations are all over the planet. So, if there's a message here, this Nevada company is doing its finest work. And as you expand to the UAE or Osaka or continue operations in Macau, you are an exceedingly well complianced company. And we're proud of that and keep it up. Again, it's a dynamic science, but I believe that you will do your utmost to continue to be on the cutting edge of these things and accept nothing less than perfection in these matters, because reputation matters. And as we've said, one bad apple can ruin years of great work. So that's the Warren Buffett quote. But again, I just appreciate all that went into happening today. And I just wish you all the finest as you go chase wonderful things, employ more people, and continue to make Nevada the finest place for gaming on this planet. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have anything to add before we call for a motion?
Nothing further, Chair Tagliari. I'm ready to support too.
Thank you. Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion in the matter of Nevada Gaming Control Board versus MGM Resorts International, MGM Grand Hotel LLC DBA, MGM Grand Hotel Casino, and Nevada Property One LLC DBA, the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas, case number NGC 24-08. I move that we approve the stipulation as presented.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed, and the record should reflect that Commissioner Silver did not participate in the discussion, deliberation, or vote on this matter. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just a matter of clarification for the record. I believe you said NGC 24-08, it's 03.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote over my.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the vote was on on case number 24-03. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could start with Chair Hendrick.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. Kirk Hendrick for the record. The next Gaming Control Board meeting will be Wednesday, May 7th. We're expecting a one-day meeting. I'm sure you'll be very happy about that. Right now, we're looking at 11 non-restricted items, 12 restricted items, 1 patron dispute, and possibly a couple of beginning discussions on some regulations. But definitely we'll get it done in one day. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From our Chief Deputy Attorney General today, anything from the AG's office?
Thank you. Nothing from our office today.
All right. Madam Secretary, if we could close our last agenda item, close with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
I'll first go to Carson City. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. I can't see anybody, but I don't hear anybody either. So here in Las Vegas, there's no one present. That will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. We are adjourned. Thank you.